Sit down. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. I'm holding it down. Navy Yard Studios. Brian Mitchell down south, Raleigh, North Carolina. What's up, B?
I'm chilling, brother. What's happening with you?
I'm good, dude. I was thinking about this. After you and I drove to Erie, I then had to go down to North Carolina. Now you've had to go down to North Carolina. We are some Eastern Seaboard traveling dudes.
Yeah, bro. We've been rolling. I could be an 18-wheeler driver now.
Get you a CDL like our guy. Who was Cody's cousin from West Virginia? That was my guy.
Oh, I forgot his name.
Scotty, maybe?
Nah, I don't think his name was Scotty.
I think it was, dude. Cody, if you're listening.
Cody, if you listen, tell us what your cousin's name.
How's the ride down there?
Cool, man. Got down here in right at 4 hours.
Okay, easy. Yeah. No traffic on 95. God bless you.
It was good yesterday, man. I went through Fredericksburg in no time.
That's great.
When you go through Fredericksburg real quick, you know your ride is going to be good.
Totally. Because, I mean, DC to Fredericksburg is jail.
Hell.
Yeah. And then Fredericksburg to Richmond can have its own set of problems, too.
That's hell, too.
Yeah. Once you clear Richmond, it's like a whole new world. Your only concern, Richmond, until you get to the state of North Carolina, are state troopers every mile and a half. You know what I mean?
295 is where it took me through 295, and that was.
Is that the one going around Richmond?
Yeah, you go basically like you go into when you go to Virginia Beach area. It takes 295, 68,
right,
or whatever, and then it took me 295 and put me back on 95 farther down, so it was cool.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
whole family down there.
Yeah,
that's great, man. How excited are you to have? I mean, 3 generations of Mitchells for, I don't know, however long you're down there, 4 or 5 days.
I got one looking at me right now.
Let's see him on this, because I'm looking at you on the stream. Let me see. We got Bryson.
Let me see if Bryce come here. Come here, buddy.
If you're watching on the stream, you might get G Mitch live. He might not come, though.
Yeah, he's looking like, nah, I don't know.
See, that's a Mitchell right there.
He's like, you want me now? Now you gonna look around the corner? Come here, man.
He's doing his thing. Obviously,
he'll make his debut later.
Whenever he's ready, we're ready. It's that simple.
He backed up and then he started peeping around the corner like, nope, not doing that, dog.
smart boy. I tell him if he does sit down, he's got to be here for 4 hours. So let him decide.
Hey, I don't think he's capable of doing anything for 4 hours straight.
Me and him both.
Obviously.
The Nats played yesterday. I think
you don't sound too excited about that.
No, I'm double checking.
You said the Nats played yesterday.
I know the first game did not go well. That much I am certain of. They won the nightcap, though. They were able to put 9 runs together last night.
Well, didn't the little young pitcher start off kind of on fire? 6 up, 6 down?
For Washington?
Yeah.
Yeah, looks right.
And then things changed?
The dude in the day game was striking everybody out. But, it was I love a legit doubleheader in baseball. I get that they split them to make it 2 different gates, but
the Nats came back and did their thing.
Yeah, you
11-2 then 9-4.
Yeah, Gore was on the mound last night. Didn't rack up the strikeouts, but kind of just cruised. Had 2 earned runs over about 6 innings, I think.
Gore's a beast, man.
Yeah, dude. I'm really glad. It was funny talking to Vic yesterday, which is always its own entertaining ride. Vic is, I guess, the executive producer of Nats baseball. And I was asking him, how tough is this season going? Because when you're in it every day, it weighs on not just the players. It kind of weighs on everybody.
Hell yeah.
And I've experienced that just in an NFL capacity. And he's like, you know what? It's not as bad as it's been because you've got these young guys that are so fun to watch. He's like, every James Wood at bat is must watch. Every Gore start, whenever CJ's at the plate. Now they got more of these young guys coming up seemingly every couple weeks. There's like a new.
You know what that is, Jay? That's you and I covering the Commanders and or the Redskins football team and Commanders for a long time.
Right.
You try to find the good in it, but James Wood at bat is not the other 8 people at bat.
True.
And when you see bad base running and things like it, look, it's as bad as it seems. It's just that we have a few bright spots in it.
Yeah.
That's the way I would look at it. I mean, we can try to sit up here and make it into something it's not, but hey, it's bad as it seems. But yeah, you got some good people that you wish when things get better, those guys are still playing as good or better than what they are now.
Yeah, man. Let's hope we get there, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Not a ton going on in the sports world. I'm gonna be honest with you. I did have an episode of All Ears last night, which was a lot of fun to tape. We had some really good questions. We do like a mailbag segment, and people ask us some questions. And I was curious where you would land on this one. Mm-hmm. Last year, the first and the second round pick in Jaden Daniels and then Mikey Samerstill were clearly the best. Yeah, they got contributions all over the field, but I mean, those two were studs.
Yeah.
If you had to pick a offensive and defensive rookie from this year's class to kind of make the biggest impact, knowing they're not drafting a new franchise quarterback, so it's a much different conversation.
They're not, but I think Connolly, and I mean, it's kind of hard to really see what the offensive lineman does for you. But I think when you see Jalen Daniels more upright and not having to run as much, you may see how the offense is schemed up, how effective Connolly is. And then you flip it over. I would suspect that Trey Amos is going to be that guy defensively. A lot of people are starting to talk about Medrano, but I think Trey is a guy who's going to just step in and be ready to go now. I talked to him at the I went to the Live thing and talked to him a little bit, and even Judge Austin talked with him. The kid's impressive, man. I like meeting young guys who, let's just say this. When you meet most young guys today, they have all the answers for everything.
Like Jeff?
Yeah, very much. But when you meet those young men who are very confident, but they are willing to learn, they're asking questions. Trey was asking questions about stuff outside of football.
I like that.
Housing, the area, food places. That's the person that wants to know his whole surroundings. So I was impressed by that, and I'm pulling for him. And Connolly is so damn. He is like you see the big man, but once you start talking to him, you see the baby face. You go, this is a kid. But another dude who very, very much looked like a kid, but he will destroy your ass on that field. So I'm looking forward to those two guys for sure. I'm looking forward to the whole draft class, but definitely those two out there. And then Krosky Merritt, a young man who was screwed by the NCAA.
What a joke those people
got a chance to play when a lot of the stars were playing at the East-West Shrine and balled out. And looking forward to seeing what he can do, what he possibly could be.
So what's funny is either you and I have a similar viewpoint or we spend far too much time together.
That may be it. I mean, I sat in a car with you for over 10 hours. Hell.
Seriously, 1,000 miles. I said the same thing, dude. I said, last year it was the first and second rounders, and I'm not just going with first and second rounders. They also had less picks this year, which I.
But hell, when you pick first and second rounders, guess what you want to happen? You want those starters guys to perform,
right?
Yeah, there you go.
And so I also did I did my projections for what I think the actual week 1 lineup will be. Not the first depth chart that has to come out before the first preseason game. Not what people might see that first week of training camp when fans are out there, but like what week 1 looks like. And I said, I think Connerly's your right tackle out of the gate, and I think that helps a tremendous amount. Last year, first half of the season, they got some really good play on the offensive line. But after that, injuries started to pile up, and the offensive line really started to slow down, I would say. If your tackles are Tunsil and then Connerly, and they play, Tunsil has shown it repeatedly, the level of play he can hit in the NFL. Definitely. And then I think Connerly, there's a ton of promise. Clearly, the organization believes in him. I think offensively they can be so much better. And B, I think Amos starts in if everything breaks right, I think Amos starts opposite Lattimore as your two outside corners. And Mikey's able to move back inside and kind of move around a lot more, which is a great situation for him.
Yep.
And I think it's just a super exciting situation. Amos was my favorite draft pick. I think if you go back and consider everything that was all the moving parts in that draft, the fact that they stayed and took Amos rather than moving out of that pick, that was their last opportunity to really gain some, to get back some picks that they had sent out of town.
Yep.
And they stuck. And to me, that just showed a ton of how much they liked that guy. Because you probably could have gotten a pretty decent haul to, recoup a lot of what you sent out. And they said, no, we think we got a starter here and we're not messing with it.
Yep, totally. And then, I think what happens
the back
is
of the second round, sorry.
You look at Amos is backing up Lattimore. Amos and Lattimore, possibly Amos and Lattimore being the starters. Mikey being the nickel guy. But you know what? You got a legitimate outside guy that can back up too in Mikey. We went through this era of what was it called? Position flex.
Yeah.
And normally the guys weren't good at either the positions they were trying to play them at. Now you got guys that have shown what they can do. So if something were to happen and you move Mikey back outside, would you be upset about that?
No.
You put him on the field inside. That's what he really does. So that you improve your defense in that sense. So I'm just ready to see these guys go. I understand tougher schedule this year. People are gonna know stuff. Like I always hear people, oh, you guys get a chance to look at a year of film. Well, hell, you get a chance to look at a year of film too. And if they do what I've always stated about, self-scout, then you can see some great things happening.
I agree with you there, man. I think Jalen Lane has an immediate role as punt returner, and I think that has a lot of value too. And you mentioned Merritt. I agree that he'll have an opportunity. The running back situation in camp is going to be really interesting because you got a bunch of guys.
Polo.
I mean, dude, McNichols, Rodriguez, Wiley's been here. Yeah. I mean, McNichols and Rodriguez have given you real
time,
impact on the field. So it's not. I think people still remain in too much of a hurry to try to downplay Brian Robinson's role. I think Eckler will have a big role. Both those guys, you just need them to stay healthy.
Yeah, that's it.
But that's the NFL. Like you talk about Samerstill maybe getting bumped inside. The odds of – so the way I look at it – so I'm curious if you agree with me. I had to do my defensive projections for week 1, and I just lined them up in nickel. And I know everybody will get caught up in 4-3, 3-4, blah, blah, blah. They play nickel 65% of the time.
Yeah, this is a passing league now.
Yeah.
And yes, people do run the ball, but you know what they run the ball out of? 2
shotguns.
Slots, 2 wides, out of the shotgun. Single back is back there. If they bring a tight end in, there's still maybe 3 receivers on the field. Everything is about getting the opportunity and spacing. So every defense plays nickel more because if you put too many big guys out there, you're at a disadvantage.
For sure.
Yeah.
Now, I think the biggest, I don't know if you want to call it a question, but can Will Harris step in where Jeremy Chinn was? That to me, just the size difference in those people. Jeremy Chinn was huge, and I'm not sure fans all understand that. Mm-hmm. So to play safety with that size and speed, they list him at 6'3", 220. He honestly looked and felt bigger than that when I watched him. Whereas Harris comes in with a big opportunity, and he's definitely a guy that lays the lumber.
He's a thumper.
But they list him at 6'1", 206. He's been fairly durable in his career, but Chinn was getting 100% of defensive snaps. Last year was the most durable Chinn had ever been. Mm-hmm. I think Chinn was quite good for them. I think they need Harris to keep that up. I also think of some of the younger guys that I think could flirt with. Let's be real about how the Pro Bowl works. Mm-hmm. It's not always, especially the fan voting portion. like the best players getting rewarded for the best seasons.
Sometimes most popular.
Well, and I think your popularity jumps a lot when you're on a team that's good that people expect to be good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. yeah.
Last year, nobody expected Washington to be good. So then when they were, it was like, oh, wow, look at that. Whereas this year going in, people are going to be paying a lot more attention to a guy like, I mean, some of the guys I think that could pop here would be Quan Martin, Biotish, I think could.
Well, Quan popped at the end of Quan had a hell of a year.
Totally.
And him taking another step forward, having more experience can be great. You know,
I'm saying getting into that Pro Bowl alternate discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, but like Chin, like the thing you mentioned about Chin being big and this, that, and the other, B. Dawkins wasn't very big.
Sure.
But he'll knock your jock off. Okay. he will make you think twice about coming across the middle again. And I think the kid from New England is very much like that, where he doesn't have the size, but maybe his cover ability may be a little better. Maybe if he still thump you and catch you in the right spot, you start thinking that you got a bigger guy back there.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I just think that the size of a guy, Chin's size helped him to come down. And, you know, the one guy that calls us all the time was mad that he didn't hit like he was that big. You know?
Right.
I forgot the guy that would call us still all the time and be upset about it. But, you know, hey, Chin's gone now. You got to find a different way. And this kid is known as a thumper. And when you are known as a thumper at 205 pounds, I mean, you've already figured it out. You know how, and you don't care.
It's a leverage game, man.
Yeah.
All right, we're just getting warmed up here. There's been another dumb list that we need to yell about. Frankly, I'm so tired of dumb. Although this is dumb list season, this is 100% dumb list season. Ben Standig's going to join us at 11 a.m. My friend Anna Spiegel from Axios is going to join us at 11:30. I wanted to just let all our listeners know all the different things you can do for 4th of July. Fireworks, parties, bars, whatever. Anna's on top of it. At 1 o'clock, Mark Zuckerman is going to join us. One of my favorite things, regardless of what happens in the Nats season, is the 11 a.m. 4th of July game. So, Zuck, obviously, the Nats play tonight, but we'll get up to speed on all things Nationals with Mark. We're going to open these phones up for a lot of the day, starting at noon. We're going to discuss the best sports movies. I don't know if people have noticed this. I guess it was the New York Times put out their list of like the best 100 movies of the new century. So like 2000 and on.
It got to be 2000 and on?
No, not for our list. I'm just saying this like ranking movies thing has become very popular. Now we vary in age from Strober, who I think is 21, to B at, 48.
42.
Yeah, 42. Pardon me.
Yeah,
I guess I'm the oldest guy on the show.
Yeah.
But I think our lists will be very, very different. I'm looking forward to that. And then we'll take your list. Here's what we're going to do. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. We are all now 3.5 hours till vacation. Let's go.
Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh, who's MLB's home run leader, and American League Rookie of the Year candidate Jacob Wilson of the Athletics will be in the starting lineup for the All-Star Game, which is July 15th. Wilson is the lone rookie in either league to be voted into the starting lineup. He also becomes the first rookie shortstop to win an All-Star fan election and just the second to start in an All-Star game after Baltimore's Ron Hansen, who started it back in 1960. No Nationals were named to the starting lineup, and I hate to say that he was robbed, but James Wood really should have been a starter in the NL outfield. But instead, it's going to look like this. You got Pete Crow Armstrong, Ronald Acuna Jr., and Kyle Tucker. We're still waiting for full rosters to be announced. These are just the starters. We can expect full rosters to be announced on Sunday. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to the pie guy. Came for the Junkies today. He brought a pie for Jeff Walker. Jeff ain't here. I am taking this pie.
What kind of pie is it?
Blueberry.
Oh, man.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, eat it up.
Yeah, we got people coming over tomorrow. I'm going to act like I made this thing.
Man, nobody goes. First of all, I don't think there's a damn person in the world, especially people that know you, would think that you made a damn pie.
If you know me, I know you can buy the crust at the store that's ready.
Uh-huh.
I have no idea how you make a pie. I like chocolate pudding pie. I suppose I could make chocolate pudding because it's a packet. I imagine I could do it.
Once you got the pudding, you got the pie.
Yeah, like I to make a blueberry pie. What do you got to like blend up blueberries? No chance.
You got to cook them down.
Here's what we're gonna do. Today is a prove you're listening, prove anybody out there is listening day because there's no traffic, there's nobody around.
Yeah.
So if you call in, you're getting on. Wayne,
hell yeah.
Wayne is in Bowie.
What up, Wayne? Hey, Wayne, you up?
Wayne sounded like he was moving furniture or something.
Wayne called and then he said, I got some work to do.
Strober, you took what the hell happened there?
I don't know. He told me he wanted to talk about how great Jaden can be without winning the Super Bowl because he had to let me know the fact that Dan Marino hasn't won a Super Bowl. I did know that, but Wayne had to make sure I got that point across, okay?
Well, Wayne called, sat on hold for what? A whole commercial break?
It was only like 3 minutes.
And then was moving furniture. So
well, he had things to do.
Wayne, feel free to call back.
Call back, Wayne, please.
And
be ready to talk.
Dude, I was where the hell was I? You know where I was? It was at the thing in Greensboro the other night, the Sports Media Association dinner, where I was talking with some Baltimore people about like the situation that Lamar and Josh Allen are now in, where they're in the Karl Malone zone. Like everything will be judged as short. Charles Barkley, whatever you want, Dan Marino, even like everything is they have not done what they need to do because they can't win a Super Bowl. And
they got to hell to get to the Super Bowl. They got to deal with that other damn great guy over there,
right?
Patrick,
and what Philly's put together, and what
and
Washington
then when they get to the Super Bowl, they may have to deal with things like Buffalo did. You run into a damn barn burner.
Totally.
That NFC East.
And I mean, we'll wait and see if Washington gets to that level. But it's an interesting dynamic for some of these teams to have to deal with. I do think. All right, B, we got another one of these dumb lists. This one is from Fox Sports.
And what is this one telling us?
It's legit, just called the Daily Ranker. This is from Tuesday. Best quarterbacks heading into the 2025 season.
Uh-huh.
The top 4 quarterbacks in the NFL at this point have established themselves where you can argue about the order, but there is no arguing that Allen, Lamar, Mahomes, Burrow are in a different category. They have separated.
Yeah.
So they go Allen, Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow. Cool. No problem.
Yeah.
Number 5, Jalen Hurts. Number 6, Jared Goff. Number 7, Baker Mayfield. Number 8, Justin Herbert. Number 9, Jaden Daniels. Number 10, Dak Prescott.
Okay.
I'm honestly not that mad at this list. I think there are people that will yell about Dak. I would have Stafford on there personally. I would probably move the order around. But, like, I don't know.
Huh.
Is that okay? So I guess there were 2 versions of this list. This is what people were mad about. One of the lists had Dak at 5.
Yeah, I saw that. That's the one I saw. They had Dak at 5, and then they had Jaden at 9.
Jaden at 9, I can handle.
I handled it because
But not
he's
Dak at 5.
he gave us 1 year, and I think like I even my own saying, I need to see something happen another year. But I think he's clearly proven he's one of the top 10 quarterbacks in this league already.
Totally, I totally agree.
And if he come back this year and repeat what he did last year, then we're talking about top 5. That though, no. I can't. I'm not going to rest everything on regular season stats, because when you get to when it counts, where the quarterback makes a hell of a difference, he falters. He's done it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest question with Dak, you need the best ability is availability. In 3 of the last 5 years, Dak's missed significant time. Last year, he played 8 games.
Yeah.
He had a full season in 23. Dallas was good. He missed 5 games in 22. Dallas suffered. Like, I just, at that position, the NFL, especially in 17 games, it's such a marathon. Like, it's hard to do, but you need to be able to count on your quarterback playing.
Oh, yeah.
I think 85% of your snaps.
Yeah. I mean, listen, bro, that little saying, and it's true, best ability is accessibility, availability, okay? If you're not there, nobody wants to hear you tell them how good you are.
Right.
Okay? If I'm always hearing you tell me how good you are, then guess what? I don't see it. And if I don't see it, I don't believe it. And when the times get tough, you know what I see? I see Dak fold, or he's not there.
I'm with you, B.
So
I think that list is kind of nuts. I do say we got calls. Listen, phone lines are going to be open all day. I don't think anybody's out there. If you're out there, prove
man,
it.
people out there, man, people love B. Mitch and Finley, man.
I know. I bet the stream numbers are higher because most people are at home than driving around. My man Chris is in Calvert County. Chris, what up, dude?
What up, Chris? Chris.
Yo, this is amazing. Chris.
So they call in not to talk.
Cool.
Yeah, we're here, dude.
There you go, Chris. What's up, bro?
Huh?
What's
Oh,
happening?
my
No,
God.
it's not. It's ended.
Chris, you drunk? Chris, you drunk?
His accent kind of sounded a little bit like Commander Tequila.
Yo, so I will say, shout out to Ben Strober. He's doing a good job of screening the calls, typing in the people's name and what they want to talk about. Just a very poor job of the callers actually talking, which is a hell of a thing to wait on hold for.
Yeah,
B, are you ready? Are you sitting down?
I'm always sitting down.
Okay.
I'm like Landfill.
Wildcard Scotty's on the line.
Oh Lord,
Hello, Scotty.
What's happening, fellas?
what's going on,
We're
brother?
chilling,
Man?
dude. What's going on?
You know, just out here grinding. I had the show that I'm listening to y'all day in, day out.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right. Well,
You
then
said
let's.
prove it. Now, you said prove it, so I had to prove it.
Okay. Well, let's prove something else then. I'm taking this to the airwaves, Scotty. B Mitch, you ready for
Bring
this?
it.
I get a text from Wildcard Scotty yesterday.
Oh,
saying, hey, man, it's my son's birthday this weekend. Is there any cap stuff you could grab that I could give to my son? He's a hockey nut. I said, when's the birthday? He said, this weekend. Party's on Saturday. Birthday is this weekend. I
Dick's
said,
Sporting Goods, Scotty.
well, just hold on, B. I said, all right, let me see what I can find. Because between this radio station and Channel 4, there's often like swag floating around that to a little kid would be really exciting.
Mhm.
So last night, I'm leaving Channel 4, and there were 2 big Caps posters. I sent him a picture. I said, I have these 2 signs. That works. Thank you. Exclamation points from Scotty. At 6 a.m., I get a text to call him. I'm not calling you. I produced the stuff you asked me for. It's going to be here at the radio station, Scotty. That's all I can tell you.
I was driving, doing 3 things at one time as usual. So trying to be a safe driver, I said,
So
"Give me a ring.
you were
Give me a call." But
texting. So you were texting him while you were driving and doing 3
I
things.
voice texted.
But here's my question.
Kinda.
You are not going to be able to get here to get these cap swag things I got for you, correct?
I am able to. I was calling to see if I could catch you before you got there. That's what the purpose of the give me a ring when you're in transit.
Nah. All right. They're here.
1,000%. That was what, because I was going to try to catch you on the way in. The dealer. Wild Card's got things going on all over.
Are you coming to get these 2 signs that I brought in?
Absolutely. That is what I'm calling you,
All right.
seeing if I could swing in and get in. Then I was seeing what y'all doing for lunch, trying to be a nice guy.
All right.
Well, if you could bring me some lunch, I tell you, man, you're great.
I'm great, but
I'm in North Carolina. I won't see you bring me some damn lunch.
well, I ain't bringing you nothing.
I
All
got
right, then. Well, you're not great then.
All right, Scotty, text me. You
I'm
can
better
definitely
than
bring us
great.
lunch.
I'm better than great.
We got to go. Thank you,
Yeah,
Scotty.
bye.
Bye.
Better than bye.
There's another thing I wanted to go
What
over.
the hell?
The phone lines are kind of filling up, so it's going to be fun to get the. We're going to take whoever calls. We're going to take it. I did see this and I found this really interesting.
Mhm.
I think it was Solak. Let me get it right. Yeah, Ben Solak from ESPN put together a list. I mean, this is peak content in July. The best draft picks at every draft position ever.
Wow.
It's pretty interesting. Like Jared Allen, who played for the Chiefs and the Vikings, I think might be in the Hall of Fame. Really good sack guy. Was drafted 126th overall. George Kittle, the best 146th pick ever. Rodney Harrison, the best 145th pick ever. It's kind of interesting, right?
Yeah.
All right, I want to run through some of these numbers when we return. Phone lines are open. Got some guests. It is the day before 4th of July. That's the reality. We're going to be here until 2 o'clock and not a second later.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in mere seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
B, yesterday we got off early because of that Nats game. Usually we go play golf or drink beer. You had to go do family stuff. I had to go do family stuff. Lauren had me up on a ladder cutting down tree limbs that were starting to break off because of all the storms.
Make him work, Lauren.
B, I was so freaking hot and sweaty. And when I walked in that house, it felt ice cold. There couldn't have been a better commercial for Rude than me walking in my house and cooling off after Lauren had me up in the trees on a ladder. And the what makes it happen is the variable speed compressor that Rude uses ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the extreme heat. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the cash, too. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 Gs on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
So I definitely used that a couple of years ago, man. I had 3 units. I used that $6,000.
Dang.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
It ain't right. I posted a photo yesterday, B. Shout out to Wegmans. Went to Wegmans. Sing it, B.
To what?
Sing the song.
You went to Wegmans for what?
Booze.
You had to buy 10 bottles of wine?
12, dog.
But Lauren made you buy that much wine for her to deal with you these days?
Damn. So I was going to complain, Greg, for texting that, and now you're just saying it. Landfill.
I mean, it's the truth. It's like your wife make you go buy wine for the weekend because she like, I got to hang around your ass.
One, I told you we're having people over for 4th of July. Two, that's for like all next week. We're going out of town. And so, listen, whatever people may think, it's those 12 bottles of wine.
Those 12 bottles going to be gone before y'all get out of town next weekend.
Wait. When do you think they'll be setting over under on 12 bottles of
wine? Y'all leaving, you say y'all leaving next weekend?
No, we're leaving Saturday.
Saturday? So you going to have about 4 bottles left by Saturday. If you got people over tomorrow, y'all can go through some bottles. You're going to go through some bottles tonight because you're going to be trying to work on something and it ain't going to work for you. So you're going to go about 2-3 bottles. Hey, have another glass, babe.
Let's get to the phones.
Why you laughing at that? You seem like it's part of your plan.
Toothpick's on the line. What up, Pick?
What's good, JC? Hey, B mentioned down there with the grands, man. That's a good thing. I like that look. I like that look for real. Yeah, listen, I was calling to talk about the quarterback list, that top 10 list. B, you hit on something, but you didn't even really notice that you hit on it.
Right.
A lot of Philadelphia fans are mad at us right now, and they coming at the Commanders really sideways, right? Because Jaden, Hurts is not on that list, but Jaden is, and that's why they're really sour. They are sour because they know they got to deal with him for like the next 10 years, and he only going to climb that list. He's at number 9 right now. Think about where he's going to be next year. If he put up the season like he did last year, without the rushing yards and utilizing the weapons around him, that's why they mad. They got to deal with 5 for the next 10 years.
Dude, Toothpick, I'm going to say this. I think as a people, as a community, we got to stop getting mad about lists. These lists are so stupid.
Well, I'm not mad about it.
Like,
no, we don't get mad about them, but you know, certain cities get mad.
Right.
At everything.
Yo, here's the reality. Like Bane said, I was born in it, molded by it. I am from the content game. There's the reason I sit here at this radio station is because I was really good at creating content for a long time. And I can write real news stories. I can break news, or I can give you 5 storylines to watch at rookie minicamp. Like, all this is content game. Like, the fact that at least this list that I saw, there's not even a freaking author on it. It's called the Fox Sports Daily Ranker, where they just come up with stuff to try to get people mad about it. So to the great people of Philadelphia,
they are working. But they're working. It's working because the people do get mad. And see, I'm from a different game, JP. I'm from that one finger salute game. You send something stupid, one finger salute. You get mad at something, one finger salute. You say something stupid, one finger salute. That's just how I solve it all.
Right, exactly. It's not us that's mad, JP. We're not mad about this list. We not mad about this list as Commanders fans. But every time you look, you see Philadelphia fans trying to dump on us for some reason. Ooh.
Philadelphia fans do seem very mad, and I don't really.
Well, they mad at you too, JP. I had a couple of them call me and told me, don't let them catch you walking out there by yourself.
Philadelphia is kind of mad at me, B. I'll own that. I don't really understand why.
You understand? You talk very bad about them, bro, on a consistent basis.
I don't think that's fair.
That's fair.
I had a nice time.
You say every time you go in Philly, when you walk in Philly, when you walk around Philly, you think you look like you're about to get stabbed or something happened.
There are few cities where you can be in the downtown portion that feel more stabby than Philly. Like,
oh, that's a lot of them.
Doug, you can walk from.
That's why, JT. That's why they want to stab you right now. You keep pointing things like that out.
I'm just speaking the facts. You can leave. I'm talking about high-end places. The Ritz-Carlton in Philadelphia is an incredibly nice hotel, and the bar scene is dope. Their roof at night looks like the Sphere in Vegas. Like they got a light show and stuff. The Ritz is dope in Philadelphia, all right? City Hall is across the street. You go out on that street, you feel like you're going to get stabbed. Not maybe that you will, but it's certainly more possible than in other big cities. If you walk outside of the Ritz on M Street or the Ritz in Georgetown here in D.C., you don't feel like you're going to get stabbed. You walk outside of the Ritz in Miami, in Biscayne Bay or whatever, you feel all right. Philly, it doesn't matter where you are. There's an air of stabbing at all times.
Yeah,
you know, JP, I'm actually in the house of a damn Eagle fan too.
Oh, Deshaun's there?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find out Deshaun and see if he wants to stab you.
I would hope. I think Deshaun's actually my friend. I would hope he doesn't want to stab me. But I do wonder what the Venn diagram looks like for me of people I consider my friends that also wouldn't mind stabbing me every once in a while.
Hey, last thing. I know you guys are going to talk about the top 100 sports movies or something like that. I did this during March Madness on my podcast, and we did 64 movies, just like the field. And our champion was Remember the Titans. So I got to throw that in there. Remember the Titans as one of my top sports movies. I'll be listening for the rest of the show.
Thank you, buddy. Remember the Titans is a great
Just
one.
think of my name, and that's my top sports movie.
Ooh, I got a feeling I know what that is. Thank you, Pick. Appreciate you, buddy. Brian Piccolo.
You got it.
Here's what we're going to do. Quick break. Ben Standig, Anna Spiegel. Back to the phones. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. The Milwaukee Bucks waived Damian Lillard in a surprising start to NBA free agency on Tuesday, but it didn't take long for teams to start to call, even with the star point guard set to miss the entire season while he recovers from a torn Achilles tendon. According to a report from The Athletic, several contending teams have reached out to Lillard's camp in the immediate wake of his release. Those teams include the Golden State Warriors, the Boston Celtics, and the Los Angeles Lakers, all teams interested in quickly finalizing a deal. And it's been nearly 2 weeks since the Kevin Durant trade first broke, but the future Hall of Famer has not officially announced that he is a member of the Houston Rockets. Why is that? Well, it's because, according to The Athletic, the Kevin Durant trade has a chance to make NBA history as the Rockets and Suns are working to expand the deal to include a record 7 teams, with the Hawks, Lakers, Timberwolves, Nets, and Warriors all part of the discussion right now. The expansion of the trade is not expected to include any major player movement that hasn't already been reported, but this would tie all those teams together for a record-breaking 7-team trade. There is nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, there is no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Landfill playing the jams. Here's what I can tell you. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Fact.
Yep.
It's 11 a.m. Fact. Brian and I are 3 hours away until vacation. Fact. Helping us get through it, our boy Ben Standig joins the program now via the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Ben at Ben Standig. And, of course, Rude makes the best HVAC equipment in the DMV. What's up, Benny? How you doing?
I'm good, man. That's the that song. That's the opening song in the Wedding Singer. So good memory for me. I love that movie.
All right.
So what you trying to tell us, that you're a wedding singer?
Oh God, no! I just love the great movie.
It is.
I've never seen it, Jay, but I have seen the little, what you call it, the drops of it, the promos and stuff.
There's
but I
some
never
funny
watched the movie.
There's some funny stuff in Wedding Singer. I don't know
if it makes you laugh. I'll probably watch some of it.
I don't think you would make the whole Wedding Singer, though. I be honest with you, B. I don't think that's going to hold your attention.
Probably not.
I have faith.
Static. B. Mitch is a very tough movie connoisseur. Few things make him fall asleep faster than watching movies.
Lights off. Lights off with a big TV, big screen TV, basically. I'm going to sleep, dog.
Standing in a world where there's no news, any news becomes news. What did you think of training camp dates getting released?
I mean, nothing too much. It was interesting, right, that they only have 3 days open to the public. I mean, there's an additional few days for season ticket holders, but only 3 days. I don't remember what it was last year, but I feel, certainly it's been more in recent years. So I thought that was interesting. I don't know if that's a sign of paranoia or it's a sign of, hey.
But somebody mentioned something to me last year, Ben. Yesterday. Hard Knocks is now going to be there, and you're going to get an inside scoop of a lot of stuff. Maybe they feel you'll get better stuff there.
That's at the end of the season, though, B. Hard Knocks isn't there for
still.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's there could be other more basic reasons, right? They're doing a lot of construction out there.
Yeah.
They may just say, hey, we don't really have the bandwidth and space and everything to do exactly what we'd want. So this year we have to do less. But whatever. It is what it is. Hopefully people can go out if they want to see it. And beyond that, it's rapidly approaching. To say the least. So I don't know if I'd say I'm ever excited about going at the training camp per se and spending all those days out in the heat. But on the other hand, there's a lot to look at with this group. And, this will be our first chance to see them really go at it. OTAs and minicamp was fine, but this is where, things start to get a lot more interesting.
For sure. For sure. I can't wait just for football in a lot of ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you think are some of the biggest question marks for this team going into the season?
Well, I mean, look, there's been a lot of talk of they added a lot of size on the defensive line with Javon Kinlaw and Dietrich Wise and, Daron Payne. Everybody was saying how good he's looked so far especially from like an attitude standpoint, and all that. But, have they done enough to, improve that run defense? It was, atrocious last year, to be frank, and enough to generate pass rush. Not so much that Dante Fowler is gone, but just that, they don't have sort of that obvious, premier pass rusher. Frankie Luvu's certainly a very good one, but they don't have, or at best, he's the only one they have. So we're not necessarily going to find that out in training camp, but it's the first steps towards seeing how it looks, how they're going to deploy, Kinlaw and some of the other guys. So I think that's a huge deal. And then I would also just say the three guys that they've made the big acquisitions last year and a half, Marshawn Lattimore, Laramie Tunsil, Deebo Samuel, they all have varying degrees of concern. They also have a lot of upside as well, and all could be big improvements over what they've had here in recent time. But there are questions with each of them, and that's why I think that's going to be interesting to see how they perform, and also just in this case, stay on the field. Are they able to go through the whole training camp without any issue? With Lattimore in particular, I think that's something we have to watch.
Ben, every year we sit up here, we are concerned about those type of things and what's not going to happen. What do you think's going to happen this year with this football team?
The one thing I feel most confident about is that Jayden Daniels is going to be fine. That there's not going to be a sophomore slump, and I have to check myself constantly whenever I say things like this because this is not my normal mode. I mean, normally I'm like, all right, look, really, really good, but let's see what happens next year before we anoint him to a certain level. But man, I just don't know what, knock on wood, injury aside, I just don't know what it is that would be a dramatic, downshift. I mean, there's almost literally, there's nothing obvious that we're all going, he has to improve on. Sure, there's some subtle things, footwork and, knowing when to get rid of the ball, whatever. But in terms of bigger picture stuff, there really isn't that much. I just think he's just going to continue to ascend. And as long as that's the case, then, this team is going to be in the position to be in the playoffs year in and year out. This is typically how this goes for the most part when you have one of these kinds of quarterbacks. That I feel confident with. Beyond that, look, I think the kumbaya aspect of this team still feels real. The offensive line should be a lot better. Those are all good things. The defense, to me, is the big question, but the offense, particularly, with Jayden, I think is, onward and upward.
All right.
I think when you have Jayden, it kind of changes the thought process on a lot of the rest of it. You know what I mean? And I think he's the real deal, and there's legitimate reason to be really excited about it. Talking with our friend Ben Standig here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Benny at Ben Standig or listen to his podcast, Standig Room Only.
It's Last Man Standing these days.
Last Man Standing these days. Sorry, sometimes I get confused. You'll be shocked.
You don't know how many times I've had to stop my introduction for the podcast because I say the wrong name, so it's okay.
I like that. All right, Ben. So as we kind of move forward here, B and I were talking about this earlier. What rookies do you expect to have the biggest impact this fall?
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, Trey Amos seems like the most likely. I think there's a reasonable chance he ends up being the starter opposite Marshawn Lattimore with Mikey Sanders still in the slot. Look, I don't want to go overboard because he had a pretty good spring, but so he looks the part. He's got good size, good speed, good instincts. He probably even has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder because he was, projected in that sort of late first, early second range, and then it slips to the end of the second round. I think that to me, he's got the most obvious role going forward. I mean, Jalen Lane may be the punt returner, so I'm not dismissing that, but not. I don't know how big of a role he'll have a receiver right away. And Josh Connor, look, he might start. I mean, it's very possible if that's the case. Then, being one of the protectors for Jaden Daniels ranks very, very high on the list of important people.
Hell yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see if he's there. I mean, he's 21, coming to the new league. You still have Andrew Wiley to use if you want, and so I think we'll see how quickly they throw Connerly in. I'm sure they would love to be able to do it right off the bat, but let's see what happens in training camp.
I mean, first rounders normally you want them to play,
right?
Yeah.
Ben, one of the biggest questions here is I think from a roster situation, they're in pretty good place. But when Terry wasn't there at minicamp and then Noah Brown's dealing with an injury, all of a sudden it's like, that receiver group has a lot of question marks. What do you think is the latest with Terry? Because I don't mean to. I'm guessing you haven't talked to him, and we don't know.
Yeah, no, I've not tried Terry's phone or anything, but I'm guessing he wouldn't be answering at this point. Yeah, look, I've stuck with my stance that I've had from the beginning of this, and that is, kind of wake me up when we get to training camp. If it's a day or two before and he's still not signed, okay, maybe, or not extended, then okay, maybe I'm getting a little nervous. But until then, I just, I imagine these two sides will get things done. The only thing that I wonder is, of the top 15 highest paid wide receivers right now in terms of annual average salary, only Tyreek Hill is older than Terry McLaurin, which isn't to say that being 30 is old in the NFL, but it is to say that might be something. Certainly not for life. But it might be one of those things where the team is going, hey, we like you, of course, but this is the reality. Amari Cooper was a guy who last year hit the 30 mark and his numbers dropped off dramatically, which isn't to say Terry will have that issue. Terry has less tread on his tires than others because he didn't really play nearly as much in college as a lot of the other star receivers we're talking about. And, he's obviously, is such an important piece for this team offensively, but also on the off the field in the community. So I imagine something gets done, but that would be my only question, is that aspect of it. Do they sort of say, hey, we can't pay you what DK Metcalf got because he's 5 years younger than you, or whatever, 3 years younger, whatever it might be. T. Higgins, I think, is 5 years younger. But, I think ultimately they get done. And, to your point of there being other questions, this is what makes Jaden so great. I mean, look at last year. Other than Terry, what are we looking at here? De'Ami Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus, Noah Brown was picked up off of he had just been cut by another team right before the start of the season. And these were his best receivers. Zach Ertz, nobody expected much out of him, relatively speaking. And then look what happened. Jaden Daniels can lift all boats. So I think the other guys will be good. But, yes, you got to have Terry as the lead, no doubt.
I think just like you could say that those guys, dropped off when he hit 30, there are guys that have played beyond 30, and you can bring those names in as well. But the whole ultimate thing is that number 30, you got to stop looking at that. You got to look at the production. And I'm Terry. If I'm Terry, my first argument would be I played with JP, Ben, and B-Miss throwing me the ball. And I had 1,000 yards. You brought in Jaden, and look what I did. I got in the end zone all the time.
Who do you think's the best?
I got 3 or 4 more years of that.
Of me, you, and Ben, B.
Me?
I think so too. I think it gets done. I think this is kind of the old 49ers playbook where it takes a little while and might get a little contentious, but it gets done when it all boils down to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do think this is the first opportunity we have to see how Adam Peters, and to some degree Josh Harris are going to run things with this team. Now, I know Sam Cosmi got an extension a year ago, but that was a little bit different than this, especially since the player is, balking right now what they're offering. So, I think it'll be interesting to see how they handle it. But yes, ultimately, like I said, I feel like this will get resolved, get done. I mean, look, everything that B-Mitch just said is 100% accurate in terms of Terry's been incredibly productive despite having little at quarterback until last year. On the other hand, Washington really kind of controls the situation. He has 1 year left on his deal. They can always use the franchise tag the year after. So it does behoove everybody to sort of get a deal done here. And hopefully they can do it without, pissing off each other.
For sure. Standing in a little bit here, we're going to switch it around and ask folks for their favorite sports movies.
Yeah.
I know you're a movie guy. I'm curious if you have like a top couple favorite sports movies.
Oh, sure. Let me think here off the top of my head. I mean, Bull Durham always comes to mind. I think that's just a quintessential, look at the minor leagues. I mean, obviously fictitious, but, Costner was great. I think Susan Sarandon was amazing in that movie. And then to stay with Costner, I mean, I don't know if you call Field of Dreams necessarily a sports movie, but, put me into that category. Okay, well, put me into that category. And then to one that's tied a little bit to the local scene, I'm not saying it's like my favorite, but I always enjoy The Replacements, the Keanu Reeves movie.
Replacements is good.
Version. Yeah, the fictional version of the strike team that the Redskins had that ended up helping them get to win a Super Bowl. Great, not good movie. It's a totally fine. I still can't believe Gene Hackman's in there. Must have got a nice payday for that one. But yeah, that's a fun one for sure.
Yeah, I like all those, man. It's a fun conversation. Have you noticed that everybody's ranking movies lately? I guess the New York Times do that or something. I'm not sure where it came from.
Yeah, the New York Times put out their top one, or they did a top 100. They polled people, and then they had all anybody who wanted to go through the list and pick your own top 10, which of course I did as well. Yeah, of course. There's no ranking things will never go out of style.
No,
it doesn't matter what it is. It's always a thing to do.
And it always starts arguments, and you know what that means? People tune in.
Especially in July when we're all just desperate for content and conversations.
100%.
What are you doing for the 4th?
It's a good question. I don't know. I never pay attention to what the days of the week are, so I don't have a clue. I'll be honest. I think a friend of mine is having a barbecue or whatever, or cookout. I mean, so maybe I'll go hit that up. But I honestly haven't thought that far ahead.
What do you do fireworks wise? Are you a fireworks guy?
Yeah, but I'm also anti-crowd. So certainly not the mall. As you know, JP, there are places around where you and I live that shoot fireworks up in the air off the various country clubs. So you can always sit around and watch those. But yeah, I would do fireworks, but it's got to be pretty easy. I'm not putting a lot of labor to get to it.
I could see that, Ben.
In other words, you're lazy as hell.
I'm not going to deny.
I already said, I like it, but if it ain't coming to me, I'm not going to it.
Yeah. What can I tell you? I can watch things on TV. I'll be fine.
All right, Benny, we appreciate the time, bud.
All right,
talk to you soon. Enjoy the holiday. Be safe.
Awesome, guys. Same to you. Thanks.
Take care, brother.
That's our boy, Ben Standig. Give him a follow at Ben Standig. Check out the Standing Room Only podcast. B, when we come back, I want to run through 4th of July plans.
He just told you last man standing, man. Golly. I just tell you, what is wrong with your memory, dog?
Mostly bong hits, but there's other factors too. But there was a long period of time where I really put this brain through the opposite of a workout.
Well, I'm just let me hit you with a little something.
Okay.
Like you like to throw that stuff out a lot.
What?
Stop throwing all those things out. Keep it to yourself sometimes. Because we're gonna start hearing it. Those two little ladies.
Oh boy.
And they were because like I was questioned about 3 years ago, like, well, you say you were drinking at 14. Yeah, they hear everything you say.
Yeah, that's true.
Let me help you out.
That is true. I gotta start to pay more attention, I guess.
Yeah. In other words, you just got to grow up a little bit, Jay.
One of these days. All right, here's the plan. When we come back, Anna Spiegel works at Axios, going to join us, tell us all about what to do for the 4th of July, where you can find cheap beer, where you can find fireworks. It's going to be fun. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Cleveland Guardians right-hander Luis Ortiz is under investigation by Major League Baseball and has been placed on non-disciplinary paid leave through July 17th. Now, MLB has not detailed any of the specifics of the investigation. Ortiz was scheduled to start for the Guardians on Thursday night against the Cubs, so this comes as a shock to the organization. But the team said in a statement, quote, "The Guardians are not permitted to comment further at this time and will respect the league's confidential investigative process." So, of course, people on the internet are speculating this may have something to do with gambling, but no official statement from the team except saying that they cannot comment on what this might be. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Joining us now is our friend Anna Spiegel from Axios. I follow Anna on Twitter. I find it it's one of my favorite follows because she's like
thank you.
Food, restaurants, tacos, whatever it is you're looking for. Anna's all over it. You can follow her at Anna Spiegs, Spiegs. Joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Anna, what's up, dude? How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. What got my attention, and Landfill, I hope you're paying attention too. Anna tweeted on Tuesday, July 2nd, a taco party boat launches in D.C. this weekend with draft margaritas and tequilas. Get us up to speed on the taco party boat.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this one. So it's Cantina Cruises. So it's the guys behind C-Suite Cruises. They have the Whitlow's party boat. They have a bunch of different boats from Annapolis to Richmond. They teamed up with District Taco for private charters and mixed group trips. There's launch on Sunday. The private cruises are great because they're pretty wallet friendly. It's only $50 per person on weekdays, leaving from Georgetown, $60 per person on weekends, leaving from Navy Yard, and includes, you have a full bar with tequila, draft margaritas, chips and salsa, and you can get taco party platters, burrito spreads, everything you can think of.
So for $50, it's all you can. Is it booze included?
So the drink, there's two different drink packages. One is only starts at $25 and includes, rail drinks and beer and wine. Another one is $45 per person, which includes more of like the premium tequilas, things of that sort. But when you're thinking about, being out in the water, eating, drinking, it's not that bad. You pay that much at a restaurant.
I need to go on that.
Yo, it's under $100. You get a boat ride, food, and booze.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's dope.
Hell yeah. If somebody else got to cook the food and stuff, I'll do that.
That sounds awesome. All right, so
where does it? You say leave from Navy Yard. Where about Navy Yard?
I think it leaves. I'm not exactly sure. I think it's over by the ballpark. But I'll have to double check. And then the Georgetown waterfront is
what's the little place on the water right there, Jay?
Salt Line.
Salt Line over that way.
Probably somewhere over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can also get it out of Georgetown.
Yeah, Georgetown leaves on the weekdays.
Okay.
Now, sounds great.
Now, B-Mitch, you are very anti watching wrestling with dudes and drinking mimosas with dudes. Would you go on a taco party boat with me?
A taco party boat that got margaritas, dog.
You're in on
Not
that.
a mimosa.
All right, cool. So, Anna, let's get up to. There's a lot going on this weekend. Obviously, where are you going? By the way, you said you're in the Eastern Shore. What are you doing for the holiday weekend?
Yeah, I'm actually crossing the Bay Bridge right now. I'm going over to St. Michael's and Easton. They have a really fun, small town kind of celebration with live bluegrass music, the fireworks display. They actually have 2 days of fireworks, July 4th and July 5th. Crab feasts, that's my name on it.
Awesome.
St. Michael's is beautiful.
Yeah.
I did a 100-mile bike ride over there.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
That was fun. Then
Um,
I had to
very
drive
cool.
home. That
Yeah,
wasn't fun.
that's tough. How about what all do you have recommended to your readers for 4th of July? Obviously, everybody could do the mall. The
Yeah.
mall's open, but there's a million other options.
Yeah, there's tons of other options. I kind of like the small town feel of some of the local neighborhood parades. Like, the Capitol Hill Parade is pretty famous. It gets a lot of, some local politicians, but great bands, dance troops. It starts on July 4th at 10 a.m. right around Barracks Row. And you could combine that. The Roost, the food hall over there on Capitol Hill East, is having a big barbecue bash that day with like tons of pulled pork and chicken and ribs. Starting at 11 a.m. Really good beer hall over there too, so you can kind of make a day of it. I also really like the Palisades Parade. Is really lovely. It's like, it's almost, I think it's been over 50 years.
Wow.
And they do a community picnic with free ice cream and hot dogs. So it's great if you have kids. They start the parade at 11 o'clock. And they have a big community event afterwards with, live, music and kids activities. And it's really like a family friendly event.
That'll be fun. So as DC gears up, do we still get like a ton of people coming to town, or is that kind of lessened over the years?
I think we do. I've heard some that this year, because we also had like the big fireworks display and military parade just, a few weekends ago,
Oh yeah.
that there might be a few less crowds because.
Uh-oh. We might have lost Anna there.
Crossing that Bay Bridge.
Oh, she's back.
You never know. Oh, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all
We
good.
got you now.
We got you, yeah.
Okay, cool.
How does it work? If you're gonna go to the mall, do you have to have tickets now? Is there like security now? Shows you how long.
I think there's security. I don't think it's ticketed, but you do need, it's kind of like Times Square, like New Year's. You need to get there early. You need to make sure you have your water bottles and stay hydrated. And you're going to be there.
All right, I'm gonna put Anna on hold. I'm gonna see if Ben can check in. She's also driving on the Eastern Shore, where traffic can be pretty spotty.
Traffic. You mean the signal?
I mean both, but
Yeah.
yes. What are your guys' plans for the 4th down there, B?
Man, put my expertise to work. Jump on the grill. And then whatever else they want to do.
What all are you cooking?
That's their decide. They decide on that. I'm the type of guy, you just give it to me, I cook it.
You getting crabs and everything?
I don't know about all that. Down here, maybe not.
All right, I think we got Anna back. Anna, I talked with our friend Anna Spiegel from Axios, Washington. I don't know what your title is. If it's like nightlife, food, culture reporter, what do you say?
I'm like a city reporter, but also kind of especially I was a food editor for a lot, 13 years before coming to Axios. So kind of definitely more on the lifestyle things.
So, question for you, because you're driving on the Eastern Shore right now. B and I both love crabs. I will probably pick some crabs up next week somewhere in Delaware. But getting crabs right now is expensive as hell. Is that just
so expensive?
Is that just the world we're in?
Yeah, it's partly seasonal. July 4th weekend, like obviously it's a supply and demand thing. Demand is really high on these holiday weekends, and crabs. The study that came out this year is that the population might be at a second to all-time low since the 90s, I think. So they're having a hard time getting crabs. So they're very expensive right now.
In other words, you got a lot of Louisiana crabs coming in this year.
Yeah. A lot of southern crabs, and I've seen a lot of menus. They're big, but they're not as good as Maryland crabs.
I don't know about all that, Anna. The Louisiana crabs been coming here for a long time.
And Anna, this is a long fight between Brian and I.
I grew up in Louisiana. I've been seeing Maryland trucks since I was 12, 13 years old.
I think a lot of it is the calendar. I think when the weather gets hot, people want to have a crab feast. Memorial Day weekend, people want to eat crabs. Chesapeake crabs are not ready then. So they got to come from somewhere.
Absolutely. And they're best. The best time of crab feast is September, October.
Absolutely.
Because they've had all summer to, fatten up and get big. But yeah, especially the start of the summer crab feast is terrible. They're tiny, they're expensive. Might as well just make some soft shells.
Exactly. All right.
Yep.
So Anna,
How it goes.
I'm getting all sorts of people that have questions for you. One guy wants everybody to know that there is a party on the pier and fireworks tonight in North Beach, Maryland. So if you're
All
down,
right.
I know that's it.
yeah, that's right on the bay, cool little town. Another dude wants me to ask you how the beach traffic is, Anna.
It's actually not bad. We're pretty much flying over. We haven't hit anything yet. So I think when the July 4th is on a Friday, people kind of leave at different times.
How was getting over the bridge?
It was easy. We barely slowed down.
All right, great. And then the last thing I wanted to ask you, just because we work with a bunch of broke boys here, and I know you're on top of like good happy hour spots, and I think you had a story about super cheap summer happy hours.
Yeah.
Let the fellas know.
Yeah, where they can
summer's
go.
the best time for happy hour because it's slow for restaurants and bars often, and so they're just trying to get people in the door. If you're looking for like a full dinner, Osteria Marini and Navy Yard, they do on Monday nights. They do $10 bowls of pasta, and their pasta is amazing. It's like think about homemade, different raviolis and pasta with meat sauces, and just really delicious. They have drink specials as well. I'm excited about this new place on Capitol Hill Lobby Bar. I don't know if you've heard it yet. It just opened.
That's Pete's Bar.
Yeah, didn't you? I think B went to there.
I've been there. That's a nice. I love that place.
Yeah, it's really good. And so they just started new happy hours from I think 3 to 6 daily. They have $11 martinis, which for martinis is a good price. $1 oysters, and this is really cool. They do a $26 very happy meal, which is your choice of smash burger, nuggets, fries, and a glass of Veuve Clicquot champagne. So that's a pretty good deal for $26.
That's really good.
I went over there, checked it out. It's nice. I really like it.
I'll roll over there with you, B, for an $11 martini. Only one martini, though. You know the rule.
Yeah, one martini and multiple other drinks.
Just one martini, dog. The rest of it doesn't count. I only keep track of the one martini. What was the name of the Italian place you said with the deal on Mondays?
With the $10 pastas.
Okay.
And then they also do a great happy hour at the bar where they have $7, Negronis and things of that sort. So you can make a combination.
All
right.
It's really
my last question for you, Anna. I'm not going to name the location, but on Tuesday night, I took my wife and my 2 daughters out to dinner. We're in Northwest Washington. Got kids menu for both girls. I got an entree. My wife got like a handheld thing, and we got one appetizer. What do you think the total is?
Do you have drinks? Like, did you have any alcohol?
I had one martini and then a glass of wine.
One martini. Okay. I would say
that's $40 right there.
I would say, yeah. I think you're going close to 180. 200?
With tip, it was $2. And I was like, damn, this is just a family of 4 trying to have some dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time I go to Chow, it's like that.
Yeah.
It's crazy out there. It's really, I think, you got to take advantage of those happy hours. Even I got, 2 sandwiches, a nice sandwich shop the other day, 2 sandwiches a drink, $40.
That's crazy, dude.
It is.
And
this is the time of the year where you got to make sure your family know that you do love them.
but we can eat at home.
Exactly.
I'll cook.
Anna, thank you for the time. Have a great 4th of July.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful 4th.
All right.
Take care.
It's our friend Anna Spiegel from Axios. Give her a follow at Anna Spiegs, SPIEGS on X and Instagram. A lot of great information if you're looking for cool restaurants, good deals, taco party boats, whatever it is decent deals. That might be a better way of phrasing it. Nobody go anywhere. Opening these phone lines up at noon, talking the best sports movies of all time. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I'm in the Navy Yard. B's holding it down in Raleigh, North Carolina. Get any cheer wine yet, B?
I got no wine yet.
Pinot Noir.
I will.
Don't
worry.
I know you like it.
I'll make up for what I didn't get.
I believe you.
Mhm.
All right. In about 10 minutes, we're going to start discussing sports movies. Best, worst. I think a lot of this will depend on how old you are. But this is kind of funny. Bill Barnwell from ESPN.com. Instead of the Hall of Fame, he came up with an NFL list for the Bag Hall of Fame. Dudes that have been elite at getting paid in the NFL.
Oh, boy. Kirk Cousins is number one.
Kirk Cousins is first on the list, man.
Yes.
First on the list. I'm never mad at Kirk. My point, remember the other day?
I'm not mad at anybody for getting paid, dog.
Totally. Do you remember the other day I was trying to make a point about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? How technically he's underpaid, even though that sounds crazy, but because of the way the Supermax thing is written, like Bradley Beal or another player that qualifies for one third-team Supermax is now eligible for the same deal SGA can get. And the actual superstars in the league are inherently underpaid because they drive the prices up for all the other dudes.
Yeah.
To me, Kirk is the absolute best example of this.
Totally.
And it's not to say Kirk's not a good player. He is, but he's been paid at the highest at the quarterback position, which gets paid the most because of his ability to play the game. And he's a smart, savvy dude. But he's never been a top, 10 quarterback, I would say.
Nah.
I think you got to include Dak in that world now.
Here's another one.
Right?
Hell yeah.
Dak is on the list. I'll keep going. Matt Stafford. Now, Matt Stafford is better than Dak or Kirk ever have been.
Matt got paid, but Matt took you to a Super Bowl.
Right.
Won one.
The difference with Stafford, he was the last quarterback that was able to hold out before they
Yeah, but Matt was in an area where everything was going bad, Jay.
Right.
So he was probably just not good because he was in Detroit. And at that moment, Detroit was not good by no stretch.
I mean, it's crazy. Stafford was the last of he got paid. Joe Flacco, the Ravens went on that crazy Super Bowl run, and then he was a free agent the next year. Took full advantage.
Yep.
Flacco has made a lot of money. Going down this list, Darrelle Revis is on there. Jalen Ramsey has done a hell of a job of getting paid.
Darrelle Revis was good, though, dog.
So was Ramsey. I think most of these dudes outside of the quarterback position have been pretty damn good in there.
Yeah.
To get super paid, you got to know what you're doing. We do
like you said, but those guys that were good, they deserve that. So, like when you say the guys that knew how to get paid, kind of sounds like, oh, they didn't deserve to get paid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think Revis and Ramsey both deserved it.
Well, dude, like Deion's on this list. Deion deserved the money, but he made sure he got money.
Yes.
We have one current commander on the list.
One current commander on the list. Wags?
Laramie Tunsil.
Tunsil?
Yeah. I'll read from ESPN. One of the few active players who has already done enough to earn consideration for the Bag Hall of Fame. Tunsil deserves extra credit for doing all of the work off the field on his own. He has served as his own agent for each of his negotiations, and frankly, other players should hire him for their own deals. After proving himself to be a very good left tackle, the 30-year-old has been able to parlay one team's desperation into a series of player-friendly contracts. I wouldn't be surprised if another one was on the way. Tunsil famously fell in the 2016 NFL draft when a leaked video revealed him smoking marijuana out of a gas mask, which likely cost him millions of dollars given his expected landing spot in the top 10. While he went to the Dolphins with the 13th pick, That very specific landing spot paid off in the long run. 3 years later, the Dolphins were preparing to tank for their quarterback of the future. In a matter of weeks, they traded their two young cornerstones in Tunsil and Micah Fitzpatrick. Tunsil was then, I'm trying to fast forward to how much he got paid. Texas traded away 2 first-round picks to get Tunsil. Tunsil originally didn't sign a contract extension. By the time the two sides sat down after his first year in Houston, he was a year away from unrestricted free agency. He signed a 3-year, $66 million deal that pushed him up to 18 to 22 mil per year. He was only 25. Then he got another 3-year, $75 million extension with $60 million guaranteed. He got that when he was 27. That's pretty crazy, man.
Hey, and remember, he negotiated all his own contract.
Right.
He should be the king of it.
Yeah. There is a misconception with a lot of like NFL agents, like the percentage they get. Usually nowadays, NFL agents are getting like 3% of a deal. Still,
top. That might be top.
Right. Right. Maybe it's 1.5, but 1.5% of 75 million is pretty damn big. I just want to read this last part as it's germane to us. After 2 years, the Texans traded Tunsil to the Commanders for a pair of draft picks, clearly targeting him as a long-term left tackle to protect their own sensational young quarterback in Jaden Daniels. Now, with 2 years and $43 million left on his existing deal, guess what he's in position to do again?
Get paid.
He can sign another extension from a team that implicitly committed to him with a trade. It will be his third significant extension by virtue of the fantastic deal he negotiated with the Texans several regimes ago. LT's smart, man.
Hell yeah.
Smart man.
He's recouped what he lost.
When we return, phone lines are open for the next hour. 1 o'clock, Mark Zuckerman joins us. We figure out why James Wood got screwed. He should be a starting outfielder for the National League in the All-Star game. We're going phones heavy for the next hour. What's the best sports movie of all time? 800-636-1067.
This sports update is brought to you by the I-66 Express Lanes. The Nationals play the third and final game of the series versus the Detroit Tigers today, 6:45 p.m. Jake Irvin's on the mound for Washington, and make sure you tune in right here because you can listen live on 106.7 The Fan, 6:45 first pitch. Speaking of, a little more baseball news. With 2 outs in the 6th inning of the Dodgers-White Sox game, Clayton Kershaw tossed his 100th pitch of the night. It was a backdoor slider, caught the outside corner for strike 3. Why does this exact pitch matter? Well, because that strike made him the 20th player ever to reach 3,000 strikeouts. Kershaw is just the 4th left-hander to join the 3,000 strikeout club, joining Randy Johnson, Steve Carlton, and CC Sabathia. Some amazing company for Clayton Kershaw. And one last piece of baseball news. Jacob Wilson of the Athletics is the first rookie shortstop to win an All-Star fan election and just the second to start an All-Star game after Baltimore's Ron Hansen did it in 1960. The starting lineups for the All-Star game this July were announced, and there are no Nationals in the starting lineup. And James Wood, well, he was robbed. He really should have been out there, but unfortunately, it will not be James Wood starting in the outfield unless we start to see some people drop out. We will see full All-Star rosters announced on Sunday. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia and 2 hours till vacation. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch holding it down in Raleigh, North Carolina, visiting his family for the holiday. Couple of grandbabies, heck, how many?
Nightdale, baby, Nightdale.
Nightdale. Shout out to Nightdale. There are 6 between sons, son-in-laws, daughters with you down there? 6? I get the math right?
Yeah, it will be 5 because Leah had to work.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we hope the Mitchell clan has a blast down there. I want to have this conversation because everybody's ranking movies. I mean, talk about peak summer content. And ranking sports movies has become a popular thing. And I think there's just so many good ones. I'm not necessarily here to rank them. I just want to talk about them and let folks on the phones weigh in on them. But, B, I wanted to let you start with your favorite.
Favorite of all time?
Yeah.
This may not hit a lot of people's radar, but I had this book when I was a young kid. I was told the story about Gale Sayers and Brian Piccolo. And it had the little book, Brian's Song. And finally got a chance to see the movie in black and white. And I just like the whole story. It was at a time when you didn't have great race relations in the United States, but those two guys and their wives became very, very cool with each other. It just shows you how sports can overcome just about anything. So I love that movie, mostly because the name was Brian's Song. But after I learned the story, and then meeting people from different backgrounds as I went through the NFL, went to high school, college, it made me understand more about what the movie was about. You know, but then when you start looking at some of these other movies out there, I like horse racing, so Seabiscuit and Secretariat are 2 good ones as well. White Men Can't Jump.
I love White Men
was
Can't
the
Jump.
funniest damn movie. It gave you everything.
It's even beyond funny, though. It's like for me, that's the one movie when I stumble upon it, like I'm gonna watch it till the end.
Yeah.
I'll be up all
Definitely.
night. It's just
Definitely.
it's compelling and like sucks you in a way that because it's funny you brought up, race relations, like that's a major component of White Men Can't Jump.
It is.
LA in the early 90s. Like it was just but Brian, so I don't know that everybody knows what it's even about, right? Brian Piccolo on the Bears.
Yeah, he had what was it? Polio, I think it was. He ended up getting a medical scare and couldn't play anymore. But that relationship between he and Gale Sayers is what basically just takes you all the way to the end. It just, I guess, at a time when you wouldn't expect to see two people of different backgrounds really, really being there for each other is exactly what you saw. And I've always felt being in a locker room on a football field, going through the stuff we go through together, nobody gives a damn about what your color is at that point. It's all about, I can depend on you, you can depend on me. And if you're dealing with something, I'm dealing with something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
And I think that movie depicts that to the T.
I'm with you. It's a great.
I thank my mama for giving me that book when I was a young kid.
That's cool, man.
Yes.
Did Billy D. Williams play Gale Sayers?
Yeah, Billy D. Williams played him.
I mean, what a G that dude is.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, does he still have that mustache? I wonder. What's Billy D. Williams' name in the Star Wars movies, Landfill? Hondo?
No, Lando.
Lando Calrissian. What
It would
G
be
that-
Lando, so Landfill could take. I'm just messing with you.
All right, I don't have a list, and I don't like. I'm also not excluding anything, right? But I just thought of movies that came to mind for me when I start thinking best sports movies.
Right.
I love Rudy.
Yep.
All the players go in and throw their jerseys down. It's absurd, but it's terrific. Remember the Titans is truly a fantastic movie.
Hell yeah. I love that movie.
My boy Charlie Boy, that's his favorite movie ever. I always think of Charlie when I think of Remember the Titans. Hoosiers.
Yep.
I want the ball. I'll make the shot. I mean, Jimmy Chitwood, so good. Friday Night Lights. The TV show was good, but the movie, I've also read that book. If you're into either the book or the movie, have you watched that, B? I think you'd really enjoy it.
Friday Night Lights?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to win, let booby spin. I loved Days of Thunder. Tom Cruise, probably again early 90s NASCAR.
Yep.
Yeah. Apparently Tom Cruise is talking about making a Days of Thunder 2, kind of like how he did with Top Gun. You got me. You got me.
As I started thinking about these movies, Jay, I realized I watch a lot of sport movies.
Yo, me too, B. It's funny, like some of my boys are into like, sci-fi or comic books. And even as a kid, even with the video games, I was never into that
sci-fi
stuff.
can kick rocks.
Yo, I'm not recognizing that like White Men Can't Jump is a fiction, but it's also like a fiction depicting something. Like I'm not here for dragons and dudes with four heads and stuff. It's just not for me.
I don't need that.
White Men Can't Jump, we discussed, just an absolute banger. Happy Gilmore, I love that movie.
That's a good one. Caddyshack,
phenomenal movie. The original Major League with Charlie Sheen and Joe Boo and everything is so good. Moneyball, fantastic. I read that book too. If you ever read the book's better than the movie, which is almost always the case. Field of Dreams is.
Somebody just gave me a book by the guy who started up PXG Golf.
Oh, that's cool.
So I got to read that. He was actually in the military. You hear a lot of people going around saying, "Oh, I do this because of the military." This guy was actually in the military.
Yeah, a lot of stolen valor out there.
Yeah.
Varsity Blues. We talked about that a couple of weeks ago. Texas high school football. Texas forever. I love the original Rocky. I think is one of the best. I think the original Rocky actually won Best Picture. And then I love the Creed movies too. I always watch them on planes. B, my thing on planes. I get emotional. I don't know why. There's a weird Something happens in my brain. It's a real
You gotta
thing.
start getting on the airplane and crying, dog.
You can Google it. It's a real thing, B.
Bro, I don't know about all that, Jay.
I think it was Creed 2, where he had a baby girl coming and realized his dad wasn't there. I started bawling on an airplane.
Yeah, that depicts your real life, dog.
I know.
So you don't need to read no book and Google nothing. If stuff like when I watched Boys in the Hood,
Oh yeah.
I had a buddy
and
that
then
was
his
killed.
brother, yeah.
I had a buddy that was killed, and when they soon as they shot with Ricky in the running down the whatever,
right before he's going to USC.
I was sitting there with Mike. I broke down crying, and she didn't know what the hell I was crying about because I was thinking about my boy. So if you go through stuff that help you remember something that you lived, it will bring some emotion out of you.
For sure.
But
For
it's
sure.
not just going to happen just because.
Well, but B, I'm telling you, with me on the airplanes, it happens just because. I one time started crying at Transporter 2. Like that wasn't emotional. It was just there's like something weird going on with the oxygen in my brain. I'm telling you.
Landfill, he just telling us what we all know. He's weird.
That's true.
All right, you want to Landfill? You got a favorite?
Yeah, I got some movies. The best sports movie ever is Remember the Titans.
It's great.
I feel like Mighty Ducks is probably number
Ooh,
two.
Mighty Ducks is really good. I need to watch that with the kids.
Great movie. Caddyshack is amazing, and so is Moneyball.
Bad News
Caddyshack.
Bears was another one out there.
I've never seen it.
Which one, B?
Bad News Bears.
Yo, the original, like the 70s.
Some of these movies I'm
where
naming
they're
was out in
smoking
the
heaters
70s.
in the-
Some of these movies I named was in the 70s and stuff like that.
Well, dude, I like, Bad News Bears, like the original 70s, 80s, whenever that was version. Is it Walter? What's that old grumpy dude's name? Walter Matthau? I think that's him. He was the
That
coach.
sounds familiar.
And The Longest Yard. The original Longest Yard, the remake Longest Yard is good. The original one is hard. Like it's very different. Those are good ass movies. Bad News Bears is definitely good, man. I think all right. Miracle, a lot of people talking about Miracle.
Yeah.
Necessary Roughness, when my man's all juiced up, starting defense, and he starts headbutting car windows in the parking lot. All right.
Tin Cup.
Tin Cup's a classic.
Hoop Dreams.
Hoop Dreams, but that's like a documentary. But yes.
Still.
Yeah. All right, we got people that want to talk movies. Let's start with Mike in DC. Mike, what's your favorite sports movie, dog?
How's it going, guys? Thanks for having me on. You guys named a bunch of excellent ones. By the way, I totally agree with you on Moneyball. Book way better than the movie. I can't say it's my top, but it's an obscure one that everyone forgets about. The Program.
Oh yeah,
that football movie
Yeah.
has one of the greatest sports lines of all time when Omar Epps gets decked and James Caan walks out and says, "Are you hurt or are you injured?"
There you go, baby.
He's like, "What's the difference, coach?" And he goes, "If you're hurt, you can keep playing."
dude, the Program. I just mixed up Necessary Roughness with the Program, and my apologies. Necessary Roughness is also good. Sinbad's in it. Kathy Ireland's the kicker. But
Scott Bakula, I think's in that.
yeah, Scott Bakula for sure. But the Program, dude, between the juicing that's going on,
The Program I didn't like, I'm gonna tell you why. They went overboard with it. They tried to accentuate stereotypes, and every time I see anything like that with sports, it pisses me off. Because
Fair enough.
there's nobody doing as much as that program showed you.
well, and I thought Any Given Sunday, which I like a lot, did the same thing. Like some of these sports movies just go way too far over the top. You know what I'm saying?
It's non-sports people writing the damn movie.
Right. Hey, great call, Mike. Thanks, buddy.
You know,
Good job,
speaking
Mike.
of Scott Bakula sports movies, did you ever see Major League 3 Back to the Minors?
I did not.
He was the coach of the Buzz. I believe the Salt Lake City Buzz. They were a minor league affiliate of the Twins, and then they eventually challenged the Twins to a game.
How'd that go?
I believe the Buzz ended up winning.
Wow.
Shout out to the Buzz. How do we feel about A League of Their Own?
Great movie.
It was good, man.
Great movie.
Yeah.
Is it Gina Davis that was just nasty?
Yeah, Gina Davis, Madonna, Rosie O'Donnell, Lori Petty. I feel like is her name. Tom Hanks, obviously.
Do you want me to sing the song or no? Because I know the song.
Do it.
You can't sing, Jay.
Yo, the Madonna song that had a music video with A League of Their Own. This used to be my playground. Used to be.
Stop
this
right there.
used to be
Stop
my
right there.
pride and
You are
joy.
horrible, dog.
You remember that, Landfill? Let them know.
I don't remember the song, but I remember the movie.
All right, let's keep these phone lines going.
I guarantee you that movie is that song's not that bad.
Maybe Landfill can find it. Eddie's in Stafford. Eddie, you made me a pie?
Yeah, I did. I hope you like the blueberry pie.
I love
I can
blueberry
make you a
pie.
choc-
Now, Eddie,
I can
you
make you
made
a
this for
chocolate pie.
Jeff, and I have
Jeff is not getting that,
absconded
Eddie.
it.
I'd make you be Mitch a pie too. I made it for you guys at the 1067 the live
Yeah,
event.
I
don't know
remember
if you
that.
remember me.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
do
yeah.
remember that.
Cool. So I hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll hook you up with the chocolate pie one day, JP.
All right,
with the crust.
my man.
And then you can
alright.
tell people you cooked it, Jay.
Well, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
going to do
so-
that tomorrow.
Take the credit.
Eddie, what's your favorite sports movie, dog?
I mean, I saw it the other day with my kids. It's still a standalone. I love Sandlot. That's one of my favorite movies. It's a great one for the kids, and it still holds up today. But I was thinking about the other movies you all talked about. I remember Wildcats. That was another one.
Is that Goldie Hawn?
Yeah, with Wesley Snipes was in it. And,
Yeah.
yeah, that was a good one.
That,
Classic.
that was good, dude. That's a good call. Thanks, Eddie. Thanks for the pie, bro.
All right, buddy. All right, have a great July 4th. Take care, guys.
You too,
You do
man.
the same,
Happy
Eddie.
4th of July. Another one that we kind of forgot, Blindside was really good.
Yep, it was. Yep. But all the stuff that has happened since Blindside is taken away from it. It's like the whole movie was like a lie.
Yeah, the
So,
book.
yeah.
This sounds nerdy to keep saying. The book is actually way better on that because it kind of studies. It studies more. Yeah, this movie I thought was kind of weird. Did you ever watch Vision Quest, the wrestling movie?
The what?
There's a movie about like not pro wrestling, but like dudes like trying to wrestle, like Greco-Roman or whatever it's called, like real wrestling.
Never seen that.
It's good, dude, but it's also kind of weird.
Jay, we got another little person here.
Oh, we got him on the stream. What's up, buddy?
Yeah. Say, what's up, Jay? Show him your muscles, Bryce.
Hey, buddy.
Show him your muscles.
Show me those muscles.
He normally throw his arms up like
There's a lot taken in here.
Oh yeah.
Ask him his favorite movies.
Miss Rachel.
Miss Rachel. All right.
That's it.
I wonder what he's into. What's crazy is he's what, 60 months old or something?
Yep, 15.
Like that kid will never experience movies like we did, where you like waited for him in the theater and
nah. He'd probably be watching them as soon as they come out.
Well, it'll all be on YouTube or on his phone or on.
There you go.
I mean, hell, he'll have the glasses. Who knows what he'll have?
Are we counting Dodgeball as a sports movie? Because that's a pretty good movie.
Yeah, I like
think we can count that.
That was cool.
Dodgeball was funny. Duck, dodge, dive. Let's keep these phones
What about Heaven Can Wait?
Is that baseball? What's Heaven Can Wait?
The guy plays the backup quarterback for the Los Angeles Rams. He's mistakenly taken to heaven, and he gets kind of like put back in the starting quarterback's body.
Wow.
I have not seen that, Landfill.
It's a great movie.
That's a lot of thinking though.
What about
how you mistakenly get taken to heaven?
Well, the angel was new.
Somebody messed up.
Okay.
All
right.
They did a remake with Chris Rock like 20 years ago. That was a good one too.
What was that one called?
Heaven Can Wait.
Okay. You know what movie was good? Was Kingpin, the bowling joint. I don't know if that's a sports movie, but it's very funny and
it's bowling.
It's very dark, I guess would be the right word.
Well, some Kingpin movies are like mafia movies.
Yeah, this one's
All
about
bowling?
bowling. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Bees could probably tell us about it. He's probably in it.
Bees might have been in it. All right, we're taking all your calls. Best sports movies. It's the day before the 4th of July. Nobody go anywhere.
Free agent center DeAndre Ayton has signed a 2-year deal with the Lakers. The deal includes a player option per ESPN. In Los Angeles, Ayton will slide into the starting center slot, providing an anchor and partner with fellow 2018 top pick Luka Doncic with the Lakers. Now, Ayton cleared free agency waivers Wednesday evening, and he took some time to speak with interested teams before deciding on the Lakers. Not too much time, though, because that was Wednesday evening, and it's now Thursday. He spoke, though, with the Indiana Pacers, the Knicks, the Clippers, the Bucks, the Cavaliers, and the Nuggets. All of those teams had interest in Ayton, but he made his final choice, and he is headed to the Lakers. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Phone lines are packed. I'm eating. Shout out to Wildcard Scotty. Brought in Shake Shack. Looks like B's eating. What do you got down there, B?
Oh, man. Brad did some smothered chicken with some green beans and rice.
Now you're talking.
Nice.
B, how upset are you? You're missing Wildcard Scotty's in-studio visit.
Man, I wish I was there. What is this Scotty asking Drab about doing a radio show?
that was off air. If anybody's watching on the stream, for about the last 3 minutes, I had to cut my mic on and off because I was like in between some stomach gesticulations, but I think I'm good to go. We're ready to rock. All right, Brian. Phone lines are packed. We're going to keep it going, man. Just asking folks what their favorite sports movies are. I'm not here to tell you you're wrong or right. Like Moondog says, The Natural is the best baseball movie ever. I like The Natural. You ever see that one, B?
Huh?
A lot of people are talking about Slapshot, which is this old school hockey movie with Paul Newman. It's a great movie. It's funny. It's good. I like it.
Slapshot?
You ever see it?
I never seen it. I heard about it, but I never seen it.
All right, let's see what Paul in DC has to say. What's up, Paul?
Paul, what's up?
Paul, you there, dude? All right. Paul's going back on hold. I'm starting to think Strober's less competent than Jeff Walker. I'm gonna be honest with you. that is not necessarily what anybody wants to hear, but
I'm just doing my job.
When
man.
Jeff puts people on hold and then I pod them up, they generally speak. We're gonna try again. Rodney is in Bowie. What's up, Rodney?
Rod?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Remember the Titans is kind of number one for personal reasons. I had two uncles that played on that team. They went to T.C. Williams, Earl Cook, and Frankie Glasgow.
All right,
so I love that one for personal reasons. But He Got Game is a good one.
Yeah.
And a side note to He Got Game, which I just found this out. They did an interview with Spike Lee, and Spike Lee said in the script, Ray was supposed to win 11-0, but no one knew that Denzel Washington went home to practice. He went against the script. He said he didn't tell anybody. He said, I'm not losing 11-0. I can't go back to Mount Vernon, New York, and let this dude beat me 11-0. So in the middle of filming, he said Ray Allen tried to call a timeout, and Spike Lee said, I don't know what to tell you, man. but that was a funny part of He Got Game.
I saw that on TV one day, dog. They were talking about that.
Yeah, I think Spike Lee recently told that story.
Yeah.
Maybe it was during one of the NBA playoff games. Thanks for the call, Rodney. Good call, man.
All right. Yeah.
Have a great 4th of July.
That's cool, man. Hey, Love and Basketball is a good one, too.
Yeah. Above the Rim. Remember that?
Yeah.
The dude, I can't remember the dude's name, not Tupac, the other guy that's like playing basketball in like a suit, and then he's playing basketball in jeans and Timbs. Like, it was just like, can we not get this guy some sneakers? Let's keep these phone lines going. Pat is in Mechanicsville. What's up, Pat?
What's up, man? Hey, I'm gonna just give you a piece of advice. Don't quit your day job, brother.
Who, me?
You for sure sing.
Hey, I like a movie called Coach Carter.
Coach Carter's good. Samuel L.
Yeah, man. I
gotta put this dude.
You gotta get that. Get from. Oh, you know what? Did anybody say Sandlot? My buddy just texted that to me.
Oh yeah. Sandlot was great, man.
Yeah.
A lot of people are into that one. Tin Cup. I think you
Is
said
Sandlot
that.
the one with the big old dog or something like that?
Yeah, the Beast.
Yeah.
Bench warmers.
Bench warmers. Is that the camp?
Nah, the baseball one. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's like in the neighborhood.
David Spade's in it.
I don't think so. Maybe I do.
That's really funny.
All right, Strober. I know you're dying. Give us your list.
Yeah, he probably got a whole 100 movies.
No, I literally was just going to tell you bench warmers. Then for a serious movie, 42.
42 is really good.
Oh yeah.
That's it. That's my list.
That was good. What about you, White Brian?
Basketball deserves a mention. It's a great
Who?
movie.
I doubt B's ever heard of basketball.
What's basketball?
Invincible is another good one.
Tell B about basketball.
It's the creators of South Park, and they create a game called basketball. And it's
So
just
South Park,
basketball, but you run the bases
cartoon.
like you're playing baseball.
The South Park cartoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the two guys that created it.
So they created this movie. So the movie was funny.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
All right.
I got one that we missed that is great. Cool Runnings.
Oh yeah.
The Jamaican bobsled team. That's a
Jamaica
great
man.
movie.
Oh yeah.
Feel the rhythm. Feel the ride. Get on up. It's bobsled time. I thought Ali with Will Smith was pretty good.
Yes, that was a damn good movie. Will played his ass off in that one.
Yo, the scene where he's dead broke and on the subway, like the above ground subway in New York, is just like, God, how did it get like this? You know what I mean?
Man. You know what? It's like it's just you know. I was while Terry. Somebody sent me this picture that Terry Crews had drawn for me,
Yeah.
and I sent it to Terry, and I say a young T. Cruz, and he was like, "Man, I haven't seen that picture in all these years, man." And he told his story in his post, and I told him, I say, people always see the success, they never see the struggle, and I think a lot of these movies we named, if we think about most of them, that was some struggle in there where people had to overcome something for the movie to make the best at the end.
Totally.
So,
Well,
you know,
I mean, be a great example of that, of just somebody having to overcome something. I just got this sent to me from Sports Grumpy. He said, best basketball movie ever, Air Bud.
Air Bud?
Yeah, you don't remember Air Bud?
No.
It's about a dog that becomes a basketball player.
No, dog.
you don't remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
I'll just read you from IMDb.
I probably would have taken that completely off of my list if I was saying, no, I've never heard of this movie.
Diffident in the wake of his father's death, high schooler Josh struggles to adapt to his new home in Washington State. That all changes, however, when he signs up to be the school basketball team's manager and discovers that his pet dog, Bud, a stray golden retriever he took in, can play the sport amazingly well. After Bud joins the team, Josh's life brightens considerably until the dog's former owner returns in hopes of stealing the dog back. You don't remember Air Bud, B?
No, dog. No.
I can't imagine you ever watching that movie.
I don't remember.
I didn't watch it either.
I don't remember it. I don't just remember it, like previews of it or whatever. But hey, to each his own.
Nelson, what up, man? What's your movie?
Hey, how we doing, man? I got a couple.
Okay.
I got for basketball, I got Sunset Park. It was like mid-90s, Fredro Starr, Terrence Howard when he was young. It was a pretty good movie. Most sports movies got a happy ending. This one didn't really have that, that happy ending to it, but it was a dope movie for the 90s. And then for soccer, I'm a big soccer guy. I like Green Street Hooligan. That was a good one with Elijah Wood.
Green Street Hooligan, he said?
Yo.
Yeah, it's about...
Isn't that a movie about Pele that was out there too?
No, this one's about
No, not that movie, but... Yeah.
Which one? Pele?
But there's a movie about Pele, though, too, isn't it?
I'm sure there is.
Probably.
But yeah,
What
Green
is?
Street
I think my
Hooligans is
daughters just watched that. What is Green Street Hooligans? Texas?
It's about West Ham United, the soccer hooligans.
We gotta watch
out there starting stuff. I don't think the kids would have watched it.
Yeah, my kids didn't watch that. All right, thanks for the call, Nelson. Appreciate you, bud.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
All right, bro.
Another good '90s movie was Blue Chips. With Shaq was in it. I think Penny Hardaway. It was kind of bad, but also kind of good, if that makes sense. I enjoyed it. We got a ton of callers on this, so I'm gonna keep it going. Craig is in Bowie. Craig, best sports movie.
Hey, how you guys doing? I don't know if it's the best, but how about The Replacements?
Oh, I love The Replacements.
Yep.
Wasn't that about the Washington Redskins?
Yeah, it was supposed to be about the '87 team that the replacement players during the strike went undefeated and played so well. One of my favorite all-time speeches, Keanu Reeves in the huddle. Pain heals, chicks dig scars, but glory lasts forever. I mean, can't say it better
that
than
was
that.
Great.
Good call. Thanks,
Great.
Craig.
Love the show. Thank you.
Appreciate you, bro. Josh is in D.C. Josh, what's your movie, dude?
Okay, I'm gonna go back. I don't know if y'all remember, but The Sixth Man with Marlon Wayans.
No.
Anybody remember that?
I remember hearing about it. I didn't watch it though.
I don't remember
it was about it was about him and his brother played for the Huskies, and his brother passed away because he was hanging on the rim, and he fell and he passed away. And then when Marlon was on the team, his brother's ghost was helping them be good. You know what I mean? Like manipulating the basketball as a ghost, the sixth man. And the Sandlot, I was going to say the Sandlot, that's a 4th of July movie, so that's like perfect.
Sandlot is good. I think my kids would enjoy that. Yo, what's my man's name? Squints makes out with Wendy Peppercorn, pretends to be drowning. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you, man.
All
right,
long
B.
shot. That's another one. The long shot.
What's that one?
I don't know. Ben just texted to me.
So if anybody texts B Mitch a movie right now, he's gonna say it on air.
I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna say who told me.
I hope nobody. What?
So Ben, tell us what the movie's about because you can't play golf. I know that's it.
I hope
it
nobody.
May be a golf thing.
I hope nobody texts you about your friend Debbie down in Dallas. I know you like that movie.
I know that's not a sports movie, but then again, it could be a sports
It's
movie.
a lot of effort.
Could have been a
A
sports
lot of
movie.
sweating.
Yeah. Had to overcome stuff.
I'll let you rule on this, B. Now, this dude is a good listener, Mark Henning. He always tweets in about the show.
Well, Mark.
Molly's Game. I don't know if you saw that. It's about poker, but it's pretty damn good.
It's about poker and sports.
Okay. There you have it. Molly's Game counts.
Yeah.
Let's go to Britton in Fort Washington. What's up, Britt?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
I'm pretty mad because the last caller and just took my movie. I wanted to talk. I specifically called in for The Sixth Man because I was like, how hasn't nobody said The Sixth Man yet? But he beat me to the punch. But I'm also surprised that no one has said the Water Boy.
Oh,
that's a good call. Water Boy.
Water Boy was a great movie.
Mama
Remember
say,
when Bobby Boucher came in at halftime and the Mud Dogs won the bowl? Do you? Do you? You guys, it's like, come on, guys.
Why crocodile so honorable?
Absolutely, guys. Talk to you later.
All right.
They got all them teeth, no toothbrush.
All right. B, I'm going to read you the plot to a movie, and then you can decide if you think it's good or not.
Uh-huh.
Mike and Jimmy are disconsolate after watching their favorite team, the Boston Celtics, lose a game in the NBA Finals. They hatch a far-fetched scheme to sabotage Lewis Scott, the star of the opposing team, who is known for his love of nightlife, by getting him very drunk and thus too hungover to perform in the next game. After the two inadvertently kidnap the player instead, they dither about whether or not to release their hostage.
That's a strange movie.
It's called Celtic Pride, and it got a 12 out of 100 on Rotten Tomatoes.
Wow.
That might be the worst sports movie. That could be a
Okay.
different category.
Well, if somebody thinks like that, they could like it. Landfill, you can say this over the air. You say text me anything, and I'll say it. So Landfill, text me.
Yeah, I texted you, B, so you could say it.
Angels in the outfield.
Great
film.
movie.
I'll provide zero context, but I will tell you that B. Mitch brought up that movie during Cody's wedding.
Wow.
Did I?
Yeah.
Wow.
Remember when Cody's father-in-law came up with the category and Cody was like, I got nothing? Remember that?
Yeah.
That was your answer. Anyway.
No, what was my answer? I didn't say nothing about angels in the outfield. Oh, Debbie, you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about Debbie.
Oh, yeah.
Emil is in Alexandria. Emil, what's your favorite sports movie?
Yeah, what up, JP? What up, B. Mitch?
What up?
So my favorite sports movie was Rudy, and I got a fun fact about that. I was a student at Notre Dame when they filmed it. I think I was a sophomore, and we knew that there was like this big kind of low budget film coming in. We were like, whatever is going on. They're just like just setting up on our campus, but they were looking for extras. So me and my buddies, we all went up to see if we can get in the movie. We got like, so I'm in like 2 or 3 scenes of the movie.
Oh, really?
Of course, I'm in the football scenes, where like we were playing, I think Georgia Tech at the time, and during halftime, they changed the scoreboard to like a different team, and the whole all the actors came in to like reenact that, that famous scene of Rudy. But I'm also like in the dining hall scene, and there's like a couple scenes on the quad where we're like, me and my roommates are like throwing around a football. So
that's awesome, man.
That movie it's like, I love watching it because the campus has changed so much since then. It's been over 20 years. But if I ever want to like a time capsule of what it looked like when I was there, I just watched the movie.
That's dope, man. I'm glad you get to enjoy that. Take care.
Yeah,
Happy 4th of July.
Yeah, you too.
Oh, back to that movie. That name is not Long Shot, it's Long Game. But after I just read about it, it's 5 Mexican American guys that were caddies who wanted to learn how to play golf, so they created their own golf course, and they ended up winning the 1957 Texas State High School Golf Championship.
That's cool.
So I would like, I'm gonna have to go look that up.
It's on Netflix.
It is?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna check that out. You talk about some damn determination. Oh, I want to learn the game of golf. They ain't go buy golf clubs. They built a whole damn golf course.
I read this thing about Seve Ballesteros, who I don't know a ton about. Obviously, he's an all-time great golfer.
Mm-hmm.
He grew up in like a small fishing village in the north of Spain, and they had no money, basically, it sounds like. And he would make his own golf clubs out of sticks. He would find old like heads of golf clubs, make his own stick club out of a stick, and then he just went around and found rocks that were about the size of a golf ball, and that's how he learned to play.
Well, I tell you, like I said, he damn sure learned. Seve was good, dog.
Right. Whereas I have clubs and balls and stink. So
And how about what's called that never took lessons, and he's real good too.
Bubba?
No, not Bubba.
I've heard the
old school.
Trevino.
Yeah, Lee Trevino.
I've heard the greatest
And
game.
you take lessons, and damn, you suck.
I haven't taken a lesson in a while.
I'm
Maybe I
messing
need
with
to.
you. I'm messing with you.
I mean, I'm playing this afternoon, B. We'll
You
see.
playing better, dog. You playing.
I was playing better. I no longer am, but there was a period of time I was.
Am I your whenever time you get around me, you just go the other way for me for some.
I played well on the front the last. No,
You
Kinlock, I did not
you
play
played
well.
very good when we played golf in
at Congressional.
when it was 116 degrees.
Yo, I just need to move to Arizona. That's the best place for my golf game. Shout out to Bill Strang. If you're listening,
Strang.
I'm going to move into your guest house. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. 70 minutes till vacation, B. We're going to make it. We got a S-ton of callers. We're talking best sports movies ever.
I got all my sisters and me.
Let's go to Dean. Dino, what's your favorite sports movie?
Hey guys, I think the movie that B was talking about before with Pele was called Victory. That's it. That's it. I think I want to mention The Longest Yard because I think it's probably one of the first sports movies made.
Yeah,
it's an absolute classic, man. You talking about the Burt Reynolds, the original?
Yeah, the original, yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's great. When Burt takes down the secretary in her office.
You just forgot about the sports, huh, Jay?
I remember all of it, B. I remember every little thing.
Even the game at the end is like really good. I mean, it's like classic football.
It is. Yeah. It is. You know what's crazy that you bring up Longest Yard, Dean? I just finished this show last night called The Offer, which is on Paramount Plus, and it's about the making of The Godfather. And the dude that was the producer of The Godfather, his name is Ruddy. He wins Best Picture. He becomes an Oscar winner. Like, he's a super huge deal. And at least the way this show goes, he gets off of Godfather 2. He doesn't make Godfather 2 so he could make The Longest Yard because he didn't want to lose Burt Reynolds as an actor.
Wow.
That's cool.
Isn't that crazy, man?
That's crazy.
All right. Appreciate the call, Dean. Thanks, bud.
I did.
I wonder, like, how many sports movies impact, like, when you watch them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you talk about Brian Piccolo, Brian's song, because you were a kid.
Yeah.
For me, White Men Can't Jump, I wasn't necessarily a kid. I was like 11 or 12 probably. But it was such a cultural moment in, like, the early 90s.
You were 11 or 12?
I think so.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right?
I was in the league.
What's the lady's name in White Man Can't Jump? Perez, Rosie Perez.
Rosie.
I tell you what didn't hurt.
Rosie still look good, dog.
Yeah. What also didn't hurt for 12, 13-year-old JP in that movie was Rosie Perez.
Yeah.
and perhaps
Rosie still look good.
Yeah, for sure. But I do think when you I think people get attached to movies, music, all of that stuff when you're young. B, I can also report with certainty that if you Google Rosie Perez in White Men Can't Jump, you get some serious results back on your computer.
I'm gonna do it on my phone.
Yeah, don't do it with the grandbabies around. John is in Warrington. Jonathan, what's up, dude?
Hey guys, how you doing?
How you doing, man?
Good. I got to go with my man Ricky Bobby and Talladega Nights.
Oh hell!
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
That's a great movie.
Hello, Rosie.
Oh. That is really, really good. Good call, John. That's a left hand up. We missed that one.
Appreciate you, Dan.
Thanks, dude. Have a great 4th.
You too. Thanks, guys.
All right.
What's a good-looking woman?
Yeah. Wes is in Alexandria.
That I do.
What up, Wes?
Hey guys. Hey, there's 3 burners I've got that you guys have missed. So definitely we talking about Space Jam. Come on, that's
Space Jam.
No one said that. That's unbelievable. But then my girl right here sitting next to me, she's my wife, Coach Carter. Come on.
We did talk about Coach Carter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I never mind. My bad about that. My bad.
We didn't talk about Space Jam.
Cool Running. That's another one.
Yeah, we talked about Cool Running. We did.
Cool Running is phenomenal.
Yeah, we like Cool Running.
All right, but definitely Space Jam. Y'all have a good one. Thanks for taking my call.
I gotta say, I love Space Jam.
And
I just read that. Okay.
It's gotta be Mercury.
I would love Space Jam too.
Thanks for the call, Wes. Shout out to United Artists Movie Theater on Wisconsin Avenue in Bethesda. Good times, baby. Good times. We come back, we're talking baseball. Then it's all phones to end the show. 1 hour till vacation, folks.
Let's get it.
This sports update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. Cleveland Guardians starting pitcher Luis Ortiz has been placed on paid leave. The investigation, we have some clarification now, is related to gambling, according to an Athletic report that was just posted. Ortiz was scheduled to start the Guardians game tonight against the Cubs. Major League Baseball does allow players to legally gamble on sports, but they can't bet on any diamond sports, which means no gambling on baseball or softball at any level. We have no clarification yet on whether or not Ortiz was betting on baseball, whether it was on other sports, but we do know the Athletic is reporting that it is related to gambling. Speaking of baseball, Jacob Wilson is the lone rookie in either league to be voted into the starting lineup for the All-Star Game, which is in Atlanta on July 15th. He is the first rookie shortstop to win an All-Star fan selection, the second to start an All-Star game. Ron Hansen of the Baltimore Orioles did it in 1960. No Nats were named to the starting lineup, and I hate to say robbed, but, well, James Wood was absolutely robbed and should be a starter in the NL outfield. Instead, we will have Pete Crow Armstrong, Ronald Acuna Jr., and Kyle Tucker. Don't get me wrong, Pete Crow Armstrong is really good, but Acuna missed the first 7 weeks of the season. How has James Wood's production not matched his? Whatever. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is your answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, know more. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, and less than an hour until vacation. Joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline is our friend, Mr. Mark Zuckerman from Masson Sports. Zuck, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Mark?
Things are good, man. I want to start with the question I think a lot of Nats fans are asking. Why didn't James Wood get named to the All-Star starters?
Well, how much time you got?
Plenty. 57 minutes.
I think it boils down to two factors, and it's not necessarily unique to James Wood or the current situation. But historically, Nats players have not received the same kind of voting that teams from other larger markets maybe get, and that's perhaps a reflection of the fan base here in some way, or the team maybe not doing a better job of trying to market the players to get more people to vote for them. So I think that's part of the equation. And then the second part of it is obviously the team itself not being as good and having not been good for a while and really not having a big national profile at the moment. Probably has a lot of people around the country. Maybe they've heard of James Wood, but don't quite appreciate or realize just how good he's been. I mean, based on the stats, yeah, he probably should be a starter. But I mean, you look at the guys who are getting voted in, they're coming from big markets and, more importantly, teams that are pretty successful. And I think that's what stands out more than anything. I mean, even in their history, even when the Nats have been very good, they've had a handful of players voted in, but generally the All-Stars they've had have been selected as backups because they earned it on merit, not necessarily because of popularity.
Is he going to participate in anything there? I know sometimes you get a little peed off and you don't want to go, but home run derby?
Yeah, we're still waiting to hear. I don't know that he has officially been invited yet. I don't know why MLB wouldn't invite him because he'd be a great candidate for it. He's kind of shrugged it off so far. Any questions has come up about it and said he wasn't sure. I feel like if they invite him, he's going to say yes, because that is an opportunity to put yourself on the national stage. And for the rest of the world who maybe hasn't seen him yet, to see a 22-year-old who's 6'7" and hits the ball to all fields. You know, usually in a home run derby, you're talking about the guys who pull the ball into the third deck down the line. What you're going to see with James, if he does participate in this, is a whole lot of drives to left center field and straightaway center field, because that's his natural stroke. And I think that will probably turn some heads from people who, again, maybe have not fully appreciated what he's done so far this year. So I feel like deep down he wouldn't say no to that opportunity, but we have not heard officially yet if that will happen.
He's also such a chill dude that he might not be being chill about the home run thing. He's just actually, okay, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Like, do you think that's his mindset?
Yeah, I think a little bit. He doesn't get real high or low on anything. It's going to be fascinating someday, God willing, if this team wins and we see what he's like in like a celebration situation. Is he the type to jump up and down and go crazy, or is he just going to kind of have that same, hey, that's cool, whatever kind of demeanor, which that's fine. That's who he is. You know, you can't turn somebody into something that they're not. But I think just knowing him a little bit, I think he does appreciate the significance of the Derby and the guys who've been in it before and knows what it could mean for him. And, you know, maybe he doesn't absolutely need this for his own personal satisfaction. But I think he does appreciate the idea. You know, like when we told him last week that he had been the first guy to intentionally walk 4 times in the game since Barry Bonds, like his eyes lit up. That meant something to him. So I think he does appreciate, you know, being included in that kind of elite company that you'd be in if you're in the home run derby.
He'd be a little bit like JP and I, you know, don't react to anything.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, you guys have no egos, no opinions on anything, right?
All right. But also, let's be clear, he could still get in, right? Like, there's going to be a deep bench of all-star reserves that he more than likely will still get in, right?
Oh, yeah, no, I think he's almost a lock for that. And I think there's a good chance C.J. Abrams goes as well, and maybe Mackenzie Gore. I mean, it's tough, again, on a losing team to get, you know, multiple players, let alone 3. But I think there's a strong case for all 3. But I think James, out of all 3 of them, is as close to a lock as you're going to get.
I think in all sports, though, when you're on a team that's not winning, it's hard for guys to really vote you in. Although you're having a great year, they're like, look at the team he's on. You know, especially as a starter.
And yet, you know what? The Sacramento Athletics got a rookie shortstop voted in, Jacob Wilson. He's having a great year, but that one kind of came out of nowhere. And so it is possible, but you're right. In general, the starters are coming from either the teams that are having really good seasons or the teams that are coming from big markets like New York, Chicago, LA, et cetera.
It's kind of silly, and there's obviously lots of hurdles to it, but like DC should be a big market team, and I hope that changes over time. Talking with our friend Mark Zuckerman here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the best HVAC products in the DMV, and Zuck is the absolute best covering the Nationals in the DMV. Been doing it at a really high level for a really long time. You can follow Mark at Mark Zuckerman on Twitter, just like I do. And you had an article for Masson Sports talking about what a win last night's game was for Washington. Specifically, the Gore showed some real grit. I think he went well over 100 pitches, and the team had a big comeback against the best team in the American League. Just kind of relive last night's game for those that didn't watch it, and maybe the kind of grit it showed for this Nats team.
Yeah, so I mean, it was a long day and night of baseball, and they got blown out in the opener of the doubleheader, 11-2. And you go into the nightcap, and you're saying, all right, you got your ace on the mound, Mackenzie Gore. And the Tigers made them work. And the Tigers are very good, and what I was impressed from them is just how good and quality the at-bats are they put together. And so 4 innings in, even though Gore had only allowed 1 run, his pitch count is up to 90. You're thinking to yourself, okay, well, maybe you get him through the 5th, but that's probably going to be it. He ends up having a quick 5th inning on only 8 pitches. You say, all right, well, good job. You got through 5 on 98. Let's go to the bullpen. And no, he went back to the dugout, and he said to Davey Martinez, I've got some more in me. Like, let's go batter to batter. I want to go back out there. And I think understanding the situation, you're in the second game of a doubleheader where you've already had to use up a bunch of relievers in the first game, and you want to give everything you can for your team. And he felt like he had more in him. Now, he only retired 1 of the 3 batters he faced in the 6th inning, so it's not like it exactly worked out. But I thought it was notable how much Davey afterwards was really complimenting him for that, and kind of a step forward moment from someone who wants to be the ace of this team. To say, yeah, I'm going to go 111 pitches tonight. It's, I think, tied for the most he's ever thrown. And even if the result wasn't 100% what you wanted, I think the attitude behind it, set a tone for everyone else. So they end up down 4-3 going into the 8th, and you're thinking they're going to get swept in this doubleheader. It's going to be an awful day. And they strung together just some incredible at-bats. 5 straight guys reached in the 8th inning. They scored 6 runs. They end up winning 9-4. Jacob Young makes a tremendous leaping catch over the wall in the top of the 9th. And just the emotional difference between coming back to win that game and splitting the doubleheader versus getting swept, I think that's significant. I mean, we'll see. Who knows what happens tonight and moving forward. But it felt like, at least within the clubhouse, that was a very important win for a team that kind of needed one.
Where is McKenzie from?
He's from North Carolina, small town in North Carolina.
Yeah. See, I just like people with that mindset, like, hey, no, coach, I can go some more, because the typical person his age would coach say, come out, oh, yeah, all right, good. They have everything they want. They won't go back in the game. So I like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is it's a sign of who he wants to be. And, I don't know that earlier this year or certainly last year that he goes into the dugout and has that same answer for his manager. And I, when I was telling that Davey said, like, Davey wasn't just going to decide to send him back out there on his own. He wants to hear it from the pitcher. And he's managed enough of these guys over the years, and I'm thinking of Max Scherzer in particular, to know when a guy is truly invested in it and, yes, I've got this, versus, yeah, I think I can get through this. And there was a difference last night. He saw conviction, I think, in Gore's eyes and in his words. And that's what you want from somebody who's supposed to be your ace moving forward. And, whether it worked or not last night, you hope that down the road, that kind of thing sticks with you. And maybe there is a really big game at some point in his future where the fact that he's already shown that he can do this, makes it a little easier to make that decision, and he comes out and gets the job done.
Talking with our friend Mark Zuckerman here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Mark at Mark Zuckerman, and you can check out the Nats Chat podcast. Zuck, I actually saw Shovers over the weekend at Amanda Zimmer's wedding. It was great to see Tim. It had been a long time, and he was saying how great the podcast is going. So I'm happy for you, man.
I appreciate that. It's been a lot of fun, and we've developed a really loyal audience, despite of the fact that the team has not had a winning record yet since we started doing it. But it's been a lot of fun, and just like you go on the road, we were just in Anaheim over the weekend, and there's a fan there in a Nats Chat t-shirt that wanted to say hi. So it's been really cool to see that connection we've made with fans.
That's awesome, man. That was like when we first launched Redskins Talk way back, not a lot of wins, but people love these teams and will listen if you give them a consistently good product. One of my favorite games of the year, I love that the Nats have like a thing, right? I love the 11 a.m. start on the 4th of July in DC. I recognize that might be different for you. That's probably a pretty early morning, and you got to work a game late tonight. How do the players and the staff react to that 11 a.m. 4th of July game?
I think most look at it this way, and it's honestly the way I look at it too. Everything pregame up to the first pitch is really annoying, and you're like, what are we doing here already? And it's such a mad scramble to try to get ready for a game that starts at 11:05. And then once the game starts, you're like, this is the greatest thing ever, because you're the only team playing, at that hour. It's the 4th of July. There's always a good crowd on hand. It's going to be the Red Sox this year, so that's, going to add some excitement to it. And then the game is over at like 1:30, maybe 2 o'clock at the latest. And now you got the rest of your afternoon and evening to actually celebrate the 4th of July with your family. So I actually love that game. Tomorrow morning is rough. It always is. But I know the fans have grown to love it. It's become a great tradition over the years. I mean, the idea behind it originally, and it's been, at least 15 years, I think, since they started doing it. The idea was just for traffic purposes to try to clear everyone out before people are coming back into the city for the fireworks. But what they found out was that fans really do like it, and they may draw better as a result because, hey, I can go to a ball game and still have the rest of my 4th of July. And so I think it's sort of organically turned into this great tradition that they've started.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's awesome. And do they do fireworks tonight?
Say what?
Do they do fireworks tonight?
Yeah, and then they always do fireworks on July 3rd, and so you get kind of the best of both worlds if you go to both games.
I like all the games when you're the only show in town. I mean, it may be weird. The time is start 11 o'clock, Monday Night Football, whatever. But if you're the only show in town, that's when you get to show people what you're about.
100%, and it's the one game a year that the Nationals kind of request of MLB, and they're given the right to do that. Most teams can't say, hey, I want to be home every year on a certain day, July 4th, but they have approval for that, just like the Red Sox have Patriots Day on the day of the marathon, and there's a couple others around the sport, but it's really become a cool thing that's developed. And
like
there aren't a lot of things that you can say the Nationals have that's unique to them. This one's definitely one of them.
Yeah, it's really cool. I enjoy it. I imagine, especially with the Red Sox tomorrow, that thing might be sold out, or I mean, you got to be talking 30,000 in there for sure.
Yeah, I hope so. I have not seen the attendance numbers yet or anything. Obviously, the Red Sox always draw. I know a lot of people here locally leave town this week, so maybe you won't have as many Nats fans in attendance.
True, yeah.
But I think it should be a good crowd, and yeah, you're going to hear the "Let's Go Red Sox" chants, and it's going to be annoying. But maybe the Nats can win the game and shut them all up.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
That would be fun.
And I mean, for all the Red Sox fans that'll be there, you're under 500, so shut up yourselves. You can pass that message along for me, Zuck.
Yeah, I'll make sure I do that. Yeah.
So, Mark, being this time of year, I don't know if you've been seeing it, but like, there's been a ton of people have been ranking movies for whatever reason. So for us, we've just been talking about the best sports movies ever. And I know you're a baseball guy, and there's a lot of great baseball games. I'm curious what you would say, or you don't have to rank them, but just some of your favorite sports movies ever.
Yeah, it's hard for me because I got a bunch of them. But for baseball movies, the two that I've always had, Field of Dreams, and I'm first to admit I can't watch the final scene of Field of Dreams without tearing up. It's impossible for me not to do that.
You and JP.
But I get why there are people who don't feel that way about it, and that's fine. You either absolutely adore it or you think it's hokey. That's fine, whatever. Field of Dreams and The Natural are the two baseball movies that I kind of grew up with. But I love other sports movies. I love Hoosiers. I love Miracle. I think is great. Obviously, like, Rocky, you can't go wrong with something like that. I think those are the main ones that stand out to me. Years ago, I wrote actually an article not about the best sports movies, but about the worst sports movies. There's so many bad ones that like take the same cliches and just run them into the ground. And so I appreciate any time. You know what? Maybe you, B. Mitch, especially this too. I appreciate any sports movie in which you can tell that the players look like they can actually play. And there's nothing more annoying than Keanu Reeves in The Replacements, like heaving a football 50 yards down the field while throwing off the wrong leg and across his body and everything else that goes with it. Those are the kind of things that drive me nuts. I appreciate when you watch a sports movie and it looks authentic. And that's why I love Hoosiers. I love Hoosiers and I love Miracle because they used real athletes, real basketball players, real hockey players to make those movies.
I totally agree, dude. And what's funny is perhaps my favorite sports movie ever is White Men Can't Jump. And when you watch it, you can tell Woody Harrelson actually has some game. Wesley Snipes,
a lot.
Wesley Snipes has no idea how to play basketball. He can't dribble, dude. He dribbles up by his ear the whole movie.
Well, carrying is legal in the NBA.
Yes, Wesley invented it. What else made your bad sports movie list?
Oh God, I'm trying to remember. It's been a long time since I wrote it, but there's a lot of the Bad News Bears is an all-time great, but there have been so many since who've tried to copy that formula of like the ragtag team with the down on his luck coach who's going to help them out, and they're never as good as the original. So that kind of thing for sure. Anything where like it's clear that like the premise or like the action in the game, like that could never happen for real. I'm it's a tough one for me. Moneyball is a great movie, but as somebody who has covered baseball at that time and even like covered a few of those games and kind of knows something about it, all I do is pick up on the imperfections of it, unfortunately.
Sure.
I guess it's like a doctor watching ER or something like that. Like you can't help yourself. So that kind of stuff annoys me, but it is a great movie. So I give that a pass. But I think for the most part, just anything that comes across as inauthentic, I think.
I think that's fair. I'm curious, forgive me, I don't remember how old your son is. I'm guessing he's like 14-ish. Is that about right?
He'll turn 14 later this summer. Good call.
Damn, that was pretty good. What sports movies do you watch with him that you've enjoyed?
That's been fun as he gets older to start to show him like the classics, like, Field of Dreams and The Natural and all that. I'm trying to think of the other ones. He loved Miracle. wasn't as into Hoosiers and The Natural. Like I think those were a little slow for him. You realize some of the older movies are a little slow. I think he likes anything that's like a little more fast paced. Certainly, and any movies involving kids playing sports, that kind of stuff. But I'll have to ask him. I'm trying to think what his favorite sports movie is. It might be Miracle. I think he really enjoyed that one.
Miracle. Sadly, I've never seen it sit down start to finish. Left hand up. That's a hole in my resume. But the speech, the speech in the locker room is all time, and they play it at Caps games all the time.
It's fantastic, and he did a great job as Herb Brooks in that movie.
So, do you get to, because the game's at 11? I mean, games go so fast now. Say the game's over by 1:30 or so, maybe 2:00. Do you get to enjoy your 4th of July? Like, hopefully, you're done by 3:30, 4:00.
Yeah, 100%. That's why I love it. I meet up with the family. We get together with my wife's family at my sister-in-law's house. We do the cookout and enjoy, what's supposed to be a really nice day tomorrow weather-wise. So that's why I love it, because it's pretty rare with my job to have a day where you can both work a full day and actually spend time with your family. So that's why I love the 11 o'clock start.
Enjoy it, man.
Once a year, absolutely.
Have a very happy 4th of July, man. Nothing more
Yeah,
American
Mark,
than a
enjoy
baseball
yourself,
game.
bro.
You got it. You too. Take care, guys.
Thank you, Mark. The great Mark Zuckerman joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Give him a follow at Mark Zuckerman and check out the Nats Chat podcast. Phone lines are back open. 800-636-1067. Fill them up, Strober. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Dallas Mavericks assistant Jared Dudley is finalizing a deal to become the top assistant coach with the Nuggets. Dudley has been with the Mavs staff since 2021 after a 14-year NBA career. The Mavericks and head coach Jason Kidd have now lost 3 key assistants to elevated roles with other teams. Speaking of the NBA, it's been nearly 2 weeks since the Kevin Durant trade first broke, but it hasn't been officially announced yet. Why is that? Well, according to The Athletic, the Kevin Durant trade has a chance to make NBA history as the Rockets and Suns are working to expand the deal to include a record 7 teams. This would include the Hawks, Lakers, Timberwolves, Nets, Warriors, the Suns, and the Rockets. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
My generation. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. 29 minutes, B.
Yeah.
Phone lines are packed. I think it's movie related. But my boy Chris Kerwin just texted me. I want to be sure Kerwin hears me. We mentioned Slapshot. It's an all-time great. I made a point of watching it. I think when Maxim was a big thing, Maxim rated Slapshot the greatest sports movie ever. And we watched it at my boy Trip Pierce's house, and it was good.
Yep.
All right. So, Kerwin, I hope you're satisfied.
Yeah, Kerwin.
Is this a text from Mark? All right. So Mark Zuckerman just texted in. He said, if it's not too late, tell the guys my son says his favorite sports movies are Miracle, Mighty Ducks, and Rookie of the Year.
All right.
Rookie of the Year is great. You ever seen that, B?
Yeah.
Where the kid like breaks his arm and then all of a sudden he just throws gas. I believe it's Ryan Zuckerman. So shout out to Ryan's list.
When you break your arm, something special happens, dog.
B, I broke my arm twice as a little boy. My elbow once and my wrist once, and I never became a major league pitcher. So.
You were never good at sports, though.
Yeah, I mean, not going to argue with you. I did lead the country in 3-point shooting percent.
Oh, yeah, for one game.
No.
You shot one. Yeah, you were 1 for 1.
But it was multiple games. I only got one shot. Tischler texts in. Mitch Tischler says Cinderella Man is a top 5 sports movie. I don't think I've ever seen that. Is that Russell Crowe as a boxer?
I never saw that.
I think I would like that. I like Russell Crowe. I like boxing. We have a number of callers on the line. A lot of them are from Accokeek. Let's start with Tony in Accokeek. Tony, what up, dude?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing, man?
We're good, man. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm gonna go on old school, and I'm going black movie. Bingo Long, Traveling All-Stars.
You know what? I saw that earlier.
And Richard Pryor in Grease Lightning, the first black man to ever win a NASCAR race.
All right.
I kind of want to see that.
Yeah, no,
Richard Pryor, NASCAR.
I think I saw that before. I wasn't very old then.
What's it called?
Well,
Grease
it
Lightning?
came out. I'm not too much. You know, I know you 42. So if you 42, Brian, then I'm 38. So
we all lie about our age.
If B's 42, I'm 25. If B's 42, I'm back in the theater watching Space Jam.
Well, I'll just tell you what I don't know what y'all talking about, but I'm telling you what I feel like. That's what I'm saying.
I definitely, thanks, Tony. Happy 4th of July. I definitely think B feels younger than
I feel like I'm 45. I'll be 42.
Let's go to Kurt in Ashburn. What's up, Kurt?
Greetings, Kent.
What's up, man?
You know, you talk about using real players. How many people remember the Slapshot that Bruce Boudreaux was in that movie?
Bruce Boudreaux was in that movie?
In it?
Yeah. Yes, he was.
Wow.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That was my favorite. My most poignant movie I've ever seen is Bang the Drum Slowly, about the baseball player with a fatal disease. But if I can, real quick about Philadelphia, you're talking about JP about feeling threatened.
Sure.
I was stationed up there in the early '70s at the Philadelphia Navy Yard, and when we came back and it was all over, I talked to friends came back from Nam and said, "Man, I'm glad you're back. You were really in a bad situation there." But I wasn't that much better off. I was in South Philly.
Man, that's a tough man's town. Thank you, Kurt. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, now they compare bid in Philly like bid in war. Damn.
Like Fallujah. All right. Tammy.
Hey, Tammy. How you doing?
Hey, gentlemen. I'm doing good this afternoon. I just called. I have an old school, and you all are probably too young to remember this movie. It's Cornbread Earl and Me.
Now, I know of the movie.
1975.
I was born. I was 7.
It's Lawrence Fishburne is a teenager in that movie.
Huh.
And it actually had Keith Wilkins playing the basketball player. And my other movie that I enjoyed was The Legend of Bagger Vance.
That's a good movie.
That's a good movie.
I like that one.
Golf movie.
Thanks for the call, Tammy. Appreciate you. Have a great 4th of July.
Have a good 4th, gentlemen.
All right. And then Scotty just sent us in Bruce's Million. That was another Richard Pryor movie.
Oh, yeah, where he's got to spend $1 million. But is that a sports movie? I guess he's wearing a Cubs jersey, right?
Well, it's Scotty, dog.
Here's a question for all the boys and Tammy and all the ladies and all the humans. Is Jerry Maguire a sports movie?
It was an agent dealing with stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So I would say yes.
Okay. Larry is in La Plata. Jerry Maguire is a really good movie then, if we're counting it as a sports movie.
Hell yeah.
Larry, what up, dude?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I'm just catching up now. Did y'all talk about Rudy and how the high point of the movie, the last 30 minutes, is a total fabrication?
Yeah, but it's a movie, dog. Like it.
Most movies are
I know, but
fabrications.
they make it out to be real. Again, there was something that came out the other day. Dan Devine actually loved Rudy, would single him out in front of the whole team and saying, "I wish half of you had his heart." Dan Devine was the one who decided to give him a jersey and let him play in the last game. And Dan Devine almost got him in the game in the third quarter on offense, but he couldn't find a place for him. So Devine brings his kids to the premiere. He's made out to be Hannibal Lecter, and his kids and his grandkids are leaving crying. And the author sort of went, "Oh, well, made a pretty good movie, though, didn't it?" So
Wow.
I can't cotton to Rudy being such a total fabrication. But one baseball movie to highlight is The Rookie with Dennis Quaid, where he's the high school
He's the
teacher
old
and
dad,
coach.
yeah.
Yeah, and goes to play with the Florida Marlins at the age of 37. Have a great weekend, fellas.
You
All right,
too,
man.
buddy.
You too,
Happy
brother.
4th of July.
Take care of yourself.
Landfill. Larry's mad about Rudy. He's definitely the kid that calls the cops on high school kids drinking beer, right?
Well, he just knows the truth, man.
He's the guy who says, "Teacher, you didn't assign us homework."
He better not be.
JR is in Maryland. What up, JR?
What's going on, sir? How y'all
What's
doing?
up, brother? How you
We're
doing,
good,
man?
dude.
Any Given Sunday with Al Pacino, LL Cool J, and Jamie Foxx.
It's a good one.
Good movie.
Yo, LL plays the dude that's supposed to be like Ricky Waters, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. B, did you ever interact with Ricky Waters?
Yeah.
Was he a challenge as he's described to be?
Nah, Rick was cool with me. I mean, Rick lives right on the golf course in Orlando.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, he and Neil sat in his yard and drank beer, and they made a beer castle on the front of his truck.
I like it. We need to go see Neil. We're overdue.
Yeah, he keeps calling. He says JP doesn't like him.
That's not true. My boy Troy texted me. Moneyball, we've talked about at length. Moneyball's a very good movie.
Yeah.
I watched this probably on a plane. Have you seen Ford versus Ferrari, B?
No, I never saw it. I was about to watch it one day, and when I woke up, we were landing.
It's really good. I mean,
I pulled it up, fell asleep, and woke up as we landed.
if I could sleep on planes the way you and Mitch Tischler can sleep on planes,
Man,
I
just
bet I
close your eyes.
wouldn't watch
You're
any
too
movie.
busy trying to find a movie to cry about.
Give him something to cry about. Thank you, JR. Appreciate it, buddy. I'm trying to just go in chronological order. Vic is in Akakeek. Vic, what you got?
What's up, y'all?
How you doing?
I'm good. So Rocky IV, I saw that when I was 5, and I fell in love with boxing. I fell in love with Rocky. I felt like it was and just considering all I've watched all my life, it was the realest sports movie I've ever saw because it encompassed so many things with life. But before I go, I expand this topic a little bit. The greatest sports performance in any sports movie I've ever saw.
O.J. Simpson, Naked Gun.
No. Above the rim, Leon and Shep. He scored 30 points in 30 plus points in less than 2 minutes. He had 3 steals and he had the game-winning assist.
And he was wearing a suit. Was that when he was wearing a suit too?
Hold on.
He was wearing corduroy pants and Chucks.
That's impossible to score 30 points in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah. Above the rims basketball scenes leave some to be desired. Thank you for the call, Vic. Happy 4th of July.
Yes,
Yeah.
Raging Bull, I watched that in college. Young Robert De Niro. Boxing movie is really good. Who said that? Unknown Zach Man said that. All right. Who's been on longest? Austin is down in Raleigh. Austin, what you
up,
got?
Austin?
How's it going, boys? Love the show.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
So a sneaky good movie is called Facing the Giants. It's a religious movie, but they've got a really good scene in there where the coach challenges the offensive lineman to bear crawl 20 yards with the water boy or the kicker on his back. And he challenges and says, "Can you do it blindfold?" And the guy says, "Yeah." And so he starts going and he starts slowing down, and the coach keeps pushing him, and he ends up bear crawling the whole field. And it's just a really good scene.
All right.
I love that. All right. You going to B. Mitch's cookout, Austin? He's in Raleigh, too.
You send me an invite, I'm there.
Thanks, buddy. Have a great 4th.
I worked there. They shot it, Bree. You just invite people.
Well, hell, B, you should go to Raleigh more often. We got another dude calling from Raleigh.
Damn.
Dave, what you got?
What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Yeah, I'm kind of a little outside of Raleigh and B. Mitch. You need to get some fresh crabs. I'll tell you where to go when you get down here, man.
I'm here now. What's the name of the place?
It's actually Clayton Seafood Market.
Clayton Seafood
They're
Market.
out there they'll be out there Saturday, Sunday.
All right.
You got to pre-order them, and the lady brings them fresh from the shore, man. My brother-in-law always hooks it up.
Clayton Seafood Market. All right,
It's in Clayton, North Carolina. I just Googled it.
There you go. And for the movie, I got to go with 42. I think it's very underrated, man, about Jackie Robinson. Had the late, great Chadwick Boseman in it. Fantastic movie, man. Made my kids watch it.
Oh, good stuff.
Good call, man. Thanks, buddy. Thank you,
Appreciate
Dave.
you, man. Clayton Seafood Market. I remember that.
All right. We have a billionaire on the line.
Oh.
Hello, Jera.
What's up, Jera?
How the hell are you, Brian and Eardrum? And hey, Walker's not there today.
Nah, you know Walker.
Nah, you know,
he's busy.
It's a
Yeah,
what's
because
called holiday tomorrow.
anybody mention North Dallas 40?
I've seen it. People have tweeted it at me, but no, I don't
They
know.
mentioned Debbie does Dallas. They didn't mention Dallas 40.
No, I was going to tell Jeff, not a 40-ounce, you dumbass. It's North Dallas 40. And everybody that wants to know why the hell I would have fired Tom Landry, watch that movie because it's based basically off of his ass. And that was a nasty SOB. No heart, no nothing. Did you watch it?
The man could coach,
Landry.
He can coach, though, bro.
Jared, thanks for the call, brother.
Tom was the
have a great
offensive
4th of July.
coordinator, the defensive coordinator, and the special teams coordinator.
That's crazy. One movie I hadn't thought of. I watched this movie called Sugar, which is a Dominican movie about baseball that's in subtitles. I think it's called like Azúcar. It is awesome.
It was called Sugar?
Yeah, but
You
it's
sure they were talking about baseball?
yeah, because they call the kid's nickname from the Dominican is Sugar because he's such a good pitcher. It's really, really good. Here's what we're going to try to do. No bets today. We're going to try to go speed round, last segment of the day. Everybody that's on hold, we're going to try to get you through. Don't go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn the root. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down your heat during vacation? You can just adjust it in mere seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Dude, you can feel the difference immediately. I can't wait, especially Lauren, of course, is having people over tomorrow. And before we got our Rude system, when we had people over in the summer, it would just get overbearingly hot. I think we'll be chilling tomorrow. Nice and easy. And it's because Rude has the variable speed compressor, and that ensures precise temperature and humidity control. That's how you keep your house cool when it's this hot. You got to keep the humidity under control. That's what a Rude system can do. But you got to tell them about the cash, too. I know you saved a bunch of federal tax credits with your Rude system, up to 2 Gs on heat pumps. More info on that, rude.com/federal incentives.
Talking about Ruud, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We got awesome breaking news right now. We asked Mark Zuckerman about this about an hour ago. James Wood is in the home run derby. That's going to be so much fun to watch that. Going to be a blast. Excited for him, excited for the Nats. That's what we all thought would happen. Aren't you fired up for that one, B? All right. B, very fired up. Larry's in Waldorf. We're going to try to end this strong. Give me your movies, quick.
What up, Larry?
All right. Real quick, the two that I have was Like Mike with Little Bow Wow.
Oh,
and
there you go.
My email. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Like Mike with Little Bow Wow is a pretty good one. And for me, my email account is True Pitt Fan. I can't miss the Fish That Saved Pittsburgh with Dr. J.
All right.
I've never seen that. Somebody else just texted me about it. Appreciate the call, Larry. Happy 4th of July. Walter's
that was my guy before Michael Jordan got in the league.
You did love Dr. J. You told me
Dr.
that.
J.
Walter, what do you got, dude?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I got two movies, The Program and Wildcats.
Both great. Yo, you know what we didn't say? What was the Thanks for the call. Happy 4th of July, Walter. What was the Keanu movie where he was a baseball coach in Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
Hardball.
Hardball was good, man. We watched that in college. Jason, you're in Rockville. Give me it. What do you got?
I had three. It's the guy stole my thunder. I got all three Wesley Snipes: Wildcats, White Man Can't Jump, and Major League.
All right.
Willie Mays Hayes.
Perez.
Willie Mays Hayes. Thank you, buddy. What was it? Hits like Mays, hits like something like that. Tom's in Herndon. Tom, what up?
How you doing, guys?
Good, buddy.
I got three. Number one is Bull Durham. 2 is Hoosiers, and 3 is The Replacements.
They're all great.
Good one.
Hard to argue. What's the Motown song they all dance to in The Replacements?
Yeah.
What song is it?
I Will Survive.
I Will Survive. There you go. Thanks, dude. Commander, go quick, buddy. Comandante Tequila. What do you got?
What I got is The Longest Yard is my favorite movie, and the star of the movie is Jera as Bruce Lee.
Thank you, buddy. Have a great 4th. Vinny in Seat Pleasant. Vinny, what do you got?
JP, you stole my thunder, bro. Come on, man. I got to go with Hardball with Keanu Reeves and Rebound with Martin Lawrence.
Okay. Thanks,
All
man.
right.
Vinny,
Good
have
stuff,
a great
man.
have a great 4th
Have
of
a
July.
great 4th.
Last call of the day. Brian is in Herndon. Brian, what do you got?
Yeah. Yes. Happy 4th of July, boys.
Same with you.
I got two bangers. Warrior with Tom Hardy and Nick Nolte. It's an amazing UFC movie. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It's about two brothers. Awesome flick. And then did anybody say He Got Game with Ray Allen and Denzel?
People have said that. Definitely a good one, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Brian. Have a
Appreciate
good 4th
you, man.
of July, man. Gladiator was another good movie. I think that was Cuba Gooding back in the 90s. All right, B. We're off, man.
All right, brother.
How long till you have a cocktail?
It'll be a while.
You got babies and stuff. Not me.
Yeah.
I got
during the breaks. I've been playing soccer with this little dude.
Oh, that's fun.
He likes to throw the ball when you kick it.
I got a 3:30 tea time, B. Over under 93.
What course you playing on?
Blue.
I'm gonna go over.
Damn. I'm gonna keep it under. I'm gonna keep it at double digits, though, right?
Please don't shoot a radio station.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show. Much love to all the Mitchell family gathered down in North Carolina. Much love to everybody that's getting ready to enjoy a 3-day weekend with their family. Enjoy the fireworks. Enjoy the food. Be safe. Have fun. Thank you to Ben Standig, Anna Spiegel, and Mark Zuckerman for joining the program.
Definitely.
Thank you to everybody that called in, everybody that listened. Happy 4th of July, my favorite holiday outside of Christmas. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thanks to the boys in the aquarium. You made it this far. B-Mitch shows you some fireworks.
This sports update is brought to you by Guerrilla Fireworks. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open. Some pretty big breaking news. James Wood just announced in an Instagram post with him and the Nationals that he will participate in the Home Run Derby. James Wood earned that coveted invite in just his first full season in the majors. He ranks 7th among all players, 5th in the National League with 22 home runs. He joins Cal Raleigh and Ronald Acuna Jr. on July 14th in Atlanta for all the fun. Wood looks to join Bryce Harper and Juan Soto as the 3rd Nationals player to win the competition. So we'll get to see James Wood slugging it down in Atlanta. And the Nationals, they're going to play their 3rd and final game of this series against the Tigers today, 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Jake Irvin on the mound for Washington. As always, you can listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan for first pitch of this final game against one of the best teams in baseball. Nationals set up a rubber match yesterday by splitting the doubleheader. Tomorrow, though, it's a quick turnaround. The Nationals start a series with the Red Sox on July 4th. That special 11:05 a.m. start time should be a really fun-filled weekend full of Nationals baseball. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and so much more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia, Guerrilla Fireworks is just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. It is July 3rd, 2025. Tomorrow, Independence Day. Everybody's going to be off, cooking out, hanging out with friends, and we will set the mood for you today as we send you into the evening in Nats baseball here on Grant and Danny at 4 o'clock. We do have tickets to see Adam Sandler when he comes to D.C. And at 5 o'clock, Jason Timpf, who covers the NBA, will be with us to discuss all of the going on in the association. Daniel, how are you?
I'm good, buddy, but look at you. You're here. You are back. You are back. We are getting Grant back. I mean, when we talked on the phone, what would that have been? Tuesday?
Tuesday morning.
Tuesday.
An update on whether or not I was going to be in.
You sounded.
Yes.
Horrendous. It's as if only your vocal cords and throat had gotten in a fist fight with a much tougher man, and you had lost.
I made the mistake of taking my kids to an indoor trampoline park for a birthday party.
There you go.
Didn't have a choice. I've sworn these off, and my wife now has this obligation we've decided as a family. The problem is she's imminently going to be giving birth. I could be running out of here Robert Griffin III style.
Seriously.
Mid-broadcast today, for all we know. So I'm not going to send her to a trampoline park with 3 children in her current state.
Mm-hmm.
Means I got to wear this one. In fact, the whole week I had jokingly made it very clear she was going to go and I wasn't going to go because I couldn't risk getting sick. But I just kept hearing my dad's voice in the back of my head like, you can't, stupid.
Right.
You've got to take them.
Come on, buddy.
And I kind of knew at the end I was going to grab the keys and drive them. But the whole point is every time I go to this place, I get sick. And then you fast forward to Monday at 1:58, right before the on-air light came on, I said to you, I got a little tingle in the throat.
I went, oh, my God.
Here we go.
And by the end of the show, you're like, hey, my ear hurts. My sinuses are inflamed, but I can't talk. Is that bad? I went, oh, yeah, I know that one.
That my back started hurting.
Yeah.
So Monday night I get home. This is how you know. Laid down in bed at about 7:15. Luckily, there was no Nats game, and I was out cold by 7:30 Monday night. Woke up Tuesday like I'd been hit by a truck. That's when you get the call.
Yeah.
I will not be there. Already was not planning on being in Wednesday. We had some family stuff we had to tend to yesterday, but I don't know that I would have been able to anyway. But yeah, all of that is in the rear view and nobody cares about any of it. You guys just want to hear about your sports stuff. So we'll get to that. But I am happy to be back, and I'm happy to let you know, Danny Rouillet, and everybody listening, that James Wood, one of the greatest Nationals of all time, is going to be slugging home runs in front of the entire world
about it
in the Home Run Derby in Atlanta, Georgia. So luckily, no one had to vote for him to get there. It was nobody's obligation to help him get there, okay? No one had to get off their ass and do anything to support the local superstar. So James Wood gets to go to the home run derby and hit home runs at Truist Park in Atlanta with the curly W on his hat. Cannot wait to see the big fella, all 6'7" of him, with that long, powerful swing, hitting bolts in Atlanta. We have seen former Nationals greats Juan Soto and Bryce Harper very recently show well in the home run derby. Harper won the thing. Did Soto win the derby? Pretty sure he did.
Did he win one?
I think he did. We've got a home run derby win out of Juan the Great. We've got a home run derby win out of Bryce Harper. Might James Wood be next? That's my question.
It'd be pretty cool. So we know so far the big dumper, a.k.a. Cal Raleigh, will be there. We know that the home crowd will be pumped up for Ronald Acuna.
What's that guy know about hitting home runs anyway, that Cal Raleigh guy?
On pace for 68 or so, give or take,
He doesn't
as
know
a catcher.
thing about it. Ronald Acuna in Atlanta, that one's going to be tough to top.
Yeah.
That's like Bryce at Nats Park when
Yeah.
he was going full baby face and he was wearing the DC flag. He's like, wait, my Philly one. No, let me put that one back in my bag. That's not for a year. Do we have a DC one? I don't have one of those. Let me call my agent and pretend to like DC for a little bit. So he threw that one on.
Right.
I kid. It was an amazing night for the city.
It was so fun.
Very, very cool. I really found myself falling for Bryce Harper's antics. I was in love that night with the young man. It was a good show. He put on a great show.
So Acuna obviously started the year hurt. He has come back and been unbelievably good. Like, now it's stupid that he's an all-star, but the Atlanta Braves and their fans, they vote for all-stars, so here he is.
Yeah, if you're a Brave and you want to go to the All-Star game, all you got to do is tell the fans.
You just ask.
They'll get you there.
Like, we're going to sand Acuna, and he's going.
Now, I'm not going to have a big problem. As you said, it's ridiculous that you play in 35 games and that's enough. But 9 home runs in 35 games, a 350 average and a 1060 OPS. He's been the best player in baseball since the day he returned.
Since he came back. So, and that's a hometown thing. The home run derby, at the end of the day, doesn't really mean anything. Nobody's, you get an award and it's nice and it's fun, but that's all it is. There's no, I guess there is a trophy with it, but you know what I mean? You're not hanging a banner. You're not doing something. It's a really fun showcase event where competitive guys are going at it. It's more significant maybe than the dunk contest, but it's up there with some of the cool all-star things, but it's the end of the day, I don't know how much it really means.
Also, you've been on record. You're not a home run derby guy, which is kind of odd because you hit home runs in college baseball. That really doesn't have anything to do with anything, but I feel like that would mean you like the home run derby. But interestingly, it's just not, you don't love it.
It's so over the years, I always felt like it was too long, too much Chris Berman. Like the amount of Berman ruined my joy. With it's an analogies. Now his voice is hoarse, and he's bark, 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 bark. I'm like, oh my god, I can't anymore. So it's better now, but still, there's no great way to do it. I find that the telecast drags.
So there was a time in my life where it was jumping the shark from a Berman standpoint. Like Berman up to 11, I can deal with. The knob allowed him to go to like 16.
Yeah, it broke.
Where he would write down towns, and he's like, all the way to Bethesda.
You're like,
that one landed in McLean. Woodbridge, look out. And it's just like,
back to Sterling.
It's like,
You're like,
Lorton, Virginia. It's incoming. And it's like, okay, guy, can we turn it down?
I mean, it went 426. It was a nice shot, but it's not.
Gaithersburg, it's your turn. We get it, man. We get the bit. But I do miss Chris Berman on the home run derby a little bit. The problem is you need to bring back 75% of him, and he doesn't have that gear. So it's like
he doesn't have third gear.
Exactly.
Yeah, on the shifter.
If you don't get third gear, would you rather have it? And I would probably for a year do it and then get a break.
Yeah.
But I do miss him a little bit. But
he's either asleep or pushing it into the red.
Who else do we have confirmed? We got Cal Raleigh. We've got Ronald Acuna. We've got James Wood. Who else?
I think that's all I know.
That's all
to
we
this
know?
point. Yeah.
That's a hell of a start, though. Your boy's going to be in Atlanta, barring anything unforeseen happening. If everything goes swimmingly here in the next couple of days with the baby, I'm going to be hosting the draft show in Atlanta. The Nats have the number 1 pick for MLB Network Radio. And then I'll be on site on the field before the home run derby. So this will be one of the most exciting experiences for me. Obviously, Bryce and Soto were pretty cool too. But James Wood being down there taking his hacks, I get sized, I believe is the term.
Yeah, I think you're letting it. Yeah,
or is it sized?
Sized, yeah.
You're a home run derby this year. You're a home run derby guy this
year.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm always going to watch it. I I don't think I hate it or I'm out on it. It's not one of my favorite things. I don't love it as
How
much.
about this?
Yeah.
Level of intrigue in the Derby with no Nationals, 1 to 10.
3.5.
Oh, God, you hate it.
I don't hate it.
You don't, I mean, you hate it.
I don't hate that.
A 3.5 out of 10?
I mean, it's what else is on? There's nothing sports related on. I'm going to watch it.
A 1 or a 2 means if it's in your backyard, you're closing the blinds.
No.
A 3.5 means if you like go to it, you might stick to it till commercial, but then you're going to go find Back to the Future on TMC or something.
Happy anniversary, Back to the Future, by the way. Yeah, I don't. Maybe my scale's a bit more watered down. Like 10 out of 10 is a Nationals World Series game.
James Woods participating this year, 1 to 10 interest.
6.
I will accept that.
Yeah.
So
like there've been great memories. I mean, like the Josh Hamilton at Yankee Stadium is like something I will never forget.
The best.
That round where he hit 2 trillion home runs numbers approximate, or Bobby Abreu putting on a show, or Adley Rutschman, who like barely got out of the first round, homering from both sides of the plate.
That was in Seattle.
In a round, I'm going, that's stupid. So they're good memories, but there's so much of it that sort of blends in, and then there's some top spin line drives, and guys kind of get out of their swing, and it's, I don't know, like you got to sift through a lot. It's like the dunk contest for me. Like there have been some incredible.
No, it's not.
It
Come on.
is.
The dunk contest stinks.
There have been some incredibly memorable, awesome, unbelievable moments, but you got to sift through a lot of like, am I allowed to dunk that? Does that count as an attempt, even though I missed it? Or I do it again?
But you don't have to do that in the home run derby. Did it go over the wall or it didn't? It's pretty simple.
Right, but it gets kind of repetitive when it's like top spin line drive, because guys are trying to lift and separate, and then rounds kind of bleed into each other.
I wonder if a lot of people feel that way, where they view it as the same level of entertaining as the horrendously awful, overplayed, and not interesting in many years dunk contest. I hope that's not the case, but I guess it's possible. But you're a 3.5 normally, and you're a 6 now that James Wood's in it.
Yes.
I would say I'm an 8 normally and a 10 with James Wood in it. Darius, are you a home run derby guy? And your reaction to James Wood of the Washington Nationals, one of the great Nationals of all time already, at just 22 years old, being in the home run derby?
Absolutely a home run derby guy. 100% watch it every year.
1
from
to
start
10
to
level
finish.
of interest normally?
Normally 9. 9 to 9.5.
So
I
you're
watch
at
it.
10
I'm all in every year. And as you know, I was the one to break the news to you guys.
You were?
That James Wood was going to participate in the derby. So that would let you know I am thrilled. I'm so excited our guy's going to be in it.
Darius passing over here. Darius Rosenthal, during the show meeting, I believe this was the tone.
Darius told me.
He picked up his phone and he goes, "Oh my God, James Wood's in the home run derby. Best moment of my day so far." And I got to say, I needed that moment.
There you go, a little pick me up.
Ryan, home run derby guy?
Home run derby guy. And also, let me just say this. Chris Berman crushes the home run derby every single year. Like, give me Chris Berman all the time.
As in ruins and destroys?
No, as in like makes it a more fun experience. Like back. I love it. I love it.
I got to say, there was a time where I was so over it, where I was like, I can't do this anymore. I miss him.
Yep.
I miss him now. And I part of it, I probably is, I've been at them now. So I've been on site. I have not watched on TV probably in like 10 years. I think I've been at the last 10 or so. That could be part of it. But if I was sitting at home and had no choice but to listen to every back, maybe I'd feel different. But I think I miss a Chris Berman.
I got another decade or so before I'll get nostalgic about it.
No,
I mean, no way.
It's so good. Like he crushes that, bro. I think that is his best work, actually. It is awesome.
James Wood slugging home runs in front of the world. This to me is such a no-brainer. This is not his general way of operation, in the sense that I don't think James Wood is a guy that really enjoys the spotlight. He doesn't really exude excitement or energy or any kind of interest in doing whatever he's doing. I mean, he is so nonchalant, and his face is always unfazed, right?
Yeah.
Like, when I walk up to him and I see him at the ballpark, he gets kind of like this wry smile as I get close to him, because he knows I'm probably about to say some kind of zing about the Giants or whatever, which is normally how I greet him. But it's always like the same. It's like, "Hey, man, how are you?"
Yeah.
And it's just
how's
like,
it going?
He is one of the most unique personalities for a superstar athlete I've ever seen.
5 for 5, 2 home runs, 0 for 5, 5 strikeouts. Hey, how's it going, guys? You know what I mean? Like the even keel.
This is going to sound negative. It's probably actually the opposite. I think it's part of the reason why at 22 he's already one of the best players in the game. Do you remember a lower energy superstar athlete? And the reason that's kind of an oxymoron is athleticism is an activity. It is there's an energy to it. It's physical, right? the twitch and the swing and him running in the outfield and the base paths. Like, it's one thing to be a really low energy librarian. Like, I would get that. If you have no energy and you work at a doctor's office, like taking calls, you're like, Dr. Maria's office. Yes, I'll put you on hold. Like, this is a dude who everything he does with tools is loud, right? But then coming off the field, he's like, back at the dugout. What color is the Gatorade today? Orange or blue? Like, that's just his all the time setting. And I'd imagine if we're on the team charter, or we're in the clubhouse, or we're at dinner with the guys, there's probably a time where he breaks character and he chuckles. Or like,
do you think he's guffawed?
I don't think he's ever guffawed. Like, I bet you there's a time where James Wood like raises his voice, where he's like, Nasim, get over here. And he wants to show Nasim Nunez something, his boy. I'm not guaranteeing it, but I think it's probably happened. But I don't remember a player really, really good in sports who's like a lower energy individual.
Me neither.
Than him.
Me neither. And in any sport, I mean, there have been quiet guys, but it's different than that. It's not about quiet. Like when you combine his quietness, his personality, with the ease of his gait and movement, that's the best way to put it. That's the best way to quantify it. And then it sounds like we're saying he's not trying, which is the opposite, which is people that don't know what they're talking about will look at him and go, why isn't he hustling? And he covers more ground than 99% of people on the planet. But to that point, I can't think of somebody because, he's basically like the opposite of Isaiah Pacheco. You know how that guy looks like he just got out of a cage and he's so excited to be free and he's just running around and every arm and leg is moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour and like he's just bouncing off people. Whatever the opposite of that is, stretched out to 6'7" is James Wood.
Now the world's going to get to watch him in the home run derby. I'm fired up. I don't know if this was his idea or if someone comes to him and says, hey, baseball wants you to do this. What do you think? But I'm very glad he's doing it. It's great for him and it's really good for the Nationals. But most importantly, when you're James Wood and you're playing on a bad team and you're not getting the national credit necessarily that you deserve as a top 5 OPS guy and a superstar. I mean, he now cracked the top 5 in MVP odds this week. He's not going to win the MVP because he's on a horrendous roster. But you can make the case overall. We're just talking value, right? That's what we're saying. Take him off the Nats. What are they? Take any player off that team. What are they? He's every bit as valuable to this team as just about anybody in baseball. So it checks out to me. But the way you rise your star is by taking part in these events. And there's nothing quite like the Derby, in my opinion, to do it. Because even on Derby night, all of the All-Stars are there. Like the way that day works is the All-Stars for Major League Baseball take batting practice before the home run derby. They're in uniform. They're in the locker room and their families are all down on the field. So you've seen it for years where they're like got their camcorders out.
Yeah.
Guys can leave and I'm sure they will. A lot of guys are going to make dinner reservations somewhere in Atlanta and they'll go hang out with their family. But a ton of them stay and baseball's all-stars are all watching you. Number one. Number two, this, I think, increases the likeliness that he's going to be an all-star, which he almost certainly will anyway. If he wasn't, it was just criminal and a shame. But because he wasn't voted in, you've left it up to baseball now, and you'll see what happens. But I think this makes it more likely he's an all-star. But this is how you start to get that attention. Go out, put on a show, do a nice job. Worst case scenario, you do poorly in the home run derby, and nobody cares.
Yeah, there's no issue.
Maybe it's embarrassing for him in the moment as a lot of people are watching, but it would be hard for James Wood to not do well in the home run derby. I mean, it's kind of like you were put on this earth to have a good batting practice round. I'll bet he's going to be fine. But it's only upside. You come out of this, more people know who you are. More people talk about your season. They show some of your stats and talk about the year you've had during the Derby. Just the ultimate no-brainer. Fired up. Great news for the Nats. Really excited for DC sports fans today. James Wood to take part in the 2025 T-Mobile Home Run Derby in Atlanta. We're Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. The Commanders training camp schedule's out. Only 6 practices open to the public total, and only 3 of those open to non-season ticket holder fans. The lowest total ever in the team's history. Let's get into that next on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Big news in baseball today for the Nationals. James Wood is going to be a part of the Home Run Derby on July 14th in Atlanta. He joins Ronald Acuna Jr. and Cal Raleigh as the other announced participants. James Wood going to be in the Home Run Derby representing the Washington Nationals. That's taking on the Tigers in the rubber match today at 6:45 at Nationals Park. Near the game right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 6-3 on the season with a 4.73 ERA. He'll take on Dietrich Enns, who is making his second start of the year and his first start against the A's. He went 5 scoreless innings. And tomorrow, Nationals and Red Sox, the 4th of July game, an 11:05 first pitch. You can hear that game right here on The Fan as well. So Michael Soroka takes on former National Lucas Giolito. In the NFL, the Steelers have signed general manager Omar Khan to a 3-year extension. He's now signed through the 2028 season. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on The Fan, taking you up to 6:15 tonight ahead of Nationals baseball, 6:45 start time before their morning game tomorrow on the 4th of July, which has become a tradition in D.C.
Which is really cool.
I love it. It should be done every year, and it has been now for several seasons, so it seems like it's now part of the fabric in Major League Baseball, but Nation's capital, big fireworks show at night. People are coming into town. In fact, today I bumped into someone while just driving down here in the Navy Yard and parking who was just getting here asking, where's the best place to watch the fireworks? And I wanted to say, your hotel room. But I said, oh, are you in town? They're like, yeah, we're here from Massachusetts. And I was like, no kidding. Like, are we allowed to just watch them from any rooftop? And I'm like, you're asking the wrong guy. I don't really have answers. I said, I think the Wharf is a very popular place to watch them, which is beautiful.
You know, and the water's good. The views across are good.
I'd go over there and see if you can get a reservation still at any of those restaurants and try to do that. That was kind of the best I gave him. I don't know if that's good advice or not.
Well, that was pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah. To me, like if you want to, everybody should maybe try to do it once. I'm good. I've done it. Go down to the mall, get on your blanket, be too hot, be miserable, get your spot, do it, so everyone gets to, right? And then wait for 77 Metro cars to go past you home because it's always too crowded.
So I pride myself on being the fun one on the show, not the old curmudgeonly man. Although I think some people will hear that and go, "Really, you?"
Because
I've gotten older and more.
Because it's a dubious honor to be more fun than me. Like one is more than zero.
Yes, but even still, I like to think of myself as a person that likes to go do things and have fun. So I don't think this is an indictment on me as a young person and or a fun person.
Okay.
I think it just happens to be. All things can be equal. Like if I was 21, I felt the same way. I've never one time had interest in going to the National Mall for the fireworks. Not one time. The crowd, the people, really, you know what it is? If I could touch a button and be sitting on a blanket with like 7 feet on all sides of me and watching the fireworks with like snacks and drinks or whatever in a nice chair, and then touch a button and be home after, then I'd probably do it every year. It's the getting to it.
You can't touch the button.
I have no interest in dealing with it all for that. Does that make me
a little curmudgeonly?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, because you're not doing it every day. If you had to do that once a week or twice a month or something, I go, okay, yeah, that's a lot. That's a big hassle. It's 4th of July. It's kind of like the one-time thing.
You say everyone should do it once.
Yeah.
And I'm going, nah. You know what I mean? Like
right. I did it. I've done it a couple times, and I'm good now.
But you went to high school in D.C.
Sure.
You never lived in the city, but you were, as a kid,
right?
But you were Northern Virginia, D.C. residentee, and then you lived in the city for many, many years as a grown-up.
Yeah.
So it's not that far of a going out of your way thing for you to go do it. For a lot of us, it's a gigantic pain in the ass. And
it's a pain in the butt if you live in Northwest. If it's a pain in the butt if you live one metro stop away, it's a pain.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what you're saying. It's like, my wife and her family have a memory of going to the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade where they woke up at some hour that would make your eyes Looney Tunes out of your head they couldn't go to the bathroom at a Starbucks, and it's like still something they talk about to this day because they wouldn't let them. And it's miserable and freezing, and I think 2 kids got frostbite, and now they kind of laugh about it, and it sounded like the worst experience ever. And then they turn and go, "We should do that one day." And I go, "You just basically sold me. Hey man, you could just go right around the corner, get punched in the nose, and then while you're recovering, get stabbed in the kidney. You want to do that? No, it sounds like the worst thing possible." But they did it once. That's kind of my point. It's like everyone should do it once.
I would very much rather do the Macy's Day Parade than the 4th of July on the mall.
That's insane to me.
Really?
That's insane to me.
Now, here's the better debate, actually. Would I rather, because the thing I would least like to do on the world, I think, is the ball dropping for New Year's Eve, which I don't really care about at all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind sitting at home watching the coverage and seeing Ryan Seacrest, host the show and talk about what happened this year. That's fine. But like being out and about on New Year's Eve, I think just going to a bar stinks. Going to paying $100 to dress up and be out all night. No, not for me. Not at this point in my life. But to be out with people who are wearing diapers because they're not going to be able to get to the bathroom for 14 hours, shoulder to shoulder, that's the worst. Would I rather do that or the 4th of July on the National Mall? I think it's the National Mall, but it's closer than it should be.
Wow. I don't think you got the right impression of that National Mall fireworks thing. It's pretty great. Once you're there, you're sitting down, everybody's in such a great mood. The heat gives way, and it's dark, and you're looking up at the fireworks. You know what I mean? You're not looking out, you're looking up. That's really cool. That it's like they're shooting them off a couple hundred yards from where you're at. Like, it's really neat to do once. My favorite one ever was my uncle had access to a boat, and we were on the Potomac, not far from where the wharf is now. You just kind of find a spot, park it, and you're looking right up. And, the monuments are right there, and you go, this is pretty great.
So that's my entire childhood.
Mm-hmm.
Not DC fireworks, but I grew up in King George, Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
You're familiar.
Yes. Well, I think you're a Hall of Famer there.
I am a Hall of Famer.
That's right, yeah.
Potomac River.
Mm-hmm.
So we would put our boat, our boat was in all summer. We were on the boat every weekend. But every year on July 4th, it was a full day of boating, being out on the water. And what you would do is you would either go over to Colonial Beach for their fireworks,
mm-hmm.
or there were other options like Fairview Beach had them, or what have you. Or there was like one area where you could set up and you could see the Dahlgren fireworks to your left, which were always a good show. And then you could see the Colonial Beach fireworks to your right.
That's pretty good.
And you had 2 big shows. You're right there. Now, the problem was just a bunch of people have been day drinking all day on boats, now in the dark, coming home. And I know my dad, now that I'm a grown-up looking back, had to have hated it and was nervous.
Yeah.
He's using like his, we got spotlights off the bow, just waiting for boats to come driving across wakes and stuff.
Because Dale had a few too many CL Smooths.
Everybody's name is Dale, and they've all drank 16 Bud Lights that day, and they're all just taking their boat across the river. But that was my entire childhood, was being out there watching those fireworks shows.
Which is pretty great.
And that's my happy place, is like, I'd love to do that again at some point, just for the nostalgia of it. But that 4th of July thing, when they said they came from Massachusetts, I was not going to be the guy to be like, oh, really?
You should turn around and go back, is what you're about to say.
I was like, that's awesome. Well, have a great time in the city. And they're Red Sox fans who are also going to catch a Red Sox game.
By the way, a little note about this. Vic turned me on to this last night, and I was doing a post game.
Vic's good at turning people on.
Well, thank you.
I'm talking about their mics, putting their mics on.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
I thought you meant sex stuff, which is true too. What?
Awesome.
Anyway, the point is, thank you very much. Boston is going to be here. They're off today. The Nats are playing a night game, doing the fireworks bit. Boston will be hanging out asleep in their little beds in the hotel, and the Nats are going to be getting home at 1 o'clock in the morning to get up early in the morning.
Texting me about this.
He's annoyed about it.
He is very upset about it.
His gears are grinding.
This is like the 47th most annoying thing about the Nationals right now, just so we're all on the same page.
Well, it made a list.
They're going to have less rest for one of their games against the Red Sox. That's like
where they might lose.
That's my big gripe right now. And I shtick it up a little bit. But I think his point is correct, which is that the Nats should do a better job with baseball scheduling so that they don't have a night game at 6:45 the day before the 4th of July game if the team that they're playing is already coming in and resting the night before. Now, if the team was traveling in today to start a new series, wouldn't be as big a deal. That wasn't the case.
Right.
I also just think it's bad luck. Most of the time, the 4th of July game is going to be a game as part of the ongoing series.
This just happens to be on a Friday.
Exactly. So, in other words,
if it was Thursday, it would have been the last day.
Almost any other day of the week, you just have the third game of the series that just ended with Detroit or something.
Mm-hmm.
This time, a new series starts. And even in that scenario, more often than not, a team is traveling in to play you. But at 11 a.m., they're going to give them the day off beforehand. So this could happen once every 7 years, or I guess twice every 7 years, depending on days of the baseball calendar. So I'm not going to lose too much sleep over it, but I was texting with him. He is definitely salty about this.
He wanted me to bring it up on the postgame show last night. I was no. I was like, the eighth inning comeback. They scored 6 runs. It was fun.
Hey, if they'd have lost, it would have been a good item.
Yeah, Jacob Young made that catch in the 9th, which was a blast.
Best catch. And we'll talk about that later in the show. Jim's in Haymarket on Grant and Danny. What's up, Jim? How are you?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, listen, Grant, there is a spot. It's Lady Bird Johnson Park, which is on the Virginia side of the river. So you don't even have to go into D.C. You don't have to go through any of the security. We used to go down there in college. We'd bring kegs down there. Then my friends would bring string instruments. It's just you could barbecue down there.
Can you
park
park there?
Right out and
I was
get
going to
into
say, how do
Virginia.
I park? How do I get there?
No, Lady Bird Johnson Park. Just search it out, and it's right there. Everyone
But is there
parks on the median.
Okay.
Pardon me?
Okay.
So you
Yeah,
park.
no, everyone parks in the
Okay.
median, or
Okay.
they used to back in the day. But yeah, and then you can see you're right across from the Washington Monument on the Virginia side.
Yeah, it's a direct shot. I mean, that's
I know
a
where that
beautiful
is.
view.
It's like
yeah.
right across the water, like near the bridge from the Lincoln Memorial.
Mm-hmm.
That would be cool. I would not mind that as much. Now, again, I want to know how many people are there, and is it like he's acting like I just pull up and park like I would if I'm going to a restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
just parallel park, jump out, get the kids out. If it's that easy, that sounds great. But that's the whole point. Is it if it's not that easy, now all of a sudden it changes things.
Right.
So I would have to take his word for it. Let's go to Steve in Germantown. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Steve. Hey, I'm sorry, a little nervous.
Hi, Danny.
No, you're all right. Hello, Grant.
And about 30, 40 years ago, we used to go to town all the time with 10 people for 4th of July. Somebody would go down early, block out space with a big blanket. Maybe 10 or so people. Others would join. But I would take a hand truck loaded with a keg and a cooler strapped on top of it on the subway. And so I get to the Lawn Pond, I think it was. I get there and roll it right to the picnic site. Somebody would bring a tub, somebody would bring ice. It not used to be that hard to do.
That's awesome.
Yeah, now you
It was a lot
can't.
of
What
fun.
year was this?
Yeah. I guess 80s to 85, 90, something like that.
I believe it. And this is one of those where it's like now we just start doing the old guy radio thing, I guess. But you know how easy it used to be to get on an airplane, to just go anywhere. And I understand how we got here. I'm not calling anybody names, but go back and watch a movie from 25 years ago about flying. I've talked to my dad about this. He used to fly, for work all the time. Late 90s, early 2000s, pre-September 11th. Like how different it was to just go to an airport, get on an airplane, and travel. It'll never be like that again.
Right.
And everything has changed. The world has changed. Not because of that one event, although a lot of things
Pretty changing.
are
Yeah.
related to that event. But yeah, if you're telling me it used to be a lot more fun and a lot less of a pain in the butt, I am going to agree with you. Because I think as a general rule, that's probably the case with a lot of things.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, think about going to the airport where someone's like, there's no more drop you off, barely slow the car down. Have a great trip. You were parking and going inside and bye, sweetie, like all the way until it's boarding time. There's an extra hour and a half at the airport drop off. Not anymore.
Also, probably getting there 15 minutes before your flight.
Oh, yeah.
Walking right up, no issue.
Strutting.
Walking right on. I wanted to get to the training camp schedule and only 6 open practices. We'll do that next. We are one day away from Independence Day on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:15, and Nats pregame tonight, 3rd of July. Danny, while I was out sick the last couple of days, news dropped. I think it was actually yesterday morning. They ran together. A lot of time laying in bed, just scrolling my phone.
Yeah, it was like, is it the morning or 7 p.m.?
I'd wake up from a nap after another few hours and look at the phone. But the training camp schedule dropped, and only 6 open practices are going to be made available for members of the public at Commanders training camp. In fact, it's only 3 for non-season ticket holders, which is the vast majority of people. So for the average person listening right now, you are able to go to 3 training camp practices for the Commanders in their entire camp. There's another 3 that are open for season ticket holders. So there's 6 total where fans can go. Now, first things first, when training camp many, many years ago was held in Carlisle or Frostburg or even in Ashburn, but this was 15, 20 years ago in a previous era of the NFL. Training camp was a month long, basically. It would often still start right around July 20th or 25th, but it would go until the end of August. And there were preseason games for the last couple of weeks of it, but it was generally like a month of what we called training camp. And what that meant was 2-a-day practices often, not always, but a lot of the time they would practice in the morning, they would practice in the afternoon. Many of those 2-a-day practices were both padded. Many of them were pretty violent and legitimate physical football. They weren't tackling to the ground, but close enough. Like they would do once every couple of days now, they would do that sometimes twice in a day. And if they didn't, they would still have 2 practices where there was a jog through or something in the afternoon just to be light to get them off of the hitting, but still keep them on their feet on the field. But the difference between camp and just every other day was only that fans were there, essentially. That was the whole point. Is for that month, there were 30 days where I would say there was availability on 25 of them or so. Take out the preseason games and the travel, maybe a day off on a Sunday or a random day in the middle of the week to get ready for the preseason game the day before, walk through. So let's say over the span of like 30 days, maybe there were 22 days where fans could come out, but it was over a full month. And so a lot of people like me used to go to training camp, and that was where you spent maybe your summer vacation. That was where I would stay with my aunt and uncle in Fairfax and commute back and forth for 2 days. And we did this throughout my childhood, me and my mom with her twin sister. We'd stay at the house and, then we'd go back and forth from practice. It was the coolest thing. Training camp is now basically like 10 days long for some teams. Some it's 14, 16 days. But for some clubs, they announced right at the beginning, training camps opens July 25th and it goes until August 4th or whatever. It's a very short time. And over that time, they make a very limited number of practices available. The lowest I've ever seen for Washington, 3 practices to the non-season ticket holding public this year. And it's a trend in the NFL to take away fan access for these practices, to have more done behind the scenes during the camp, the build-up part of the offseason. But number one, I think it's a terrible trend for the league. But I hate that the Commanders are not only on board, but they're one of the ringleaders now.
Well, they're leading it, yeah.
Because it used to be there's like the Eagles or a couple of these teams that would do like 1 practice at a stadium over the course of camp. Last year, the Commanders cut way, way down, but they used the excuse of, well, we've got construction at the facility. We're getting rid of this field. We can't have fans around because it's not safe. But you put the toothpaste out of the tube, and it's not coming back this year. 6 open practices and really only 3 to non-season ticket holders. I hate that.
Yeah, they're already sold out. So if you wanted to go, you cannot. And you didn't get tickets already. Again, I think it's a shame. We talked about this a bit yesterday after it broke post-Ats game. But if everybody was doing this, I'd kind of go, oh, well. Like, I think teams should go away to training camp. I've always felt that way. Now, it's not live or die. I'm not, like, furious if you don't. But that's not the trend. 75% of the teams, give or take in a given year, now stay at their facilities year-round. It's a different time. It used to be training camp was you're going to work off your beer belly, get yourself back into shape. You're doing 2-a-days, you're hitting, and everything that you said under the sun. You're playing Bull in the Ring, Oklahoma drill, and all sorts of other stuff to get your head ringing a bunch of times, and then you're back ready to hit and play football. Now, it's a hard morning practice for 90 minutes and then a walkthrough in the afternoon. So the game is different. I understand that. But this, to me, is an own goal. It's a miss. I don't know who to blame. I don't know if it's a Dan Quinn thing, Adam Peters thing. It's a Harris ownership group thing. I don't know if everyone's trying to make everyone happy. I think this is an easily preventable miss. Denver has 13 according to what I found yesterday. 13 open practices. No, if you're a season ticket holder with this partial plan, or if you have this parking pass, you just get to go. 9 for New Orleans, 8 for Cincinnati. I couldn't find the definitive list anywhere. All I'm saying is if you're the fewest by a couple, 6, no problem, right? If you do 5, 6, 7, the fact that it's dwindling, arrows trending down, you're making it seem like it's a major inconvenience for you. I got news. You're still in the friend-raising business. You're still in the building this thing. Can you withstand, God forbid, Jaden Daniels turns an ankle? Can you withstand a 5-12 season? I think you probably can, but can you withstand 2? Can you withstand a couple disasters? You haven't built this thing fortified yet. Let's fortify it. Let's bring in those people who obviously want to go. The damn thing's sold out in a couple hours. I mean, sold out's not the right. I don't know what else you said. There are no more tickets available.
They made a few thousand seats available 3
And
times
that's it.
for something that used to be 30. I mean, there was plenty of appeal and interest from the fan base. Now, at the end, when no one was coming because nobody liked the team, in terms of supply and demand, it wasn't necessary for you to have any limitations because people weren't coming anyway. But if you go back to I'm not even talking about my childhood. Like when I was on the beat 10 years ago, in 2000 and we'll go 12. So Robert Griffin timeframe, packed, right? That was Richmond. There's thousands of people at every single practice. There's enough demand for 20 practices like that. And you're basically going, all right, 3 practices. If you're on the internet at the right time of day when we announce this, you get to go to one of the practices. But otherwise, sorry about your luck. It's just short-sighted. I think you said a self-inflicted wound, and I think it's so true.
Mm-hmm.
Grow your fan base. You're trying to create young fans. I loved something Mitch Rails, one of the minority owners, said probably now a year plus ago on a podcast he was on that I listened to, where he talked about trying to appeal to a generation of people that didn't care about the Commanders. And Jaden Daniels is going to help bridge that gap with elementary school kids like your sons who may want a Jaden Daniels jersey. And they'll be in a class now with a kid, instead of wearing his Messi jersey on Wednesday, maybe he wears a JD5, and it would have been a Mahomes, right? But Mitch Rails had this idea of wanting to build a Hall of Fame, which maybe they'll put at the new stadium. And then they'll bring in kids from local schools, bus by bus every day. Another school comes in and they give you a t-shirt and a hat. And the idea is you're just trying to make kids fans for life. There is no better way to do that than what I experienced, what me and my buddies, what my childhood friends and I did when we'd go to training camp. And you'd watch the team practice from 20 feet away. And you'd get pictures with players and autographs from players. And it was an annual summer thing. You were going to make your trip. Really, really cool when it was Carlisle or Frostburg, and you'd stay in a hotel for a few days, and you'd do it that way. But even in Ashburn, you could get a hotel or commute back and forth. But that was fine too. But Champ Bailey might stop and sign, and Stephen Davis, and you took a picture, and Patrick Ramsey, that was the starting quarterback of the team, gave you a minute and talked to you about your dog, and he told you about his chocolate lab. And I mean, these are real stories. These are things that would happen with kids. And those young people are the people now that suffered through all the years that are mad the team name isn't Redskins, but are now wearing their Commanders gear. And those memories were made. Those bonds were fortified. It's so silly to me to not do that.
Can you imagine if the Nationals, who aren't doing a ton right now, but said at spring training, there'll be only 3 or 4 days where you can show up and get an autograph or 2, right? Like the whole point is this is when the guard is down. This is when there's more accessibility. I understand you got state secrets. I understand that there's very important formations and a lot of things. That's just on you to figure out a way to do that, right? To practice those things, do those in the bubble in the afternoon, do your walkthroughs. I mean, the idea that it's too hard, that it requires effort or energy, and that's a reason why not to do something. You ain't there yet. Sorry.
So 2 things about that. One, I would just point out that like 90%, let's say, of their work schedule is already done privately and without fan involvement. You're just cutting out the access to the very little bit that they've got left. And I'm making up the numbers, but 30 years ago, maybe it used to be 70% of your workouts were private away from fans. Then it was 75. Then it was 80. Then it was 85. Now we're at 95%. You're just squeezing the fans, the limited access they have to the individuals on the team more and more out of this thing. There's no fan access during the season. And don't come at me and tell me about a VIP tent where some company pays a bunch of money and so they get food and drink under a tent and get to be at a Wednesday practice. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about it. Dad and his son who can just show up. I can just take my boy to go fall in love with the team like my dad did. I can't do that anymore. That's bad. And the second thing is, I remember last year when they came out with at that time, the most limited training camp schedule they'd ever released. Do you remember how many dates it was last year?
6.
I thought it was 6
maybe 5 that were open to the public.
I thought it was 6 or 7, but yeah. So some kind of
similar kind of relationship.
It was a handful.
Ratio.
It was more than this year. And I remember asking people over there, I'm like, what are you doing? And they said, well, number one, it's the trend of the league. So, like, I think the team they told me to look at was the Eagles are only doing 1 this year. And they're doing their big 10,000 person thing at a stadium. And I remember saying to them, the Eagles don't need to extend an olive branch to fans. They've been to recent Super Bowls. By the way, they're now Super Bowl champions, but they're not in the program building or fan base building phase like you guys need to be. But the other point they made was, and they said, don't worry, this is just about the construction. And I heard that from a lot of people, construction. I didn't believe it, but that's what I was told. I said, okay, we'll see. Well, there's still construction going on over there. But I promise you, if they wanted to work around it, I bet you they could. Coaches don't want fans around. Players, I'm not saying players are not fan friendly. Those are really good dudes. And if the fans are there, they're going to take time. But if you go up to the average player and you go, hey, man, at your work day where you're sweaty and you're tired and you're coming on and off the field, do you want to do 30 minutes of autographs and drop in your helmet and your shoulder pads and go down the line when there's always the one extra kid and the one extra person? No matter how many you sign for, there's always the one person that's going to have the story that you told them no, or someone pulled you away to go to the quote unquote meeting and you're after practice 40 minutes. Yeah. It's a lot easier for players not to, but it shouldn't. My point is, I
can't hear that it's harder.
Exactly. Someone's got to go, guys. Sorry, this is how we got to do it.
You know what needs, because it's a one-way street when it comes to fandom, right? Like the players that I'm going to see are not fans of Ryan Clary. You know what I mean? Like
how's Ryan catching track?
Well, he knows what he did. Like they're not sitting there going, I hope fan Steve is here. They don't know. Like fandom is a thing where you're earning their buy-in. Stop putting things in the way of fans. Stop making it challenging to be a fan. This organization did that, not these guys, but previously with scandal, ineptitude, nonsense. This is just making it harder to we love you.
So here's
please
my
let us love you
for our listeners. Twofold on the phones. We'll open them up now. How much does the team benefit in terms of preparation without the quote unquote distraction of fans being around? Do you think it's actually a significant difference for them to not have to deal with fans at practices in their readiness for the season? Yes or no? 800-636-1067. And are you okay with the most limited fan access schedule in history for training camp? I mean, they're on a trend here the last couple of years where you're not going to be at any practices in a year or two, or they'll do one at the stadium and say it's fan day, and otherwise you're not going to the park at all. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Guerrilla Fireworks. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open. In baseball, James Wood is going to be in the Home Run Derby on July 14th in Atlanta. He's looking to become the youngest Home Run Derby winner ever. Ronald Acuna Jr. and Cal Raleigh are the other participants announced so far. James Wood joining them as members of the Home Run Derby. Nationals and Tigers tonight, rubber match of the series, 6:45 right here on The Fan this evening. Jake Irvin takes the hill. He's 6-3 with a 4.73 ERA. He goes for the Nats. Dietrich Enns goes for the Tigers, making his second start of the season. He went 5 scoreless innings against the A's in his first start of the year. Also tomorrow, early start, 4th of July game against the Red Sox at 11:05. Near the game right here on The Fan, Michael Soroka going to take on Lucas Giolito. In hockey, Nikolai Ehlers is going to be signing with the Hurricanes, a 6-year deal worth $8.5 million AAV. In the NBA, the Suns and the Rockets are working on expanding the Kevin Durant trade. Could involve a league record 7 teams. And in the NFL, the Steelers have signed their general manager Omar Khan to a 3-year extension. He's now signed through the 2028 season. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Feels like a Friday, not a Friday. Today feels like it should be a Friday.
I'm with you. I mean, Seinfeld established that Tuesday has no feel. Today has a feel. It feels like July 4th. It also feels like a good time to acknowledge our sponsors, law firm of Condor and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That is kmlawyers.com.
So the Commanders have put out their training camp schedule. It's really not training camp. It's just the continuation of their offseason practices, because if fans aren't there, there's no difference. Like, call it whatever you want to. Training camp means fans come out and have access to your team over an extended period of time, say like spring training. That's what training camp was. Now, teams announce their training camp over a several-day period, and while they'll have many practices that are dark to the fans, in the meantime, what they'll do is they'll say, training camp opens this date with fan access, ends on Fan Appreciation Day this date, and sometimes that's 4 days later, 9 days later, 12 days later. It doesn't change the fact that for a lot of teams like Washington, they are cutting the fans out, and they are cutting out the access, and it's a shame. This is not a Commanders-centric thing, though. This is them jumping on an NFL trend. Like, you looked up some of the other teams that have more dates.
Yeah, I did a quick Google search. Denver, 13. Cincinnati, 8. New Orleans, 9. You think Sean Payton in Denver doesn't have state secrets, doesn't have important stuff that he's going to unleash on the league? Come on.
I grew up and fell in love with this team and this sport largely because of training camp going to 25 at a time. And nobody's doing that. 25 practices in training camp over a month. Yeah. And I don't expect that. Training camp used to be 5 weeks long, and you could go to almost 30 practices. Like, that's not a thing anymore, to be clear. But I also think if you looked up 32 teams, you'd see that there are teams with fewer than 3. You'd see that there's a bunch of teams with 3, 4, something like that. The Commanders are part of a trend, and they're just kind of jumping on. I just think it's a shame. The point is that the teams don't want fans there recording and posting and tweeting about everything that they're doing. They can control the media. So I have a credential, and they're allowed to boss me around because of that. Understandably. That's not pejorative. I'm not saying that in a negative way. They tell me what I can and can't report. Not necessarily when, things are available and open. I can report whatever I see. But they can tell you which part of practices you're allowed to report on, in other words. So, hey, camera's off right now. They do something that you're, quote-unquote, not allowed to talk about. Cameras on. They do something that you are allowed to talk about. With fans, there is no telling Chris in Hyattsville or Chip and Burke, hey, man, you can't tweet this. Fans have unlimited, unfettered access in the sense of they'll post the video. A lot of fans have their own blogs. Every fan has their own podcast at this point, right? Some of them have decent followings. Those guys are not credentialed, but they're right behind the stanchion. And by being there as a fan, they post it. The Washington Post's Commanders aggregate site picks it up. Next thing you know, thousands of people see it, and you've just seen their trick play to Deebo Samuel, and they'd rather that not be out there. So that's part of it. I think also it's a little bit just of a pain in the butt while they're grinding in the summer that, you're adding 30, 40, 50 minutes of, fan engagement and involvement before and after every practice. They're never going to acknowledge that or admit that, but how could that not be part of it? I just think it's one of those sign of the times that is a shame. And I think it's actually bad for the NFL. Most of the things they do are really smart. This is not. And it's bad for the organization because this would be an amazing way to grow your fan base and to create lifelong fans like they did for me.
So last thing I'll say before we get to the calls, I understand the trend line is that the number shrinking from 25, or you can go every day as long as you print out the parking pass or whatever. I understand that's not even possible. I just can't have you be the fewest that I see. Giants 9, Saints 9, Buccaneers 9, Cleveland 8, Cincinnati 8. These are the ones that have been announced so far, right, that I can find. Now, these aren't official counts. This is what Google is telling me, so I don't have any official source reports. I can't have you be the fewest by, 2/3. Like, if you have 7 and someone else has 8, you've got fewer than them. All right, that's not a big deal. You're in the same ballpark. The idea that 3 times that are already sold out and gone, and it's a third of what some of these other teams are doing, a quarter of what some other teams are doing, that, to me, you're so out of whack with everyone else. If there's one other team that's down there with you and 30 other teams are going, yeah, come on by. We understand that that this sort of fills your tank as passionate fans. I just can't get on board with that. When you're that far out of line from everybody else and you're going to cite the trend line, you go, no, you don't get to do that.
Have you found anything from the Eagles?
I've not.
The reason I ask is I'm pretty sure they were the team last year. The team cited to me, or somebody with the team, not like a team spokesman, but they cited to me when I said, I hate this. And they're like, the Eagles only have 1. And I just did a quick Google and it says, the only thing I found for Eagles training camp, it says, join us for Eagles training camp public practice today. And it's Sunday, August 10th this year, 6:30 p.m. And I wonder if that's their open practice, like for the second straight year. Because this is kind of what they've been doing. Is like, they don't do training camp for the fans. They have at their actual stadium at the Link. Anybody can come till they fill the joint. It's $10.25 for a ticket. Remember when the Commanders did this? They actually had this was a Jason Wright initiative, I think.
Yeah, at the stadium.
Yeah, they had 15,000 or some people come out. $40 pre-practice field access tickets are already sold out. So they do a thing where you could go down on the field, I guess, and get some autographs or whatever. But they say buy tickets, live football action, alumni autographs, family-friendly games, post-practice player autographs. So they spice it up and make it sound great. And I'm sure they do a good job with the event. But it's now one day. Whereas Eagles fans used to be able to see their team every single day. Baseball, as an example, every single day for a month, you're in West Palm, you are in Port St. Lucie with the Mets. I think the Phillies are in Clearwater. You're able to just go hang out with the Phillies and Bryce and Schwarber, and it is invaluable to the growth of the game and the affinity that fans have for players.
Yeah, and I'm getting the list running as often as many as I can. It looks like the Bills have double digits. Looks like the Ravens have double digits. The Giants actually list 11.
Now would be right around 8 to 10, maybe 10-ish.
Just all I'm saying is don't lead the league. You don't have to be 50. You don't have to go crazy. If you were 5 or 6 or 7, I'd go, it's fewer than I'd like, but I get it. The idea that they're shrinking it after last year's siding construction. This, again, still on the balance sheet. Very, very pleased with the ownership group. Very, very pleased with Dan Quinn. Adam
Did you
Peters,
guys
Jay
reach
Daniels,
out the other day or when this broke? I wonder, I could text someone, but are they still saying anything about construction?
I'm just saying.
Because they're still doing construction over there. But again, I just, it's such an excuse to me because it would be really easy for that to not affect. You could work around it. It's not like the fans are walking through the facility. I've been there. I go every year. You park in a field. You waddle along a tree line. You walk basically close to the trees, 50 yards from the facility itself, out to the practice field. You never get close to the building at this point. That's not how it used to be again, but I'm fine with that. I mean, fans can't, even the media used to be able to walk in. We'd walk down the steps, to go to the locker room. They bring us around back now. It's a whole different world. But any construction at the site itself, other than if it's in the fan area, and by the way, you have 9 months to take care of that area without affecting the team. This is the 1 30-day period where it's the same thing I would say to a player. who can't show up for OTAs or something, you got the rest of the offseason to do whatever you want. They want you there for 3 days. You got 25 days where you need this plot of land on your premises to be available to the fans. Figure your construction out otherwise. If they really wanted to, they would. But I don't even think it's a construction thing. And I don't even know that they've cited that.
Right. The only reason I brought up construction is from what you were told last year. Right.
They said that, and I was like, oh, sure. Okay. Just a coincidence that every team is doing this, and so are you. But we'll say construction.
Yeah. It's, again, on the balance sheet is very important. So people think that any criticism or any disagreement means you're somehow now like on the negative. The balance sheet is still very positive, right? This is I'll take this as my biggest problem over, I don't know, the owner getting sued for the billionth time. Okay, it's not even a real comparison. The point is, though, they're doing so much right, and this is such an easy thing. Easy for me to say, but such an easy, controllable thing. You're already doing 3. Just add a couple more, and
you'll
get away with it.
You're already practicing. Like, everything's already happening. It's just a matter of, do you let some people stand next to the practice or not? It's literally that simple. That's what we're talking about.
I mean, it requires some employees
do you hire some people to help, some hourly employees to help people park.
Yes.
And stand there and have some food trucks.
Yeah, and you have the flow going. You have all the different people that it takes because you're doing it 3 times, or whatever those employees, whether it's PR folks or I don't know what I don't know. I don't know how to do it. I'm not a professional football practice putter-oner. I don't know anything about it.
Also, let's not pretend they're not doing it because they don't want to spend the money. I mean, they've spent, as of the start of this season, it will have been $200 million upgrading the practice facility in the stadium.
Right.
They're spending money.
You can't tell me you don't feel like it on this one. You don't get to.
Let's go to John in Herndon, home of the Hornets. What's up, John?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Buddy.
I absolutely agree with you. I'm a season ticket holder, and, so I got early access to one of the dates, and that's great. But, it just feels wrong. And I think one of you guys said it, they're doing everything right. This is such an easy give. It's unfortunate. We're not going to get the passion of the old Redskins, but we're getting there with last season.
Well, here's a good way, though, to make sure that you don't. And, I hate to be hyperbolic or extreme on this, but cutting fan access and not allowing fans the very limited opportunity in this era to really, truly fall in love with the product is how you can guarantee you'll never get the old thing. I'd be willing to bet that, Josh Harris's family of season ticket holders probably have a story from a training camp at some point. Mitch Rails, Mark Hine, I'll bet you someone in their family at some point, if they didn't, were at training camp and ran into and got to meet or got pictures with a player. And if they didn't, the reason the team was such a big deal at that time is that kids in their neighborhood had. It was part of the fabric, man.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Sean in Fredericksburg. Hey, Sean.
Hey, guys. Appreciate y'all taking the call.
Hey, buddy.
But no, it's ridiculous. It's my experience with it. Like, when I went to training camp, like, it's not only meeting the players and the experience and, mingling with these guys, but I met people from NFL Network, LaDainian Tomlinson. And my experience with it this year was like, hey, I want to take my son. My son was born. And I was like, you can take anybody you want to watch, or be a fan of, but except for anybody in our division, because at that time, Washington was not very good. So I didn't want him to suffer the same things I've been suffering for over 20 years. So, of course, like you said, he chose Kansas City, but that was right before Mahomes. And this year, my experience was, well, he wears Commanders because of his father. He's kind of into it. And it's about the young people and the young fans coming up. My experience this year was like they didn't even update the website. The website was 2024 training camp tickets. Go to SeatGeek. Well, then I went on it June 20th just to check. Nothing. Didn't update the website. Called them up. Hey, are you having training camp tickets? No. And then all of a sudden I hear today, they didn't know when they were coming out. And then today a friend of mine called me. He's like, hey, the training camp, they're sold out because they basically gave them all to season ticket members. Like, that's really upsetting and disappointing to me and for my son growing up and trying to be a part of this team and this new regime and culture coming up. It means a lot to the fans out here. And
this is my point, and I appreciate the call. Now, I've got a 4-year-old boy. We're 5 years away from him being right in the heat of where I was when I knew every player, what number they wore, all the stats, every team in the league. But my son, who's 4, 2 nights ago in our living room said, "Dad, quiz me on the helmets." And he gets out all of his NFL helmets.
Oh, I love it.
And he lays them out on the table, and I say, "Bears," and he grabs the Bears. And I think over 30, we were missing the Packers helmet. So we only had 31 helmets for some reason. So my brother-in-law, Poff, who's a Packers fan.
What happened to that Packers helmet?
I found it while I was sweeping today, actually. But there was 31 helmets.
Mysterious circumstances or no?
He got 27 of the 31 right. So he's getting better and better and better, right? But my point is, like, he is at the age where what would be awesome? What should be able to happen? Forget what would be cool. What should be a no-brainer is if I have the interest and the inclination as a fan of this team during a summer day to take off from work and to go, you know what you're going to do, buddy? You're going to go watch how hard Terry McLaurin works on the practice field today. Because that's what happened when I was a kid. That's what happened when your dad was a kid. Today, we're going to go to Ashburn. We're going to park. And you're going to see your guy Jaden and your guy Terry and your guy Sandra still, and you're going to see them from 15 feet away. Now, I'm not going to promise them or tell them you might get their autograph or a picture, but more often than not, you might. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And that, what my kid does? All of a sudden, he likes the team more, and he falls in love like that. We went to spring training this year. He got pictures with James Wood, Dylan Cruz, Jacob Young, Andrew Pinckney. He's asking me the other day. Andrew Pinckney is a pedestrian AAA player at this point. Okay, he's a prospect and he's one of my favorite guys. Great kid. But my son yesterday comes up to me and goes, "Is Andrew Pinckney on the Nationals yet?" He met him one time for 2 minutes.
Yep.
Barely at 4 years old.
Months ago, by the way.
That stuff matters, man. This is how you build this up. This is how you make sure that he's not the latest 9-year-old wearing a Mahomes jersey. Or you could just never open practices so that you can have your end around, not be seen by fans. By the way, you're cutting a third of the guys with your playbook. You're worried about someone tweeting out what's happening at practice to their 4,000
How about
followers?
the guy that drilled the plays? Would that guy know it?
Your left guard on that play is on the team you're playing in week 1. Like, that is such a bad excuse if that's really what this is. Because there was a huge complaint. I know Shanahan and a lot of these old school coaches were this way. They didn't like open practices because open practices meant that other teams could send a scout or whatever, and there's no way around like figuring out who's there and who isn't. You mean at the practice where 20 plus guys are going to be scattered around the NFL who could keep your playbook that they've already made copies of and know everything that you're doing? Give me a break that's a reason why not to do it. Reggie in Charlotte, you're listening on the Odyssey app. What's up?
Hey guys, love the show.
Appreciate you.
I think it's an interesting topic. So I live in Charlotte, but I'm from Richmond. I used to come home every summer to go to training camp in Richmond and love the experience. I was the grown man guy. I'm 47 now, but I was a grown man reaching over to little kids so that they could sign my football. Little kids.
You got to use your reach when you can use it. Yeah.
That's right. So, but lifelong fan, man. I love the fact that the team was in my hometown and I could come home and see them and get Alfred Morris and other guys and their autographs and whatnot. But I think with this, it's a little bit of the arrogance of the NFL because we know the NFL makes decisions and we know that they're still going to have the number one fan base in comparison to the other sports. They make decisions and we still flock to the NFL ticket. We still buy season tickets. We still go to games. We still buy $20 beers and $15 hot dogs. So they make these decisions and we fuss about it. But then when September rolls around, guess what? We're still watching. We're still going. And I wonder if this is one of the things to say, we're going to build fan base. It may be a little bit of a twisted mindset, but I wonder if it's a mindset of we're going to make you love us more by the absence of training camp. You can't see us in August, but in September, you're going to be like, well, I didn't get a chance to see them, but let me get a ticket to the game. Let me be a season ticket holder so I can get access to the guys into games.
So it's possible.
Yeah,
absence makes the heart grow fonder thing.
I don't buy that.
If that's a strategy that some marketing company says, you might get more attendance if there's no access because now he's got to take his kid to Landover to see the game. Maybe. Here's the problem. You better be damn good.
Yeah, there's a reason people give out samples. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason when you go to Costco, they're like, you want to try that? And if you're like, nope, all right, well, I guess I'm never buying the little mini wieners or whatever. Like, to me, that's what you're doing is you're building that rapport that these guys aren't just on TV, they're local. They represent the local area. It's why if you're a fan of some team around the world where you've never been to the stadium or like seen the guy at the supermarket or whatever, I think you're a big giant bandwagon fraud. I've never understood the ability to be a fan of a team from 1,000 miles away where they're not part of your community. How do you make someone feel like they're part of your community? You go see them in person when they're a living, breathing, running, panting human being that does amazing things. These larger-than-life gladiators. He's standing right there. The dude that had 13 touchdowns last season is standing right there. The guy that runs through the line of scrimmage like a bull in a china shop is right there. The 300-pound lineman that moves around like a small forward in the NBA is standing right there. Your heroes are right in front of you, coming off the damn field that you just saw go 12-5 last year, and you're dying to show them your adulation and love. All you want to do is show them how much they matter to you.
Well,
you're saying no to that.
I just think, too, it's really easy. Doesn't matter what they do business-wise. If they're winning 11 games in the regular season and they're winning 2 playoff games and getting to NFC championship games and Jaden Daniels is an MVP candidate, then people will come to games and they can do whatever they want. They could treat you well. They could treat you badly. Sure. They can make pro-fan decisions, anti-fan decisions. But it's not always that way. And so one of the reasons why this team for 20 plus years, maybe not all 30 because the apathy eventually set in, but for 20 plus years was able to stay as a marquee pillar in the NFL.
Yeah, pretend they had a fan
running to the
list,
ground over and over and over again was the infectious bond between the city and the team, which was number 1 based on winning, but was number 2 based on the team meaning something to people. And it is just hard to create that meaning without access, period. 800-636-1067. One more on this. I want to get into, does it actually help the team to keep the fans away? And if so, how much? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. And if your home didn't sell the first time, don't you dare give up. Call my friends, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home team with Keller Williams. They specialize in selling homes when other agents fail to deliver. They have a database of over 16,700 pre-screened qualified buyers ready to make a move. That means more eyes on your home and more offers on the table. Just ask Lee and Deborah. After trying to sell their home for months and getting nowhere, they turned to Reynolds and Power Home team. Debbie and Sarah suggested an aggressive marketing strategy, and because of their track record of results, Lee and Deborah had complete confidence in this approach. What happened next? 101 showings, 25 offers, all in just 5 days. They walked away with $55,000 over asking. Debbie and Sarah are so confident in their ability to get your home sold that if your home doesn't sell, they will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. So call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. In baseball, James Wood is going to be in the Home Run Derby representing the Washington Nationals on July 14th in Atlanta. James Wood looking to become the youngest Home Run Derby winner ever. He joins Ronald Acuna Jr. and Cal Raleigh as the announced participants of the Derby. Nats and Tigers tonight. Rubber match of the series, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Dietrich Enns. Also for the Nationals today, they reinstated left-handed pitcher Andrew Chafin from the 15-day injured list. They optioned right-handed pitcher Ryan Ludus to AAA Rochester. In hockey, Nikolai Ehlers is signing with the Hurricanes on a 6-year deal worth $8.5 million annually. And in the NFL, the Steelers have signed their general manager Omar Khan to a 3-year extension. He's now signed through the 2028 season. Mission Critical, that's JTF Specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products. We deploy fully integrated, mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Double play coming up at 3:45. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We'll blitz at 4 o'clock, and that is when, in 30 minutes, we're going to give away the tickets to see Adam Sandler in D.C. this fall. It's actually a September 27th show. So if you want those tickets, make sure you're listening right at 4 on Grant and Danny. Got some fun 4th of July convo coming your way on the show today as well. We are going to have our 4th of July food draft ahead of cookouts tomorrow in studio. We're going to do that right around 5:25 today, so make sure you're listening then. We're going to play this or that 4th of July edition before we get out of here in our final segment as well. So almost like the last day of school.
Yeah, there's an energy to it.
You put on a movie.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to this is the radio version of putting on a movie a little bit later on in the show, so enjoy that with us. What was the movie you guys would watch in school when like the teacher was cool?
Oh,
was there something you'd go to?
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't one definitive because it's always like you can't have something that's got curse words or like 2 adult themes in it or things like that. So even like back in the day, PG-13 movies would still have like guys saying some naughty words, which you can't have during the school day. So I'm trying to remember what we would do.
I remember watching The Sandlot at the end of the school year a couple times.
We never got that.
That was a good go-to.
Yeah, like the one of like the cool teachers who was also the coach would like throw on Hoosiers or something like that. I mean, we do the occasional sports movie.
So my question to you, and we're going to hit the phones and we'll move along. But if you want to hop in, 800-636-1067. Danny, my question is, are teams actually better off by mitigating access the way that the Commanders are? And by the way, the Kansas City Chiefs, I looked up their schedule here on their website. 17 open practices.
17.
For the best team in the NFL, and they do this every year. So you can't tell me that there's a direct correlation, right? Like, if you don't have practice open very often, you get a lot more done. I'd say the Chiefs are going to be pretty good. They have 17 practices open. This looks like a training camp schedule, kind of from my childhood, honestly. You want to go Tuesday the 22nd, 9:15 a.m. Wednesday the 23rd, 9:15 a.m. Thursday the 24th, 9:15 a.m. Friday the 25th, 9:15 a.m. They're off on Saturday. Sunday the 27th, 9:15 a.m. Monday, the 28th, 9:15 a.m. Tuesday, you get the point.
What time are they?
Every single day.
Yeah,
are they on the
9:15.
practice field? Now, they're going to close practices the day before some preseason games for sure. They occasionally charge an admission fee. And I don't know what the difference is, but like Family Fun Day, Saturday, August 2nd, is a $6 admission fee. Sunday, July 27th, maybe they bring in different activations or do more, and they want to defer some of the cost or something. So occasionally they charge $6, but otherwise it looks like these are practices that are open to the public, 17 of them over the course of their, training camp, which to me is the way it should be. But I ask you, is there a benefit to people not having their cell phones out, fans not seeing things, posting it online, players, just whatever time is gained? Employees are always thinking about that, right? Like, let's just work. Let's get our work in. Players not having to stand there and sign autographs 30, 45 minutes. They get to rest. They get to recuperate. They get to eat their lunch. They get to the meetings early, whatever that looks like. Do you think there's enough of a benefit possibly for a team to make the case? Look, it's not a fun decision. It's bad optics, but we're going to do it.
I think it's an excuse. I think it's a lame one, to be honest with you. The same, it feeds out of the same trough as volunteer to go. Next issue. I solved that one. I rubber stamped that one. I'll do it again next year. This is doable and workable. If all it requires is effort. Again, I have an informal list going. I've gotten through just about every team. There are a few that I cannot find yet, whether they haven't been announced or they're not doing it, or I don't know what. But I'll just read you the numbers. Forget about which team is which. 10, 8, 9, 13, 9, 11, 12, 16, 17, unlimited until the preseason begins. 14, 12, 11, 7, 8, 9, 9, 13, 9, 15, 10, 7. Which one of these is not like the other? Which one of these is not even close to those other ones? You could do the math. You can't tell me that you've unlocked some secret. You've unlocked some sort of training deal where you've unlocked some kind of special secret sauce that will give you an advantage over everybody else. There's no way. There's no way. More forward-thinking, smarter organizations who've been at it for a long time, who continue to kick everybody's butt and are annually really, really good, have 3, 4, 5 times as many as you do. It's an effort thing. That's what it is to me. And it doesn't feel worth it to them. And I think that's a shame. Again, overall balance sheet, really, really good. This is a miss. This is an easily controllable effort miss. And I don't know who to blame. It may be that I'm just making this up. The ownership group and the the PR folks or everybody who works on the nonprofit side or some of the outreach would love to do more. But the coaching staff goes, you know what? We ain't having it. We're not doing it. Or it could be something else. Again, I don't know who to direct my ire to.
I get the sense that their football department does not like to do things they don't have to do football-wise. That is not a crime, by the way. That is actually reasonable. But whether it comes to extra media, when it comes to interviews, when it comes to do we want to have our coach on this platform every week or our quarterback on that platform, I think they're very, very careful and cognizant about not overextending anybody and keeping eyes on the prize. And I think a lot of fans will hear that and go, good. And I think that that's perfectly reasonable. You act as if to an extent. So I bring that up to know what I know about their workings and some of the things that have happened and haven't happened and why they didn't happen. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that when I say football's definitely not going to push back on less fans around more often. Is it their want more than anybody else's? I don't know. Is it something I can't imagine the team president who's trying to sell this product right now, which is easier to sell than it's ever been before. All of a sudden they're blue magic, right? Everybody wants some of this. That they go, we don't want any fans there. We don't want to extend. The only time fans get to come do something, basically, and it's all about us paying for them to have a good time, essentially. Like, you got to pay for your food and your drink, and you got to bring your chair. But you're not paying to come in necessarily. They're not charging. So this is just something we do nice for fans. I don't think the marketing and business people are going, let's not do that. But maybe. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris?
What's up, gentlemen?
Buddy.
First of all, before I get into it, I'll say I have a feeling that this is temporary because this is, to Danny's point, this is such an easy miss for the Harris Group, which has otherwise been really good by the fans. I think maybe they're just saying, hey, we're not going to half-ass this, and we're going to do something much better in seasons to come, but it's not their focus right now. However, I will say the following things. NFL coaches need to stop treating practices like it's the Manhattan Project, okay? Guys running around in shorts catching passes on 7-on-7 drills is not earth-shattering, and it doesn't need to be shrouded in mystery. And the other thing I'll say is most sports, especially football, are becoming increasingly expensive and difficult for the average fan
100%.
to even participate
100%, Chris.
Live. And these little things like open practices are a way that people who otherwise never set foot in FedEx Field or can't afford, it costs the average family around $600 just to go to a game. These things are the last vestige of a time when there wasn't that much separation between the fans and the players and the teams. And the fact that it's dwindling in this way or is restricted to ticket season holders get first dibs is just, it's not fan friendly. And it's not, I agree with you guys. It's a real shame, but I'm holding out hope that this is something that they're going to fix because they've otherwise done really well. I don't know what's going on.
And Chris, I appreciate the thoughtful phone call. I'm hoping that there's some grand surprise around the corner where it's, no, we actually have a great idea and it's going to be this grandiose thing that's awesome in the future. I don't know where that's coming from, but that's an optimistic viewing of the current status, which is we're doing a fraction of what everyone else is doing.
Yeah, that's, I think my big frustration is I get that it's a trend, but right now I only have the Eagles with fewer practices than them. So you're one of the most extreme anti-fan operations during training camp. You want to be that? You shouldn't want to be that. Dave in Woodbridge, what's up?
Hey, guys. So definitely a bad look. I hope everybody barks enough where they second thought this and add a couple.
But they did it last year, and people barked, and they went even
they went the
further.
other way.
So
Yeah,
I wouldn't hold your breath.
Yeah, but so I'm a little older than y'all. I'm 55. I went to my first game at RFK when Pardee was a coach in '78. Back then, if you didn't know somebody that had tickets, so they didn't require you to buy preseason games back then for a season ticket holder. So your only two opportunities to ever see the team play was preseason or training camp. And my father, back when they had it in Carlisle, he used to tell me stories about going to the little bars after and hanging out with the players. Different times though. They're not doing that now, but so many good fond memories from all this, and I hope they do change it. That's all I got to say.
Well, you and I both, and I think a lot of people are with us. We'll get more into this a little bit later on Grant and Danny. Do a double play. We'll do that next. Top of the hour in about 17 minutes. Those tickets to see Adam Sandler right here on The Fan. Our daily double play right now. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
I saw this number. It's the only thing I can think about, the only thing I can talk about. It's the only thing I'm really interested in, quite frankly. I can't believe this. I don't have updated numbers after this, okay? So it's now almost a week that this release has happened, okay, Jeeps? But in the first 3 days since its release on Netflix, Squid Game Season 3, 60.1 million people have watched all or part of that season. 60.1 million people, which sets a new record for that time frame, which sets a new record for, I think, the biggest TV launch ever for Netflix. Season 2 had a higher opening week total, which was 68 million for the week. This was in the first 3 days of it coming out. It is, to me, one of the, every once in a while, like something will happen entertainment-wise or whatever, like a movie will do a certain amount, or, the finale of this TV show or the Super Bowl got this many viewers. A paid subscription service that now most everybody has, obviously, but still not ubiquitous around the world, or it still doesn't seem to me that it is that way. Something that is in its third season, not the premiere that got a lot of hype or whatever. 60 million people in 3 days watched Squid Game. I just can't get over how different entertainment is and how how the world has changed and how we consume things just within the span of my lifetime. I'm old enough, telling myself here, where someone would say, change the channel. And that meant whoever was closest, or if you lost the nose game, which is touch your nose, you had to stand up and turn the dial. You go, this one, this one, this one. Yeah, leave it there. And you go and sit back down. We did that before we got cable, before the clicker, before the remote, whatever you want to call it. Now you push a button. It's don recognizes that it's you. Do you want to pick up right where you left off on this show? Yes, I do. 60 million people in 3 days. I can't get over it.
So the number one most watched TV show in the U.S. today is Squid Game on Netflix. Number 2 is a show called The Waterfront, which I'm going to venture to guess you haven't heard of.
I've not heard of that.
I, for some reason, have this problem where if I start watching a miniseries, now I don't do this with all the shows you tell me to watch that I'm like 7 seasons and 52 episodes behind on.
Mm-hmm.
But a miniseries, if it's a 1 season, 6 or 8 episode drama building up to a culmination, even if it's not that good of a show and the acting's bad and there's a lot of things about the show that don't work for me, I normally ride it out. I watched this dumb show over the 2 days where I was bedridden, sick for the last 2 days. I'd already watched 1 or 2 episodes, I think, like a week ago. And I wasn't enjoying it that much, but I was like, all right, let me see what happens.
I'm already here, yeah.
And so I kept going and I kept going. And I was like, at some point, it's going to get better. And I realized at the end, there's no way anybody thinks differently than I do in the way of this show was missing something. It's like one of those shows where it's like, was it the acting? Was it the writing? It's just not a high quality show, but it has some good things in it. Like the plot, if you just hear about it, is kind of cool. And some of the shots and the scenery and the water elements are kind of neat. I don't know why it is, Danny, with these, and this is why these shows are made this way. I think these 8 episodes, little Netflix, you can knock them out in a few days. But when I get going on one of these, even if I know it stinks, I keep going.
You just do it because you're already committed.
I feel like you are able to pull the ripcord really easily when you're not in on the show.
Yeah, if something stinks, that's the end for me.
But I think you got to give a show, 3 episodes? Well, if there's only 8, and now you're quite literally, I mean, when you're 3/8 of the way down, you've watched 38% of the show. You're 4/10 of the way home. I feel like it's just like, all right, well, now I'm interested enough in this one character. Let me see what happens. Even though you know it's not a good show. So, as an example, recently when you go, what have you wasted your time watching? What content? There's so much great content out there. What broke through? I've got to tell people The Waterfront is the show I saw through to the end. That's embarrassing.
Yes,
that's ridiculous.
Because it's not very good. Yeah, I mean, to me, if I've heard really good things, so for example, I'll give you an example on this. Severance is that show for me. You hated it because the first 10 minutes are confusing and boring and they're setting something up. It was a slow burn. I kind of went, I don't love this show. I'm begging someone to do something. It's weird. It's quirky, but I could do weird and quirky anytime I feel like it, right? I could just stare at a wall with art house music on. Someone do something. And then the first little tug, the first little reveal, the first little, wait, what? Then this confusing thing. And all of a sudden I'm in. I'd heard such great things about the show that I'm willing to give it some time. If I just stumble onto something that's nubs and it proves itself to be nubby, and I'm going, okay, thanks. I can just move on to the next thing. So you're right. I do have that ability. I don't need conclusion. There's another Apple show. Everyone told me how great Silo was. I watched Silo for a couple episodes and I'm like, I just kind of can't do it. So I did something else.
James Wood just announced who's going to throw to him in the home run derby. You want to know who it is?
I do.
I'll tell you as soon as we come back.
Look at what you did.
Plus, we've got those Adam Sandler tickets for you. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase tickets at baysox.com. In baseball, James Wood going to be in the Home Run Derby on July 14th in Atlanta. James Wood looking to become the youngest Home Run Derby winner ever. Nats third base coach Ricky Gutierrez is going to pitch to him in the Derby. He joins Ronald Acuna Jr. and Cal Raleigh as the announced participants for this year's Derby. Nationals and Tigers tonight at 6:45 right here on the Fan, the rubber match of the series. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nats. He is 6-3 on the season with a 4.73 ERA. He'll take on Dietrich Enns, who is making his second start of the season. He went 5 scoreless against the A's in his first outing of the year. Also for the Nationals today, they reinstated left-handed pitcher Andrew Chafin from the 15-day injured list and optioned right-handed pitcher Ryan Ludus to AAA Rochester. Also a reminder, tomorrow, 4th of July game for the Nationals as they take on the Red Sox at 11:05 right here on the Fan. In hockey, Nikolai Ehlers is signing with the Hurricanes 6 years, $8.5 million annually. And in the NFL, the Steelers have signed their general manager Omar Khan to a 3-year contract extension. He's now signed through the 2028 season. Celebrate Independence Day with the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Fireworks follow the game on both Friday and Saturday, and Sunday's Family Fun Day. Closer to home, closer to the action. Get tickets for this weekend at baysox.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congratulations. You're going to win a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend Tour. This is Saturday, September 27th at Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Welcome back to Grant and Danny, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. We'll take you up to 6:15. Nats baseball tonight on the Fan at 6:45. Remember, they are playing again quickly tomorrow morning.
Quick turnaround.
In the 11 a.m. hour, they play their annual 4th of July morning tilt with the Boston Red Sox in town, which is pretty cool. Interleague Baseball, Boston, D.C. on display for Major League Baseball on Independence Day. It is Beltway Blitz time right now on Grant and Danny, so let's get to it. And to discuss the Nationals from way over in the producer room, about 6 feet away.
Oh, we got that guy.
You know him from his work on Bustin' Loose Baseball and also on the Grant and Danny radio program the last couple of days after your boy fell ill. Toby Altizer joins us. Tobes, are you going to the ball game tonight?
I will be at the ballpark tonight.
I will be sitting next to you. I look forward to seeing you over there. We get to celebrate James Wood being in the Home Run Derby. How cool is that? He will represent the Nationals in Atlanta in the Derby. Ups the chances, I'd say, that he's going to be an all-star, which should be a lock anyway.
Yeah, absolutely should be a lock. I think it's going to be awesome for him to be in Atlanta. If he wasn't already known, it feels like Major League Baseball has done a pretty good job over the last couple of weeks kind of letting people know who this guy is, this 6'7" phenom that hits absolute nukes. And now they're going to get to see it on the big stage in Atlanta. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how he approaches this. Ricky Gutierrez is going to be pitching to him. Is he going to try to pull all these? Is he going to go the other way? Is he just going to go with his natural stroke up the middle the other way? It's going to be interesting to see how he does, but really excited that he's going to be in Atlanta.
So you heard that from Tobes. I had teased this, Danny. Ricky Gutierrez has been chosen to pitch to him. Yeah, obviously, I'm sure throws BP to him at some point and does different things over at Nats Park as the third base coach. I just hope he doesn't not let him hit when he should let him hit. Instead of giving him the go sign to hit, if he stops him at third base, which he loves to do and people should go score runs, that would be frustrating to me.
So, you have to swing at this pitch that's out of the zone. It's in the dirt. That's how it manifests itself. Or, take this fastball down the middle. Maybe something like that. I don't know.
How about the Jacob Young catch last night in the 9th inning? You were at the ballpark.
Best catch I've seen in person. I don't think it tops the Denzel Clark catch that we saw earlier this year, but it's up there. It's incredible how well accustomed he is to that wall now, because there have been plenty that have gotten into those red seats that he hasn't been able to get. This one was a little bit shorter, I think, than he thought at first, but still able to climb up that wall with ease. It's his home ballpark, so he understands the dimensions, gets there, and then is able to adjust to make the catch. I don't think he realized how good of a catch it was until he saw the replay. So many of the players, obviously the fans, thought it was the best catch that they've ever seen. It was incredible to see in person.
Toblerone, what's going on with Mackenzie Gore? Numbers still fine. I mean, minus that Dodger start. They'll do that to a lot of people. They're elite. They're the World Series favorite for a reason. But the strikeout totals appear to be going down. Wasn't missing a ton of bats yesterday. Kind of labored his way through 5 1/3. What are you noticing?
Yeah, I don't know if it's anything in particular other than he's just not able to get that put away pitch, Danny. And I don't know if it's the giddy up isn't there, or if I don't know if there's anything in particular other than it seems like teams maybe have a good plan on him and they're still not able to square him up. And that's why you end up with the thousands of foul balls like we were talking about yesterday with Flaherty and with Gore. If you wanted a foul ball, yesterday was your game in game 2 of that doubleheader. So many foul balls. And so they just drive that pitch count up and up and up. But I'm not even that worried about it, Danny, because yes, he is a power pitcher. Yes, he's a strikeout pitcher. But to see him be able to get through 5 1/3, and yes, the pitch count went up to 111 pitches, which you don't love to see. But he's been able to find another level where even when he's not striking guys out, he can still be effective. And so you have what you saw early in the season where he was dominant, striking out a ton of guys. And now you see another evolution where he's able to, I wouldn't say pitch to contact, but he's able to rely a little bit more on that. If he can combine a little bit of that and kind of flip the switch when he needs, maybe you can see that turn into a guy that can go deeper in outings in the future.
What do you make of the 4th of July morning game for the Nats every year?
Love it. It's so awesome. It's so cool. I know it's different, 11:05, and you're watching guys warming up at 10:30 in the morning, and it's a little bit odd, but it's cool. It's something that's unique to the nation's capital. You know, you can still do the whole day of 4th of July. You can come down to the ballpark, watch a game. Last year, the game finished in under 2 hours and was an epic one with Jake Irvin going 8 scoreless innings, and then Jesse Winker hitting the pinch hit home run in the 8th inning, and then Derek Law coming in with the American flag in the 9th. But when you get a quick ball game, you get it done. You're out of the city if you want to go back home and celebrate with family, and you're still home before dinner. I think it's really, really cool and a unique thing here for DC, where a town that doesn't have a whole lot of unique baseball things to itself.
Give me kind of a state of the state here, Tobes. That win last night was a lot of fun, but it doesn't sort of change the underlying fact that they got the second worst record in the National League. What should we be expecting here over the next few weeks? Kind of a make or break point for them for what kind of season they want to have.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you've got just a couple of weeks before the trade deadline, so you're going to see if they're going to move some dudes. I would assume that no matter what happens over this stretch, you're still going to fit into the sellers category, but just continuing to see some growth and better play, and they've played better baseball than they have in that 11-game losing streak, but there's still little things you want to see cleaned up. So it's just about finding some of those little tweaks that they need to make and improvements that they need to make and work on that. And you're playing a good ball club in the Tigers. You got a chance to win one today, so it'd be a good start if they can win one today and get a series against the Tigers to start off the month of July.
Listen to Toby and I's Nats podcast, Bustin' Loose Baseball. Thank you, buddy.
Absolutely.
Let's keep the blitz moving. And let's talk football with our pal Denton Day from over on the BetMGM network. Denton, what do you make of the Steelers' urgency this last month? Aaron Rodgers in as their starter over Mason Rudolph. That's an upgrade, but is it enough? Then they go out and they make a big splash blockbuster trade for Jalen Ramsey. Are they actually moving up the AFC pecking order?
I think they're moving up the AFC pecking order, guys. This feels to me a little bit like, if I can make a crossover reference with sports, it feels like the Brooklyn Nets when they traded for Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett. Like, you're getting a bunch of old dudes and hoping that this is all going to work, and you get one final run out of Aaron Rodgers, and maybe 1 or 2 good seasons out of Jalen Ramsey. Don't worry about TJ Watt; he'll eventually show up. But we are doing this thing. I think they think they're doing something really, really impressive, but I don't think it's going to be enough to move up the pecking order drastically when you have a really, really loaded conference.
Give me a team that you don't think people are paying enough attention to, whether they're incumbent good, whether they're going to be good, they're going to jump up and surprise people. Just give me kind of I hate to use the term because it's hack radio, but give me a sleeper team where you're kind of going, you know what, people should be looking at?
That is the Falcons. I think everyone is looking at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in that division and saying they're one of the better teams in the NFC because of some of the things they did this offseason. I think the Atlanta Falcons, though, are the sleeper, if you will, the dark horse, if you will. I think they're going to win the NFC South. I'm a Michael Penix guy, and I think in year number 2 with a full offseason of preparation, and he doesn't really have to worry about is it his job, is it not his job. We definitively know this is his job. He gets all of it going into week 1. I think the Falcons are going to be a team that slides into the playoffs in the NFC.
Bills or Ravens? One of the two breaks through and wins the Super Bowl this year. Who do you think it'll be?
God. I'm gonna go Bills. I'm gonna go Bills because at least in watching them lose, which we've done many times, it never feels like it's exclusively on Josh Allen or the offense just completely gaining all identity. Whereas the Ravens every year in the postseason, either Lamar is not as good as he should be, or the offense looks like a complete and utter shell of itself. Josh Allen just runs into Patrick Mahomes every single year. So I'm going to go Bills.
Are the Detroit Lions going to win the division again with Miami, I'm sure, with Minnesota 14-3 right behind him? Green Bay, a team that nobody's really paying that much attention to, a whisper quiet 11-6 last year. Do they repeat in the NFC North?
No, they do not. If you asked me for two sleeper teams, Green Bay would have been the other one. I really like Jordan Love, but I just really don't know what Detroit is going to look like. You lose both your offensive coordinator and your defensive coordinator. In a perfect world, you had somebody waiting in the wings because you knew last year was going to be the last season that you had for one, if not both of them. But we've seen that happen many times, guys. The transition goes from one guy that's really, really good at his job, and you do your best to keep it as linear as possible with the next guy, and for whatever reason, he just doesn't connect or it just doesn't end up working. So I think they'll still be a playoff team, but I don't think they're going to win that division. I think Green Bay could get away with 12 wins this year.
JJ McCarthy, where were you a year ago on him coming out? And now that you've seen Sam Darnold thrive in that passing attack under Kevin O'Connell, how sure are you that McCarthy could be kind of the next guy to drop in and have play at a really high level?
I'm slamming on the brakes. I'm going 25 out of 50 when it comes to J.J. McCarthy. I thought he was fine out of college, but I didn't think he was sensational. I think they reached a little bit to go and draft him. And with Sam Darnold last year, he was really, really good at points. But I do think a lot of that was based off of how good the defense was, and there was a little less pressure on Sam Darnold. And it feels like from year to year, defenses are kind of all over the place. One year you'll be really, really good. The next year you might be just kind of average, or who knows, maybe a little bit worse than that. So I don't know what to anticipate from the Vikings defense. If they're going to go out there and make J.J. McCarthy go win them football games, we saw that last year when they needed Sam Darnold to go win them games, they started losing games. And considering this guy has never played before, what we've seen with Jaden here, with CJ in Houston, like, you're not supposed to come out and take the league by storm your first year playing. That is very abnormal. I don't know that I trust J.J. McCarthy, having not seen him play a real NFL down, to go out there and be nearly as good as what Darnold was last year.
Denton, you have to risk the entire day fortune. So like all the different holdings, the companies, the offshore holdings, like all the different piles of money you have, like Scrooge McDuck, on who wins the NFC West. You have to place the bet today. Who are you wagering on?
I would bet all $6 I have to my name on the Los Angeles Rams. I just don't think San Francisco is – I think they're kind of coming towards a little bit of the end of this reign of dominance and reign of terror, and I'm not quite there on Seattle or Arizona yet, so I would go Los Angeles.
Denton, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate it, fellas.
See you, dude.
You got it. That there is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Toby talked about this in the Blitz, but I know something you wanted to address from our pre-show chat last night. You were in the ballpark for Jacob Young's catch. I was watching at home, was not at the game last night. My goodness, dude. It was the coolest thing because, you know, Nats fans, end of the ball game. There weren't a lot of them at the game anyway, let's face it. They've been booing at different points during the day. He got a really cool standing ovation almost like a minute and a half after the play, because there was so much downtime where everyone was still kind of celebrating. Clearly, it
was a surreal moment.
Home plate umpire kind of had some feel where he kind of said, hey, pitch clock can be off for a second. And then after what was like 45, 50 seconds of real time, everyone starts coming to their feet like angels in the outfield, and JY's like doing a little curtain call.
So here's how it happened in the yard. So the ball's hit. It looks like it's gone by a decent enough measure. It either hangs up, slows up, maybe doesn't quite go as far. But Young, in my vantage point, I'd gone out to left field to the toaster oven to do postgame, right? So you're there just in case, make sure you're timely fashion, connect. So I'm able to talk to Vic down the line, do the thing with Charlie and Dave, et cetera. So it's immediately to my left, if you can picture, because I'm right behind the left field foul pole. Young's going back. He disappears for that microsecond because he's now under the fence line. And then I see arm, head, extended arm back over the fence or the wall, catches it, and then kind of has to push back off the wall to propel himself down because he'd basically spiked the wall to climb up there. And he lands. And everybody in the ballpark gasps. I had the perfect vantage point of him throwing it back into the infield. CJ Abrams is standing there agape, like his mouth wide open, just sort of staring out at the fact that he just saw this impossible thing. Young throws the ball back into the infield. Both Garcia and Abrams are standing like statues. The ball bounces between them. They don't go be cutoff men because they're all just standing there going, I can't believe I just saw that. Cal Finnegan's making the touchdown Jesus symbol, and everyone's confused, and amazed, right? Then Riley Adams, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's a planned timeout. I don't know if he had a sense of the moment, but he goes out to talk to Kyle Finnegan. So you get an official timeout. That allows for more replays. Young is in there kind of, in center field going, I think that was a pretty good catch. He allows himself a peek at the Jumbotron.
Big smile.
While smirking, and you see the replay. And the more the replay plays, now we've got dead ball time. The place just kind of goes nuts.
It was very
over
natural.
and over. It was beautiful. What a cool moment.
Yeah, that was one of the coolest catches in that ballpark's history for sure, because he went full Spider-Man. He's not a big guy. I mean,
Right,
for people
no.
that don't know, Jacob Young is probably
my size, basically.
He might be. No, he's smaller than you, but you're 6 foot.
Yeah.
He's
but
5'9",
No,
5'10".
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
He's a small guy. And so Jacob Young maybe is 5'10" tops, but I would say is under that. Climbing up that wall, full on Spider-Man at full speed to jump up and make the
Incredible
catch,
play.
kind of back to the infield all in one motion. Breathtaking. There have been better catches this year. Denzel made the catch for the A's that was otherworldly, where I
One of the
still
best
think
I've ever seen.
the Clark catch, for people that don't know, Canadian Athletics outfielder Denzel Clark, who struggled to hit. I think he hit like 190 so far, but he's one of the great athletes in the sport. And he's made, 5 or 6 ridiculous 5-star catches already for the A's this year. But Denzel's catch on the top of the wall that people remember where he's like laying on the fence, that's still the best catch of the season. Second best I've ever seen, maybe to Gary Matthews Jr. But this JY catch was different. And when you see one of those in person, I saw an Adam Jones catch one time and a Mike Trout catch one time at Camden Yards that I'll never forget. Luis Matos had a home run robbery when I was a kid that I still remember. Like, those stick with you. They're indelible. They're great moments. This was the call last night on the Nats Radio Network here on The Fan by Dave Jagler.
3-2 the count. Here it comes. Fastball driven in the air to deep center field. Back goes Jacob Young to the wall. He climbs the wall, and he caught it. Oh, my goodness. He robbed him of a home run. Do you believe it? Jacob Young with a spectacular catch, climbed the wall, and robbed Green of a home run. He brought it back. Stunning. The Tigers' all-star outfielder. What a catch.
You could tell Jags was shocked as well. Went to the Do You Believe It, the old Howie Kendrick off the foul pole call there.
How do you believe it? Part 2. Yeah. I mean, it was to that level. And we were talking about this again on postgame. From their vantage point, where the press box is 1 billion feet high up above home plate. It's one of the worst vantage points, and frankly, for radio guys, play-by-play guys in the whole sport. But I digress. You've got to wait because you can't tell until the other fans and everybody else who can tell, the folks that are in left center field, they know, right? It reminded me of, and I brought this up, it reminded me of the save for Braden Holtby, where 80% of the arena is celebrating a goal. 20% knows the truth.
Yeah.
And slowly, and like a wave, the truth hits them, and it's devastating because it was the home fans in Vegas. Here, this is the euphoria that this amazing thing happened. So I think everyone thinks it's a homer, first base side, right field side, third base line, into the upper decks, back behind home plate. You got to wait that extra beat. He comes down, takes the ball out of his glove. He caught it, but the fans that were there on the scene in left center, they know first.
Well, so on TV, right, being at home watching on TV, I don't know if something happened with Bob's mic. Did anyone see the TV call on Masson? It was completely botched. Now, it was not Bob's fault. I think Bob called it really well, as you'd expect. He's a pro. But the mic drops. I don't know if he was so loud and excited that the mic gives out or pops or something. But it's a shame because it really does rob you of what could have been an amazing call with an amazing play. But just as a viewer, you part of the experience is taken away based on kind of the technology. And so Masson, not its finest moment of the broadcast. But I thought Bob, from what I could hear, had a really good call. But that sounded crystal clear on FM radio here on 106.7 The Fan last night. Let's spin the commando wheel next. You guys have landed the wheel on Brian Robinson.
Yes.
and Brandon Coleman.
Brandon Coleman yesterday.
Over the last couple of days. So we've had 3 straight offensive players. We'll see if we keep that going next. We spin the random commando wheel, and then we break down a player on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. In baseball, James Wood going to represent the Washington Nationals in the Home Run Derby on July 14th in Atlanta. He's looking to become the youngest Home Run Derby winner ever. That's third base coach Ricky Gutierrez is going to pitch to him in the Derby. He joins Ronald Acuna Jr. and Cal Raleigh as the other announced participants. Tonight, rubber match for the Nats and the Tigers at 6:45. Continue the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. Dietrich Enns makes his second start of the year for the Tigers. Also for the Nats, they reinstated left-handed pitcher Andrew Chafin from the 15-day injured list and optioned right-handed pitcher Ryan Ludus to AAA Rochester. In hockey, Nikolai Ehlers is signing with the Hurricanes after he was linked to the Capitals. He signs a 6-year deal with Carolina worth $8.5 million annually. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to Express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We've got one more pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler this week because we won't be here tomorrow on Independence Day. We'll give away the tickets coming up at 5 o'clock in a half hour. So 32 minutes from now, before we talk NBA with Jason Timpf, make sure you're listening and ready to call. We'll give you the cue to call. You got to be caller 10. Adam Sandler in D.C., late September. It's a hot ticket. We've got them for you on Grant and Danny. Let's spin the commando wheel and figure out who we're talking about today.
Intercepted. Throw it right into the hands of Quan Martin, and the safety takes it inside the 40 to the 37.
Man, I'm really excited about what he is, what he can be, and I just feel like he's one of those people. I'm feeling this momentum take place for him to ride this big wave in because he's just gaining confidence in this new system.
Got some pressure again, lets it fly high. It's intercepted, picked off by Quan Martin. Martin with some blocks inside the 20, still going. Martin, pick six.
That was Quan Martin's playoff pick six to help get the Commanders to the NFC Championship game. In fact, in a high-scoring shootout, it was at that moment. I think that was right before halftime.
Yes,
they went up by a bunch, and I thought, oh, my God.
Dude, they might win.
They're going to win this game.
When they let go that enormous blindside block on that pick six of Jared Goff, I can't remember, it was Luvu or somebody, decluded him and knocked him on his butt, and they were like, yep, that's fine. I went, oh, my God, it might be our time.
Well, here's what I didn't know about that game.
Yeah.
I didn't know Jared Goff was going to play so terribly. I mean, he was so bad in that game. It was so embarrassing to watch a quarterback just stumble his way through a game and throw up all over himself. I'm sorry, Ryan. I mean, Goff was really bad.
He was pretty horrendous. I mean,
I'm not talking about the 5 interception game from earlier in the year on national TV.
You're not talking about that one.
I'm talking about
it's a different big game that he didn't play well in.
3 interception, 4 turnover game that single-handedly knocked the Lions out of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
That game.
Yeah, he didn't have the 4th interception. That was a Jameson Williams production. Good call, Ben Johnson. Keep it up, dude.
Hey, where's my Ben Johnson alert? He's with the Chicago Bears. He's going to be silly.
But anytime you can go 23 for 40 with 3 interceptions against a terrible defense, you're doing great, sweetie.
That's the other part. Their defense stunk so bad.
Yeah, it was bad.
Not that night, it didn't.
It was just fine.
They couldn't pick off Darris last year. If Toki Altizer was at quarterback with his hat backwards, they couldn't have picked him off. And yet they play Jared Goff in the playoffs, and it was an Oprah Winfrey game. You get one, and you get one, and you get one. I mean, that was tough. If you're a Jared Goff stan, like if you go to work every day, cock of the walk.
Just hoping someone asks me about Jared Goff.
Just chest out because Ben Johnson schemed up 342 and 3 scores. I mean, that is a tough way to live, to have to watch it all go up in flames like that in the final game of the season. Anyway, we should probably get into Quan Martin. I mean, this has just turned into one big troll of Clary who has to sit here.
I mean, it's going great.
Eat this bowl of soup.
I'm having an awesome time.
But we should probably talk about Quan Martin.
Yeah, get to it.
Quan Martin's turned himself into a really good football player. 2 seasons now. Missed 1 game last year, but I guess he's missed 1 game in both seasons, actually. If you remember his rookie year.
Yep, that's what I was going to bring up.
Initially, he barely played.
I mean, that's not a hyperbole either. 0 defensive snaps in week 1, inactive in week 2. This is his rookie year. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 until the Atlanta game where he played 7 defensive snaps. He was not playable for a bad team as a rookie.
Well,
he grew into a role and by the end of the year was a bona fide starter.
That's a way to look at it. Or you could say that was a staff that was stupid and didn't know what it was doing. You could go with that
Possible
route too,
yeah.
And he should have been playing all along, but to each their own, whichever you prefer. But yes, bottom line, on a bad team and a bad defense, he did not get on the field.
Yeah, turned into a success story, yeah.
Second half of the season, he played a good bit and ended up starting down the stretch of his rookie season and showing fairly well. Last year, though, I thought they had a actually really good safety spot because when they go out and get Jeremy Chin and he played the way that he did, he got paid a nice raise and he moved on, and I think they'll miss him. He was their best safety. But Quan Martin, in that free safety role, playing center field, if you will, being able to roam a little bit and run, still a willing tackler, still a pretty physical player, made almost 90 tackles last year. I think he is just scratching the surface. Remember, he was a second-round pick. He was a top 50 guy. He was taken in the same range as basically guys like Mikey Sandra-Still and Ben Sinnott 1 year earlier. I know it's a different regime, but he was considered at the time of the draft. I remember still talking to someone on draft night and asking about him, and they said, that's my favorite nickel corner safety tweener in the entire class. I mean, there were people that really, really loved the player. Only 25 going into year 3. I think this is going to be one of the real success stories of the Rivera-Marty Party regime.
I would say so, right? I mean, a second rounder, this is actually what it's supposed to be. Quite frankly, a good quality starter that plays for your team and you don't worry about. But it started off so poorly, whether it was his fault, their fault, I don't care. It just did. The first 8 games of his career, more than that, actually, first 9-10 games of his career, you're going, well, this is another on a pile of terrible from Ron and the Marty law firm, right? They can't get out of their own way. He has turned into a very solid player. Now, not gospel. PFF doesn't have him in their top 32 safeties entering the 2025 season. So I don't think you've got somebody that's rangy, dynamic, game changer,
Can I ask
take stuff away.
there?
Sure.
Top 32 free safeties or safeties?
Safeties in general.
Okay.
Yeah. So it obviously includes free, strong. I mean, although that's more
There's only
interchangeable.
32 starting free safeties. So if he wasn't one of the, like, if you're saying he's 33rd on that list, okay. But what I wonder is this. Is he a guy that you could see making a Pro Bowl at some point? He's gotten popular here.
Yeah.
And I think there's people that would suggest that. But he defended 3 passes last year.
So here's how things break right. He has a 4 interception season. Not necessarily something he did remarkably well, but a couple overthrows or a tip pass here and there. You have a couple in the good column for a team that, has similar success, is on prime time a lot. You have a couple good breaks. He can make a Pro Bowl, but I don't think of him as that's a Pro Bowl safety, right? Whereas when I think of Xavier McKinney, Antoine Winfield, Kyle Hamilton, I go, that's a Pro Bowl safety,
So
whether
look
they
this
make it
up
in a
for
given
me.
year or not.
I'm
Yeah.
curious. How many Antoine Winfield's maybe a better version of this. Like, how many passes defended did the really good free safeties in the league last year have? Because a lot of the guys you're talking
See if I can
about,
find that.
like McKinney's actually a better example. Because a lot of the guys you're referencing are box safeties. Like, that's Jeremy Chin. You should get a bunch of tackles. You should be able to impact the game more often down in the box. But the guys that pick off a lot of passes, that roam around in center field, Quan Martin has 1 interception in each of 2 seasons. I guess he had 2 as a rookie, but 3 interceptions total now in 32 games. Like, you got to have one of those 7-8 interception seasons to end up getting your name into the Pro Bowl mix. He made a ton of tackles, which I think is nice, but that's more of, again, a strong safety thing. And it's anymore in the NFL, it's not one or the other, right? It's a little bit of both.
So Brian Branch leads safeties, according to this list I'm finding here on Pro Football Reference, with 16 passes defended, 4 interceptions. I mean, Detroit's up all the time. Teams are throwing on them. You're going to get your chances. Then you start going down the list. Guys like Kirby Joseph, Julian Love at 12, CJ Gardner-Johnson, same thing with Philadelphia, where you're going to get chances because they're winning a lot and teams are going to try to throw on you. But Xavier McKinney had 11, for example.
So I think he's got to probably be around 10 to 12 passes broken up, which is 3 times as many as he's had at any point.
Yep.
To get him into the conversation where you start to be really active and a force on the back end. And if you do that, generally his interceptions are going to become 4 or 5. And to me, that's what we're talking about as into getting into the Pro Bowl conversation. By the way, if you keep doing that and you're making 80 tackles, you're going to be considered one of the better safeties.
You're doing pretty good. I mean, again, just by way of example, Xavier McKinney, 8 picks last year. That's obviously a pretty remarkable year for anybody, let alone, a free safety. But typically the guys that are thought of up at the elite level, Jesse Bates, 4, that's kind of that 4 or 5 range to your point. So if he runs into a year like that, part good fortune, part good scheme, part, some pressure from up front, that could happen for him. But again, I don't put him in that tier, and that's not an indictment. I go solid starter, not worried about him. Would I like to have a superstar at every position? Of course, but this isn't fantasy football. We're building a roster here.
New show idea. Maybe this will be fun, or maybe it won't. A game where we play Diddy Bounce, and it's just a Danny Rouye Diddy. What team is that guy on now?
Ooh, just go like Charles Barkley, who he played for.
Yeah, Xavier McKinney.
Did he leave Miami, or is he still in Miami?
He's not in Miami.
Well, then I don't know. So yes, he bounced. Is that the answer?
Did he bounce? He bounced. By the way, I don't think he's ever been in Miami.
Did he bounce? Shut up, Danny.
Xavier McKinney was the New York Giants, not Miami.
Who am I thinking of?
I don't know.
Am I thinking of the lineman?
I don't know who you're thinking of.
There's a guy named McKinney who played for the Miami Dolphins. I'm not crazy, right?
This is going to be harder than I thought.
All right, Xavier McKinney played for the Packers at some point.
He currently plays for the Packers.
There you go. Okay. Who's the McKinney that's on the Dolphins? Now that's what I know. You don't care about that.
You're going with at this point. But last year, Xavier McKinney picked off 8 passes for the Packers.
Okay.
Did he bounce?
Did he bounce?
He's I thought you might think he was still a New York Giant still, based on the Jeremy Maclin thing. That could be fun. Who he play for? The Charles Barkley thing with Danny and NFL
can't
players.
Be Bryant McKinney from the 2013 Miami Dolphins that I'm thinking of.
Well, Bryant McKinney is more a Minnesota Viking for most people than a Dolphin.
Totally.
Anyway.
Like I have a McKinney and Miami association in my mind. I'm going to find that. I know we're doing the show, but that's now what's on my brain.
I mean, you can do whatever you want to do.
Okay.
I'll open up the phones on Quan Martin for people at 800-636-1067. This is a win for Rivera's draft group. It's a second-round pick who's still on the team, which those are few and far between for them. But on top of that, he's a starter, and he's a good starter. He's very quality. He had a huge postseason run, including the pick 6 against the Detroit Lions. It seems like he's playing the best football of his career, now closer to present, which is what you want. He's ascending. He's getting better and better and better. How much more is there? What is his ceiling? Let's get to that. 800-636-1067 is the number. Plus, James Wood is not only going to be in the home run derby, but he's in the news for all the right reasons today for another story as well. We'll get to that on G&D. In 15 minutes, Jason Timpf on the NBA free agency. Off to a crazy start. Milwaukee Bucks making a historical money decision to move on from Damian Lillard at the cost of $22 or so million per year for years.
Yeah.
I mean, the cap hit to just not have him around, basically robbing Peter to pay Paul so that they could then go get Miles Turner and pay him the money that they are.
The old stretch provision where it's really going to stretch.
The NBA is just wild, though. And we could talk to Jason Timpf about this coming up at 5 o'clock, but some of the trades you hear about and the negotiations, like I was reading today, nothing's official yet. It's like the NFL league year where this has happened. Here's what's going to go down. Well, they're still adding teams into this Kevin Durant trade. It could end up being the first ever 7-team trade.
As many as 7
in the NBA. 7 teams where like someone's going to get 14 draft picks and someone's going to get $9 and a bag of cotton candy. It's just,
yeah, Brian Cardinal will be part of the trade for like a second rounder in 2040. I mean, the whole thing's weird, man.
It's hard for me. But we'll talk to Jason about it. There are some things that are less insane that have happened that we can get into as well. But before we move on from Quan Martin, where are you at on the Commanders' safety position with Jeremy Chin out? I think that's going to be one of their biggest losses that we don't talk about enough. And for the moment, I'll say Will Harris in because the former New Orleans Saint brought in via free agency within the first couple days of the period is probably the guy right now you'd plug in to start with Quan Martin. Maybe there's a competition where Percy Butler or somebody else, whether that's Jeremy Reeves or Tyler Owens, the former special teams standout who made the team last year, everybody loved in the preseason. Maybe other guys are competing, but it seems like it would be Quan Martin roaming in the secondary and Will Harris in the box a bunch.
That's the theory, right? Now, again, it's more interchangeable than it used to be. Like the standard, we think of the free safety roaming in center field, and then the glorified linebacker, Steve Atwater style with a big neck roll thumping people. So it's a little bit more interchangeable, but that's generally how I perceive the role. I think people sleep on how big Jeremy Chin is. Like, that's a massive dude that was playing downhill an awful lot, and they kind of used him in that. Again, because they didn't run your normal standard issue 4-3 all that often. He was sort of a linebacker a lot of time. You sort of live in nickel probably 50, 60, 70% of the time or more in this modern NFL. So you need some of that versatility there. I think Harris is very like workmanlike, serviceable, will be fine. I think maybe a little bit less dynamic than Chin is in terms of forcing a fumble here or there. He's here to lay wood and knock people around, but I think you may see Percy Butler. I think you may see maybe like an extra cornerback in there, thinking about how physical Sanders still is close to the line of scrimmage. And, some of that position flex that Ron used to talk about might actually be applicable here.
I wonder what his speed is like now, speaking of Harris. I don't think of him as a fast guy necessarily, but he ran a 4.41 at the combine back in 2019, which means you're scooting.
Yeah.
That's a good time.
Yeah.
Now, that's a lot of contact and violent collisions ago, and that's 6 football seasons ago. So I'd be curious what that looks like now. But to your point, Percy Butler can go get it. He can run. I just think we're far enough along into his career where if he should be on the field a bunch defensively, it would have probably already happened.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, his second year, he played a lot more than his third year, which was the last Rivera year into this group last year. Like, I didn't even think at the end of last football season, he was a safe bet to be on the team, and maybe he won't be. But they've gotten so much thinner at safety by losing Jeremy Chin, by not really addressing the position to a great extent, that it feels like he's close to a lock to be around. I mean, unless they go thinner and like Tyler Owens and Jeremy Reeves are the backups. But to me, it feels like Owens should be like a 5th guy who's a special teams ace. And then Butler, just because we've seen him play, should be on the field more. But Will Harris is 29. So that 4.4 was a long time ago. And to your point, his calling card, or at least what he's known for, is the big violent collision.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he is going to.
And I think they like that. I think they've got him in earmarked for that role, close to the line of scrimmage. Please help with the run game.
But 2 seasons ago in Detroit. So forget last year when he was a full-time starter. He missed a month, but he was a 13-game starter for New Orleans, and he made 74 tackles and did some pretty good things overall. Had 5 pass breakups and interception. 2 seasons ago when he was on an NFC top-of-the-line Detroit Lions team that was up big to get to the NFC Championship game. He started 2 games. That's it. He was a backup safety. And I bring that up just to say that was his 5th year in the program. His starts had declined 3 straight seasons there as they were adding talent and kind of figuring out what they wanted to be. And it wasn't like he was a guy that had to be on the field. I would much more comfortably go into the season if he was my third guy. I think they've really gambled a little bit at the safety position. Just with the 2 guys that they have starting, let alone if something happens. Is Jeremy Reeves now a starting safety week in and week out for the first time in his career? It's never happened before. Percy Butler, same thing, never happened before. Like, they have less depth than they've had there in a while.
Yeah, this feels like the Reed Doughty era, where he was never the plan, but all of a sudden he was the guy for 12, 13 games at a time because their plan wasn't very good. So I would forgive this more if they'd gone and done something special elsewhere. You know what I mean? Like if they'd gone all in, I'm just making this up. If they'd gone all in on Trey Hendrickson or added Carlton Davis or DJ Reader or like a frontline cornerback opposite Lattimore, and to sort of be the dude on the outside, still drafted Trey Amos, where all of a sudden you transform your secondary and you go, listen, man, we got to go cheap at safety. We got to be thrifty somewhere just to make sure we've got a roster. I get that. That makes sense. You're taking a risk at safety. That goes with the risk at corner, the risk at defensive end, and to some degree, the risk at defensive tackle. That some guys are going to blossom that haven't really done it in a while. To me, there's not much risk at linebacker. Luvu, Wagner, a couple guys behind him that are, a little bit more plotting, but still very capable. I think that's the most that position on defense I feel the best about. Everyone else, I've got question marks, and like I would get the approach if there was more.
Spinning the commando wheel every day on Grant and Danny. Quan Martin, where the wheel landed today. Good combo on the safeties. Hey, real quick, I told you I wanted to bring up the other reason James Wood is in the news today. So if you're just joining us or jumping in the car on this, the 3rd of July, you're done for the week, hopefully. You got the 4th plans tomorrow. You're headed home. James Wood is going to be in the Home Run Derby, we found out today, representing the Nationals in Atlanta in what is one of the marquee All-Star festivity events. So that's awesome. The other reason, though, he's in the news today, Danny, James Wood is up to 5th all alone in MVP odds in the National League at this point.
How about that?
Now, he will not, and I would even go as far as saying cannot win the award because the Nationals are so awful. But in a world where Shohei Ohtani is the runaway favorite and is going to win this thing, behind Shohei Ohtani, only Juan Soto, Pete Crow Armstrong, and Kyle Tucker, Mets, Cubs, better odds to win the MVP award than James Wood. That's the type of season he's putting together now, and just overall one-man band recognition he's getting as his own wrecking crew. And when you have the best OPS of any everyday player not named Judge, Raleigh, or Ohtani, second best in the NL to Ohtani at 935, you're going to start getting some of that conversation, some of those whispers. So number 5, NL odds, MVP today, James Wood stands alone. Wow.
Pretty amazing. Yeah, I mean, as you said, it is and it isn't. Like those are the odds, of course. I think that's a foolish bet. Just because you have to have an Alex Rodriguez type season for the Texas Rangers where you hit 360 with 55 homers and something ridiculous in a weird year where you can be an MVP on a last place caliber team, which is where the Nats are right now. So yeah, it's probably not a great value bet, but the point is it's a recognition of how unbelievable that dude is with so little around him.
5:25 today, our 4th of July food draft ahead of tomorrow's cookouts. And at 6, this or that 4th of July edition, we'll have some fun in our stretch run ahead of Independence Day. Next, though, let's get the latest on what's going on around the NFL, the NBA, with Jason Timpf, who covers the association on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In baseball, big news of the day for James Wood. He's going to be in the Home Run Derby on July 14th in Atlanta. Wood is looking to become the youngest Home Run Derby winner ever. Nats third base coach Ricky Gutierrez is going to pitch to him in the Derby. He joins Ronald Acuna Jr. and Cal Raleigh as the other participants in this year's Home Run Derby announced so far. Nats and Tigers. Game 3 of the series rubber match tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 6-3 with a 4.73 ERA. He'll take on Dietrich Enns, making his second start of the season. He went 5 scoreless innings in his first start. Also, the Nationals reinstated left-handed pitcher Andrew Chafin from the 15-day injured list. They optioned right-handed pitcher Ryan Ludus to AAA Rochester. Tomorrow, 4th of July game for the Nationals. They'll take on the Red Sox at 11:05. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Michael Soroka taking on former National Lucas Giolito. In hockey, Nikolai Ehlers is signing with the Hurricanes. The Capitals have been linked to him and said he signs with Carolina on a 6-year deal worth $8.5 million AAV. And in the NFL, Steelers have signed general manager Omar Khan to a 3-year contract extension. He's now signed through the 2028 season. This July only, get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
For the final time this week, let's give away a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler right here in D.C. on September 27th. Congrats to caller 10. Your 4th of July weekend's about to get a lot better. Dial us up 800-636-1067. It's the You're My Best Friend Tour. Adam Sandler, Capital One Arena, September 27th. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events.
We are Grant and Danny. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The highly anticipated 4th of July food draft ahead of cookouts tomorrow comes your way in about 20 minutes right here on The Fan. But we're pleased right now to get the latest on everything going on in the NBA with Jason Timpf, who's basketball insight I really like over at The Volume. He's joining us on the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning in the DMV. Jason, good to have you back on Grant and Danny in the district, man. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to be here. It feels like we're finally on the home stretch of what's been an insane 4 to 5 months here. So I'm excited to go out to Vegas next week. And the Wizards actually are starting to shape up into a pretty serious basketball team. That's fun.
Yeah, it's very fun. We've only been waiting about 50 years, so we are ready for it to
It's
come.
almost time, buddy.
To fruition. We'll get to that in a second. I actually want to start with some newsier things. First of all, the Lakers. Explain this to me like I'm 5. What is going on here, and is there any way LeBron doesn't end up playing in L.A.?
So the stuff with LeBron, I personally think mostly just comes down to him pouting because he got some intel behind the scenes that the Lakers were going to let DFS go. So the Jake LaRavia thing has been in the works for a while. He's been hanging out with Austin behind the scenes and trying to kind of leverage that situation. And so then it came down to, okay, if we're going to spend something in the mid-level exception range, we're going to probably end up investing this salary into Jake instead of Dorian. We'll let Dorian walk. And that obviously is a talent downgrade. And when you look at that juxtaposed with Denver loading up and Houston loading up, and obviously how good Oklahoma City looked, it kind of looked like the Lakers were going from a fringe contender down instead of fringe contender up. And so I think that's where his frustrations came from. As far as LeBron ever potentially even considering leaving, he would have considered it if there was a shoe-in, obvious fit that gave him like a clear, obvious, like top-tier contending roster. And that just wasn't out there. Even for something like Cleveland, that would have been interesting in the sense that the East is so wide open that it would have given him a better chance to get to the finals. But then you're inevitably going to run into a Houston or an Oklahoma City or a Denver. And I don't think that team would have been, clearly better than that group. And so I think for LeBron, at his age, as established in Los Angeles as he was, the chances of him leaving were always low. And I think most of this was just him pouting from the behind the scenes action.
So, Jason, I'm old enough to remember when somebody opting out of a deal was the way that they announced they're going to free agency, right? People are taking their talents to different cities. Now the opting in sends everyone panicking. It's just, I think, just kind of a sign of the times, right? Obviously, the CBA is such that it's more lucrative for these guys to quote unquote stay home and then agitate for trades and the like. Just the State of the Union on that, and then B, I want you to get us up to speed on this Phoenix and Houston deal, which might involve like four countries, the United Nations, Canada, like other weird trade agreements. What is going on?
Yeah, so as far as the opting in piece of it, I think, there was this idea with LeBron that like maybe in some situation he would try to leverage a 1+1. That's the really interesting thing is LeBron almost always in this situation has opted out and then signed an additional 1+1 for financial security. Now, the Lakers are famously tight-lipped. Stuff doesn't get out. So I'm not sure whether or not they ever actually offered that or if this was more LeBron being like, I'm playing one more year and I'm done. But I think it was strange that he opt out and then take a 1+1 for the financial security. As far as like the opting in as a sign of the times, that was the funniest thing about the report from David Beneman regarding them targeting cap space in 2027. There was just no universe where the Lakers were going to like land some big fish in free agency. It's just not how the league works anymore. Guys take their financial security, and then it also just gives them more options on where to go. Cap space is limited, but if teams can match salary, there's all sorts of bloated contracts around the league. That's how you can end up facilitating swaps like some of the swaps that we've seen from around the league. And even just something like Jalen Green being on a massive deal, but that helps facilitate a Kevin Durant trade, right? Like that's how this stuff works. Now, as far as the Kevin Durant trade goes, there's just a lot of kind of surplus players involved in various spots. Like Phoenix has too many centers now with Malawach and the two guys from Charlotte. Then you have Houston has a surplus of centers too. I could see the Lakers getting in there to try to poach a backup center. I could see the Golden State Warriors trying to get in there to poach a backup center. But basically all these other teams are just trying to get into it to try to grab fringe role players. And then the machinations are a little bit easier to pull off in the multi-team trades. But obviously we'll see what it ends up turning out to be. But I would imagine most people are going to be looking for end of the rotation guys, like 6th, 7th guys to poach from Houston and Phoenix in that deal.
Jason Timpf, the Volume, joining us on Grant and Danny. Wild few days in the NBA. How crazy was what the Bucks did with Damian Lillard? And is there any precedent for anything like that?
10 years ago, when we were still seeing the waive and stretch provision, that was such a bizarre move. I get it. So you look at this situation, right? And it's Giannis is not quite ready to request a trade. The Eastern Conference is wide open, but Milwaukee has almost no vehicle with which to improve their roster. So they were stuck between a rock and a hard place no matter what. And Dame was going to be basically impossible to trade under any circumstances. So they were basically stuck in the situation where they could try to convince Giannis to stay while having an albatross contract on the books that literally prevents them from doing anything, like a big $50 million chunk that is just useless on the payroll. Or they could try to spread that out over 5 years, which is what they did. And so ultimately, if you look at it, it was their only chance to keep Giannis. If they were going to lose Brook Lopez in free agency, if they were going to have, only the option to retain some of their core players, which they did, and they got deals. Like I think that Kevin Porter Jr. actually had some utility alongside Giannis. They had some good pick and roll chemistry down the stretch of the season. Taurean Prince shot the ball extremely well for them last year. You guys all saw Gary Trent light the world on fire in a couple of playoff games, getting those guys on discounted deals. Bobby Portis signed a discounted deal. I actually like Gary Harris. I wish they would have got him 5 years ago, but he's perfectly fine as an upgrade to a very weak perimeter defense like they have. And so Miles Turner, I had some similar concerns to Brook, where you guys saw at various points in the postseason, Miles is a little slow-footed. He got burned on the perimeter quite a bit, especially in the Oklahoma City series. His inability to contain the ball up at the level of screens was kind of an issue for them. So for an already slow Bucks team, I don't love Miles Turner as some sort of massive needle mover. But honestly, as I look back, and they have Miles, they added Gary, they retained all these guys, that was way better than I thought they could have done under the circumstances. Now their cap is screwed, and they're headed for a massive rebuild after all of this. But ultimately, they wanted to give Giannis another chance, and that's what they did.
So, and Jason Temp is with us here on Grant and Danny. I took a slightly different tack, but maybe got to the same point. I've always liked Miles Turner maybe a bit more than everybody seems to. Like, to me, I'll figure it out. A guy that can hit threes and block shots. I've got a use for that guy. Like, I'll figure kind of the rest out, even though if I've got more like water-carrying stars. Looking at the rest of the landscape, I'm going, I think that's kind of as good as they could have done. Now, I don't know that that's why you make a move or not. Maybe you just, get kicked in the teeth and try to start a rebuild the last 50 years like the Wizards are doing. But I don't know. It seemed to me like that was pretty savvy, but you didn't like it as much.
No, it's not that it's not savvy. It's like I said, I am surprised, sincerely surprised that they actually managed to bring in as much talent as they did. Mm-hmm. And I have done similar things where I've tried to talk myself into the Miles Turner fit. So, for instance, one of the issues with Miles Turner was in the finals, the Pacers were picking up so aggressively full court that Miles was having to show on ball screens that were 40, 50, sometimes 60 feet from the basket. The Bucks probably won't do that. They'll probably ask him to come up to the level just at the above the break line, which is a more achievable goal for him. So maybe he'll be a better pick and roll defender for Milwaukee than he was in Indiana's scheme. Like, there are certain things that I'm trying to talk myself through. Obviously, a stretch big alongside Giannis is the ideal fit. Giannis towards the tail end of the season last year was such a point forward. Like, he unlocked this part of his game as a passer that we really hadn't seen before. And so I like the idea of truly spacing the floor with shooting, including at the 5 spot. Like, all of it can work. It's more just as I zoom out, like, let's talk about Cleveland. Like, Cleveland, obviously they lose Ty Jerome, but they add Lonzo Ball. They still have that same core 5 that won 64 games last year or whatever it was. Like, they won a ton of games. The Knicks, they've added a couple of pieces of depth with Jordan Clarkson and Guerschon Yabusele. Like, I still think the Knicks and the Cavs feel like better teams to me. But again, it goes back to the premise. The premise here is you had to try to rebuild around Giannis, or he was going to request a trade. They had no choice. So I agree with you in the sense that given a very bad hand of cards, they've somehow managed to put together at least a competitive team. Whereas last year, it seemed like they had no shot. Like, Indiana just ran right over them.
So, Jason, it seemed to me like you liked what the Wizards have been up to. They trade Jordan Poole. Then they draft Trey Johnson as part of a package of 3 players in this draft class. Where are you at right now on a Carrington Johnson backcourt? CJ McCollum getting in where he fits in, and where they're headed with Bilal Coulibaly and Alex Sarr and this foundation?
I think the Wizards have, first of all, Trey Johnson was my favorite player that I scouted in the draft prep this year. He's such a fun movement shooter, and that's an archetype of player that I've always been, very fond of. And he kind of adds some of that scoring creativity. One of the most important parts of scoring goes beyond skill to like audacity and creativity. You've got to have an outrageous belief in yourself and a willingness to try things that are not traditionally fundamentally sound, right? And Trey brings that, but also within the context of having a shot profile that makes sense. Like, he's not doing the Ace Bailey, I'm taking a bunch of super contested 18-footers. He's taking quality 3-point shots where he only has to hit 35% of them for them to be efficient. And he brings some real off-the-dribble pop, a very good pull-up 3-point shooter. Trey is just a ton of fun to watch. I really enjoyed scouting him for the draft this year. I'm just really excited for you guys. That's going to be a ton of fun. Then you have this young core of interesting players. You mentioned Bilal Coulibaly, obviously Bob Carrington, Alex Sarr. We even, had some fun moments from Tristan Vucevic down the tail end of the season. There's a lot of like fun young talent in-house, and you got out the guys that were the unserious guys. Jordan Poole and Kyle Kuzma, I want to be clear, those guys played serious roles on a championship team. But they did it in bench context. And as leaders of teams, they've proven to be generally unserious. Getting them out, I think, was the culture shift that was necessary. You have these older vets in-house in Middleton and CJ that can actually like help with the development of your scoring guards. Trey Johnson, I think, is going to really benefit from spending time around CJ McCollum because Trey's a little bit rushed right now. He's doing everything at 100 miles an hour. And CJ McCollum is a textbook like change of pace and use his physical leverage to get separation from more athletic guards. I think he's going to really be able to help Trey with his individual development. And now what you get to do is take your hands off the wheel, so to speak, as a fan, and just watch these guys and learn for an entire season what they're awesome at, what they suck at. And then you can start to build a big picture plan by getting a feel for Trey Johnson's development, for Alex Sarr's development, like getting a better feel for these guys. And the nice thing too is then you can turn around in February, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's someone out there that's like, man, I could really use a skill guard. TJ McCollum would be a great option. Chris Middleton would be a great option. I wouldn't be surprised if you could flip those guys to teams that need ball handling, like Houston still needs ball handling. Orlando, I think, could still use ball handling. There are teams out there that I think that will come knocking on the door at the deadline, and you could get even more asset return for those veterans.
Jason, great to catch up with you, buddy. Really appreciate it. Have a great 4th.
See you guys next time.
Great info from Jason Timpf, covers the NBA. Check him out over on The Volume. All right, next, it is the 4th of July tomorrow, as Danny just pointed out. We're going to have our annual 4th of July food draft ahead of tomorrow's cookouts on Grant and Danny next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In baseball, James Wood going to be a part of the Home Run Derby on July 14th in Atlanta, Georgia. James Wood is looking to become the youngest Home Run Derby winner ever. That's third base coach Ricky Gutierrez is going to pitch to him in the Derby. He joins Ronald Acuna Jr. and Cal Raleigh as the announced participants for this year's Home Run Derby. Tonight, Nationals and Tigers, the rubber match of the three-game set. 6:45 right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Dietrich Enns. Also for the Nats, they reinstated left-handed pitcher Andrew Chafin from the 15-day injured list and optioned right-handed pitcher Ryan Ludus to AAA Rochester. In hockey, Nikolai Ehlers, who the Capitals had been linked to, is signing with the Hurricanes on a 6-year deal, $8.5 million AAV. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. 4th of July tomorrow. So that means, as we do every year before we say our goodbyes ahead of Independence Day, it is time for the Grant and Danny 4th of July food draft ahead of all of your cookouts tomorrow. So these are traditional cookout foods until Danny goes off the board and does some wacky thing to ruin everything. But ideally, we're taking foods that actually get served at a cookout. Now, it could be any cookout because the 4th of July, Memorial Day, Labor Day, whatever it is.
Sure, yeah.
Summer. So a summer cookout spread, so to speak. We'll only have time for 3 rounds in this snake draft. So if you're drafting near the back of the round, you better be on your P's and Q's, is what I'm going to say. I've got the 5 of our names down here on the show: Danny, Grant, Ryan, Toby, and Darius. I'm going to randomize them 3 times on Randomizer, and then we'll have our draft order.
Then we will go.
1, 2, the following click will give us our draft order. 3, as of 21:25:03 o'clock, the draft order is number 1, Toby. Number 2, me. Number 3, Ryan. Number 4, Danny. Number 5, Darius. You get the snake. Well positioned in just a 3-horse draft. I think you kind of want to be in the back of the table, so to speak. So Toby, myself, Ryan, Danny, and Darius in that order to get things started. So without further ado, Tobes, you will have the number 1 pick in the 4th of July cookout draft. You are on the clock at your leisure, sir.
The pick is in. I have to have this every 4th of July or it doesn't feel complete. Give me burgers. Give me burgers.
Burgers off the grill.
Burgers off the board.
Very, very good first choice. I will quickly run up to the podium. Now, Tobes did take our number 1 player, but there were 2 guys that were worth considering, we felt like, at the top of the board. There was a 2-player tier before everybody else. We will be taking the hot dog, 2nd overall. The other of the delicious, wonderful grilled items, we will be taking the hot dog with the number 2 pick in this class. We like the ability of the hot dog to play in all forms of the schemes that we're drawing.
Good value, versatile meal. Go to the kids' plate as well. Get them satisfied. Chop it up. A lot of ketchup for the kids, for grown-ups too. Grown-ups use mustard, sometimes relish, a little bit of onion. Sauerkraut's available as well later on in this draft, but hot dog's great value there, boom.
Now, you're not one of these guys who gets really upset about ketchup on a hot dog.
No, I am. Yeah, it's for children.
In any way, like with mustard, also having ketchup?
Yeah, it's tomato, sugar, water. It's for children.
So every hot dog I've ever eaten, every hot dog I'll ever eat will have ketchup on it. I do mustard and ketchup.
Mm-hmm.
If you just do ketchup on your hot dog, I'm not upset. It's your hot dog, and anyone that tells you you're doing it wrong is an idiot. But you should probably mix in some mustard. Mustard's perfect on a hot dog, and it cuts the ketchup a little bit.
It goes together, yeah.
And the ketchup cuts it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ryan, so burgers and hot dogs are gone. Entrees are going heavily here. You're 3rd overall.
We're 3rd overall, but I feel like we just got the best pick. The pick is in. Come on. Give me a steak. I want a steak on the 4th of July, fresh off the grill. Slice that thing up. It is incredible. Give me a steak on the 4th of July. You're looking at me weird, like this is not a 4th of July food. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Well, I've never been to a cookout where we're cooking steak and a cookout.
What? No, the steak's at every cookout.
I'm not telling you can't pick steak. It's a grilled food. You can have it.
Yeah.
But there's never been a cookout anywhere where a bunch of people are just eating steaks. That just doesn't happen.
You have like 15 people at the house. You got 15 steaks?
No, but I mean, like, then again, you have burgers, you have hot dogs, you have steak, like carne asada that's on the grill there. Like that is a thing. At least in the Clary household, it was.
So, but you're not talking about like brisket. You're talking about
steak, like a cut of steak, like whether it's a ribeye, a flank steak, something like that.
I'm happy for you. It's a great choice. I want to come to your cookout. I've just never been to a cookout in my life where steak was served.
Yeah, usually it's like you can stand and eat it at the barbecue or at the cookout.
He's getting this. We're not taking it off the board. I'm just curious, Darius or Toby, Danny, has anybody been to a cookout where steak was served?
No.
Not served in mass. No.
No, absolutely not.
Maybe the cook makes one for himself or something. Never seen steak served in mass at a cookout.
I mean, that's a dinner, but whatever. So Ryan goes steak at his 4th of July cookout, which is a bit of a wacky. Perhaps Danny will take lobster coming up. Let's go to Danny with the 4th pick.
Pick is in. Not the way I wanted this to go, but this is where we're going. Let's go crabs. We're going to go crab picking at the 4th of July.
Are you a crab guy?
I'm a crab guy.
I didn't know you were a crab guy.
Absolutely.
So you pick crabs?
Yeah, 100%.
I've
Steamed, Old Bay. Love it.
Never seen you pick crabs. Attaboy. Yeah, that's a good choice. I'm a little bit surprised crabs got 4 picks deep. You could tell that 3 Virginians were picking in the top 3 spots.
Indeed.
And that our Marylander is still yet to choose. So we've got burgers to Toby. I took hot dogs. Ryan took ribeye. Danny went with crabs. And now Darius is on the board at number 5.
You mean he took like skirt steak or something, right?
I guess so.
He doesn't do ribeye.
I'm going to assume the steak is just cut very thinly. And he just got like some basically brisket, but in steak.
Yeah, a little rib cap tips. Yeah.
It'd be a skirt steak. My favorite steak.
Skirt steak. Very good.
Steak.
The pick is in. In the words of our guy Chris Rock, how much for one of them ribs? We're gonna take barbecue ribs.
Thought about
off
it there.
The board.
So, Dad, you got value here. If I didn't take hot dogs, I was going to take ribs at number 2 overall.
I mean, it's just an all-star selection.
You got him at 5. 3 and 4 after me don't take ribs. I'm a little surprised Danny passed on.
I thought ribs would get back to me. That was going to be my sleeper. That I thought Darius would forget and do something else. I wanted the ribs and crabs combo. I didn't get it.
How dare you?
So ribs to you? Do we have a preference on ribs? Or are we going?
I like ribs with dry rub on them.
Of course you do.
Yeah, dry rub is superior over to the glazed with barbecue sauce ones.
Do you do them like we like to do a lot of in the oven stuff and then finish them on the grill or like smoked or anything?
Yeah.
You okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah,
it's perfect.
What do you guys know about crock pot ribs?
Not that much. I mean, the short rib in the crock pot. I know about that.
It's not my preference, but when you're just like come home to ribs being done in the crock pot,
ribs,
it's better than not ribs.
They fall right off that bone.
Yes, they do. All right, you've got ribs, and you're the first person to have 2 items on your plate.
And the pick is in for that second item.
Remember, guys, we can only eat what's on our plate.
Yeah.
You only get 3 items. You've got ribs. Let's make a meal out of this thing.
We're going back to the seafood barrel, and this time we are taking shrimp. Your boy does not have a seafood allergy anymore, so we are taking
By the way, that's
advantage
good
of
for
it.
you, Darius.
Let's go.
We found that out on this show. Now, is shrimp something that you've tried?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I eat shrimp all the time.
Because I know like chocolate and peanuts, and peanut butter, and all this other
You still
stuff.
haven't tried it.
Like all these people sent you candy, and you've still to this day not tried anything because you're afraid that the doctor's wrong.
You know what he did is he actually went to the roof and reenacted a Tressway punt off the roof of all those delicious gifts.
Imagine a doctor saying, "Hey, I went to school for 8 years. Here are the things you're able to eat based on the test that I just took and examined on your behalf." And you go, "Yeah, I know better." You just keep not eating those things.
Yeah, but they sound too delicious. I shouldn't eat them.
All right, so ribs and shrimp, that's a pretty damn good start.
Feeling good about it.
Now, you're going to have to finish strong, I think. But for a guy who once put together a plate that John Carlson said was an embarrassment.
Which I'll never forgive John Carlson for.
You're in a good place, though.
Feeling good.
Yeah, so far that's my favorite plate. I mean, it's got 2 items on it, but I like those items a lot.
The one with 2 items when we all have one is your favorite?
Yeah.
I'm going to take note of that. All right, Danny, you have crabs. It is time for your pick.
Pick is in. A lot of ways I can go here, but the way I choose to go, deviled eggs.
Son of a bitch.
Bring me deviled eggs. The main reason is I knew Grant would want them, and screw you, buddy.
Yeah.
That's the biggest reason.
It's definitely top of my board.
Yeah.
We've done a show long enough where Danny just does whatever he can to annoy me during these drafts.
That's pretty much our team strategy.
Now, I will say, as good as deviled eggs are,
Yep.
your plate's the pits a little bit.
I don't love my plate.
You don't have a red meat.
Yeah.
You're eating crabs, which takes so much work, and deviled eggs, which are good. I'm thrilled, but that's like a third item.
So this is basically, there's not a great philosophy here or great way to approach this. I'm not going to win. I know that.
So now you're just tormenting us?
Yes. The main, like it's, if Washington's going, we got to beat Philly. And then we can't do that. Okay, well, let's find a way to beat the Giants. Let's draft to beat the Giants. That's kind of what I'm doing.
I like that.
Yeah.
I can accept that. Clary?
Yep.
Who
Clary.
put a question mark on the teleprompter? You've got steak.
That's great, Ben.
Maybe it's time for mashed potatoes, maybe for your steak at Randy's. Oh, wait, we're doing a cookout. Your item, your turn.
We're ready. We're thrilled. Pick us in. Pasta salad. It's awesome. Pasta salad at a cookout with your steak right there. My mom makes the best pasta salad out there. It's actually just pasta, cream, corn, and cheese. It's incredible. It's cold. It's going to keep you nice and fresh. So you can go in and go for seconds on that meat pile. And then also, my third round pick, that's the trick up my sleeve. So stay tuned.
Okay, pasta salad. This is the second true side that's been taken. We've got a sides run here. Deviled eggs off the board first. Clary saw that, pivots. He goes pasta salad immediately. So now I'm on the clock with what will be my second pick. I've got to accommodate hot dogs. The pick is in.
Yeah. This is a hard choice.
I'll be going with mac and cheese.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be taking macaroni and cheese because it's excellent, and it shouldn't be available at the 9th pick overall. And frankly, it's an indictment on all of your draft strategies. Danny's had 2 picks, and he's taking crabs and deviled eggs. Mac and cheese are still sitting there staring at him. Hot dogs and mac and cheese. I sound like a 4-year-old, but a 4-year-old who eats delicious things. I will take mac and cheese, and I will like it. Toby, we are back to you. You had the number 1 pick. You took burgers. You now close out round 2 with the 10th overall selection.
I feel really good about this one. Darius, the pick is in. This will pair nicely with some burgers. I've had this plenty growing up, not just on the 4th of July, but it goes well. Give me some baked beans to go with my burger.
So what's interesting about baked beans is that I can't stand them. And I was kind of hoping they went earlier because they're high value, really beloved item.
Yep.
I know you're a big baked beans guy.
I love them so much.
And I'm very curious that you haven't taken them yet. I kind of was banking on that.
I knew I wasn't going to win, so I changed my strategy because that's where I would go. I would eat a giant bowl of baked beans by myself, alone in the corner in the dark, if it were socially acceptable.
So through 2 rounds, Darius, would you mind recapping what everybody's taken?
We'll let Toby do that because he's the one keeping track.
Okay.
I got it right
good.
here. I can do it.
Go for it. I'm just trying to look over my
burgers,
board.
baked beans, Grant, hot dogs, mac and cheese, Ryan, steak and pasta salad, Danny, crabs and deviled eggs, Darius, ribs and scrimps.
Pretty damn good. Do we don't need to complicate this and have a drink, right? Like these are just 3 things on our plate.
So here's what I would say. If you want to eliminate a drink from everyone else, you could do that, right? But like I don't know that I would use a pick there because there's so many good foods left.
Okay.
You can use it however you want, I would say.
Yeah, I say keep it to the plate.
Right.
So I kind of want to go with another main.
Well, hold on.
It's Toby's
Are we
pick.
not snaking back to me?
Toby's got the snake.
Oh,
come
Toby.
on, Grant. Don't take my pick here.
My sincerest
Form an orderly
apologies.
queue, sir.
Yes, that's true. Toby, you're back on the board. Start number 3. My sincerest apologies.
I don't know that I'm taking your thing here, but nothing screams summer quite like watermelon. Give me watermelon.
Damn, that was definitely one of the considerations.
That was my trick up my sleeve.
That's your trick? Like the number 1 summer food?
I thought people were going to be sleeping. I don't know. I thought people were going to be sleeping. Simply not the case.
So Toby's plate is Americana. Can we just say that?
Yes.
Like nothing screams 4th of July. Toby's got burger, baked beans, watermelon. Just so happens I'm not a baked beans guy, so it's not going to be my plate. But if I looked at all the plates and I had to pick a day, I'd be like, oh, this guy's eating on the 4th of July. That's a hell of a plate, Toby. You should be proud of yourself.
Good plate.
I'm very proud of that. I'm very happy with it.
Especially with the adversity you had to overcome with me trying to take your pick right there.
Exactly.
I tried to Minnesota Vikings you and just run in front of you before you made the selection. I am ready. The pick is in. I am going to go with pulled pork barbecue. I was going to do another side. I don't need to do that. I would like to add to the hot dog, and I will be going with a Hawaiian roll, like slider size sandwich, pulled pork barbecue sandwich on my plate here. So I'm going to round out my draft with a hot dog with mac and cheese, and now we're going with pulled pork barbecue slider.
Pretty damn good.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bad little run for your boy. That brings Ryan up to wind things down. Steak, pasta salad. What else do you have up your sleeve?
We got something. Pick us in. Give me a good old American flag cake with like strawberries and blueberries. You know, it's like, it looks like the American flag and it's a silly cake. You guys hate that.
No, I don't. I love it, but I don't know. I don't know that I'd
Is
use
it
the
a
slot
sheet cake?
there. Yeah.
Sheet cake, yeah.
So like chocolate cake.
No, no, no.
Could be. It could be.
I guess you could. It's
There's
usually
different. He's talking about like the one with the strawberries and it's like hard thing.
Yeah, so it's usually like the
overly creative
what do you call it,
person.
vanilla cake or whatever. It's,
Yeah, it's
just the
vanilla
plain
icing,
cake,
vanilla icing,
then some red toppings, some blue toppings. You get the
Okay, so you're talking about
RWB.
a sheet because I'm saying like I
Sheet
just
cake.
watched a lady on TikTok who made like a no bake cake that was 4th of July like American flag.
Mhm.
You're saying like this is a cake you could get at Wegmans. It just has an American flag on the top.
Exactly.
As the icing.
Also, I will say most people, I would say, make their own, but like, yes, you could easily go to a grocery store. You find it there on the shelves. It's awesome. It's great. It's
So
cake.
a flag sheet cake. What flavor?
But vanilla. We have to.
Vanilla cake.
Vanilla.
Steak, pasta salad, and vanilla cake.
Well, it's a flag cake.
Okay.
So it's not vanilla cake. It's a flag.
A flag sheet cake of vanilla cake.
A flag cake.
A flag cake. Of course, a flag cake. Danny,
Pick us
you're
in.
up.
Wanted to do this on the radio for a long time. One of my favorite episodes of Family Guy. There's a nuclear fallout, and the Griffins go to a neighboring town. And in order to get into the town, they have to answer a question from the villagers in charge. And they say, "Name something you'd bring to a picnic." And they go back and forth, and they do a Family Feud style, and they give a bunch of suggestions. A napkin, a dead Lewis, and Peter goes out on his own. He goes, "I'm going to go with potato salad." Show me potato salad. That's my answer, potato salad.
Potato salad. So Danny's plate: crabs, deviled eggs. You're smirking, like you know.
Oh yeah, I'm in last place, but again, I mean, I would thoroughly enjoy that,
No,
but
who
not as
wouldn't?
much
wouldn't?
as Darius's plate won, unless he screws this up royally.
Guy,
Your
are
plate
you,
sack.
Are you just saying you don't want to give it to me?
No.
That's a Danny Rie plate if I've ever seen.
You have
one.
hot dogs and mac and cheese. That's what my 7-year-old is gonna eat.
Okay, that's all. You'll love them.
I'd love all
With
that.
pulled pork barbecue.
Ribs, shrimp, and again, if Darius like handles this last thing fine,
That's a
that'd be
good
my
point.
1 seed. Toby's probably 2. I think you're right there.
Let's
2 and
wait
2.
till it's over, and then you.
Well,
can
let's see
tell
what he
us.
does. Let's see what he
And
does.
we'll let you rank it since you're so far behind everyone else. You could tell us how the other 3.
Yeah, I'm
of us
eliminated
rank.
early.
All right. What happened to you? Was it the crabs that derailed it? Do you think?
No,
Or no?
I mean, I'm very happy with these things, but I know
Okay.
I'm not winning.
Dad,
Look at that.
big pick. It sounds like as far as Danny's concerned.
Yeah, we're definitely disappointed that we missed out on potato salad. That was the pick here, but instead the pick is in.
You did get value on potato salad.
I like
though.
potato salad. I'm happy
Potato
with that.
salad at 14. Come on.
We do feel that we still need a side, and the next best side on the board we are going to go with is corn on the cob. Corn on the cob will
Yeah.
join this team.
Americana,
Yeah.
baby. Put it in a little butter, spin
That's
it around.
pretty good.
A little
Ribs,
butter.
Rib, shrimp, corn on the cob.
shrimp, and corn on the cob.
Sorry about everyone else's draft.
You're underselling the amount of butter that would be on that.
Dad might have just hit himself a bolt.
Yeah.
That's James Wood at Truist Park in the Derby. That's pretty good.
You can't throw it there to Darius.
How about Toby, though? Burgers, baked beans, and watermelon?
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Hot dogs, mac and cheese, and barbecue sliders? As good as that is, I don't think that stacks up. Toby and Darius are, 4th of July fireworks are going off overhead with their draft. Clary, is your claim that at your home cookouts as a kid, you guys served steak?
Oh yeah, we would have steaks on the grill. We'd have
See if
hot
you-
dogs.
Get your mom. Don't explain what you're going to ask her. Get
I
your
won't.
mom on the line when we come back from break.
I will.
I don't believe for 1 second she was just cooking up 8 ribeyes and slicing them up for the neighbors. Now, maybe if she's cooking dinner for your family, but if you're having a cookout with random people coming over, she's just serving up ribeye. I got so many questions about that. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Well, you know what this song means when you hear it on Grant and Danny.
By God!
That means Heidi Clary's on the line.
That's Mrs. Clary's music.
It means we might have caught Ryan in another lie, but we have to find out via his mom on the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Rude, like when your son tells you he had to stay late because Grant and Danny gave him something to work on, but really he's just lying so he can go out to eat so he doesn't have to come home and eat dinner. But that was several years ago.
He's grown up since then. He's a corporate guy now.
He now lives on his own, and he has a girlfriend. And I don't know. Do you guys still see Ryan at all, or is he just doing his own thing, living his own life at this point, Mrs. Clary?
Well, we don't see him as much as we'd like, but I did actually see him last night. So
wow,
I grilled burgers for her last night.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
I did.
Son of the
did,
year.
Look at
this.
Yeah,
Let's
had
go.
her over. I
He
grilled her
did.
some burgers.
So this
Yep.
is the new. He's very much into his grill game, sending out photos of what he's working on. How did the burger experience go? Did you order them and he cooked them correctly to temperature?
Honestly, he did a great job. He's a really good cook.
He is.
I've got to say, he's a really good cook. I never really had the Clary casserole, but like you guys did. But I'll take those burgers any day. Those were great.
We were blown away by the Clary casserole. We were doing a lot of laughing at the idea of the Clary casserole until we ate it, and then we just decided, you know what, you're onto something here.
Yeah, and he actually made a dessert that was really good. He put a banana in an air fryer with this really good yogurt.
Here,
it was really good.
It was really good. It was Oiko's yogurt. It's protein yogurt, and it was also just a split banana with brown sugar on top. Throw it in the air fryer. It was like my own banana Foster, and it is amazing. Danny would love it.
Would you look at him?
Yeah. What were you saying?
A la mode?
A la mode. Whatever that
Well, no, that was the yogurt.
Meaning with ice cream. Did it come with ice
No.
cream?
Well, it was, you could have, I do have a cream here, but I did not do that. My
I
dad
just like
did that.
Larry laughing in the back.
We
Yeah,
could have,
we're in the car.
Very good.
we could have done that, but I
Dude,
just
that's
did
actually
yogurt.
pretty creative.
It
That
was
is good.
creative.
Yeah.
It was
He-
awesome.
You could have done the culinary thing, honestly. You're a good cook.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do like the culinary school bit, I could see you chefing it
Because
up.
Mrs. Clary, when he was telling us about Clary casserole, it sounded like what the Swedish chef would do from the Muppets. You know, like just grabbing anything and throwing it in there, and it sounded ridiculous. And then we had it. I was like, you know what, this guy, he might know what he's doing.
Yeah,
Pretty amazing.
It sounded good. I don't think I just saw pictures. I don't think we ever actually had the Clary casserole, but it was good.
I will say this before we move on from this. I actually invite my parents over for dinner all the time, and they're the ones saying, "Oh no, we're going out tonight." And I'm just kind of like, "Oh,
how about that?
okay." And my dad like refuses to like eat anything that I make. I finally made him a steak a few weeks ago.
Oh, Mike's not having that.
But-
for Father's Day.
Your Father's Day, you were doing something else. You were, I'm pretty sure, at the
Work.
beach. You were at the
Work.
beach. Work, okay, maybe. You were at the
Actually,
beach.
he did make steak with chimichurri sauce, and
I did.
I couldn't believe Mike ate it, and he had liked it. It
Oh,
was
this is
good.
By the way.
You're pulling out all the stops. By the way, these are all the bits he always like. These are your specialties.
These are my
so your
specials,
parent- do they eat them before you offer them up to like the world, or is this after you've mastered it, you take it to your parents?
No. Like I because I'm not gonna lie, like the first steak I ever made, I was like, oh, I got something here. Like I'm like, this is good. Like I figured this thing out day one, and I perfected it since. Like I'm not even. It sounds like I'm gassing myself up. I am, but it's really good.
But it's good.
It's
All
really
right.
good.
Well,
All right.
I
Really
look
good.
forward to eating one of these steaks. Speaking of steak, that was actually why we got you on, Mrs. Clary. We need to fact check Ryan on this.
Okay.
So we
All
just
right.
did our 4th of July cookout draft, and the
Oh,
idea
dang,
is,
I didn't hear it. Okay.
yeah, we go round by round and we make our picks. These are items
I
that
know.
you would serve at a cookout. And we've all got to make our picks. And Ryan's first round pick, after we took hot dogs and burgers and real traditional cookout things, he took steak, and he claims that you used to like at cookouts with friends and people coming
It's like
over.
the whole family's coming over, group of 12, 13, 15 people, parents, kids, cousins, aunts, uncles, everyone in between, steak for everybody.
that you're just throwing steak on the grill and everyone's getting a steak. And our point was that doesn't make any sense that you would have steak at a cookout. But he claims that was what you guys did.
We did prime rib for Christmas, not for July 4th.
I disagree.
But we've grilled steaks for July 4th before.
As a family or as a cookout?
Right. Yeah.
But, whoa, let me.
But I have
finish,
a
Mom, I'm
bad
sorry.
memory, Grant and Danny.
What about Mike? Tag Mike in over there. You guys work
How's
as a
Mike's
team.
memory on this one?
How's he feel about this?
I'm going over tomorrow to Ryan's for steak.
Oh,
He said you guys did, Mike. He said you guys did ribeyes on the grill as a cookout item. So, like, if I just come over with my girlfriend, one of 36 people in your backyard, Mike's swinging around from the grill, going, "Hey, you want your ribeye medium or medium rare?"
Well, I can tell you that's not true because he never touches the grill. Yeah, he said it himself. Mike doesn't cook.
I don't cook. I clean. That's it.
I can't honestly say we would have ribeye for 36 people. No, I cannot say that, Ryan. I'm sorry.
But you said it
What?
yourself. 4th of July. Did we or did we not have ribeyes or steaks in general?
We have, yes. Yes, we have. No,
See?
oh,
No, it's not
lot.
C. No. Hold on, Mr. Claire, hold on 1 second. This is what he does. He makes an outrageous claim and then almost tears his Achilles while sprinting backwards, backpedaling like a quarterback on a go route.
Clary, are you now claiming that at some point as a family, you guys may have eaten ribeye on the 4th of July?
Yes.
Obviously.
Well, but what is
what
this
we're
draft?
saying-
This is not the cookout draft. This is the 4th of July food draft.
The word cookout is the primary word.
It's the whole point.
Then
It's
why
a
is it not the
draft.
cookout draft? It's the 4th
It
of
is the
July food. No, it's the 4th of July food draft. We have a graphic out there. It's not called the cookout draft. It's called the 4th of July food draft.
And when you think of the 4th of July, you think of ribeyes.
You think of steaks.
Well, I mean,
I do.
Mom, they're trying to slight that you had steaks on the grill grub. Isn't that kind of messed up?
We
That-
have
that's what
had
Grant and
steaks
Danny were
on the
saying.
grill,
We
but
did we have steaks on the grill growing up on 4th of July?
I think a few times.
Yeah. So
When there was there was no party, when
As-
nobody was coming over, when you guys weren't going anywhere.
Mrs. Clary, before we let you go, things
And
have
we're
gotten.
running around with sparklers too.
Right.
Have you guys done any good GARs lately?
We did.
Oh yeah, we do them all the time.
What was your last GAR move?
I think Artie's was our last one.
Last week.
We did. Yeah, last week we did. Well, we did Artie's actually with Ryan and Sophie. We did Artie's with them, but yeah,
Double date.
we love our GAR, all of them. I love them all.
We did Mike's yesterday, first time in a little
Oh,
while.
you did?
Yeah, I
Oh,
took
that's
off
a
and I was
great
home
one.
with the wife, and we did Mike's. So,
Oh, that's awesome.
absolutely.
That's awesome.
All right, well,
Yeah,
good
no,
talking
that-
to you guys. We appreciate you fact checking Ryan with us.
Well, not at all. Have a happy 4th, everyone.
See you later.
Enjoy your
There they go.
steaks.
The family Clary, the Clarys enjoy. Yeah, enjoy your ribeyes tomorrow. Sounds like Mr. Clary's in for a treat.
Steak day.
14-ounce ribeye. By the way, Ryan now completely walking this back to we may have had ribeyes as a family on the 4th of July.
Like, I'm sure it's true that steak was consumed by him on the 4th of July at one point in his life.
The original claim was
That's true.
that's what they served at cookouts. Remember the whole, we would slice it, and he had this whole story about how they did it. Now all of a sudden it's like, Mom, didn't you give me and my brother and my sister steak one time? It's a very different thing.
And
It's amazing how that happens.
It's funny how
All you
that
gotta do
goes.
is play a little It's a Wonderful Life and peel back a few layers, huh?
Send somebody deep, start backpedaling.
That's right, Darius, Toby. You guys know. You guys lie to us. We got parents coming on the radio to fact check. That's what we do here. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. In baseball, James Wood going to be in the Home Run Derby on July 14th. James Wood looking to become the youngest Home Run Derby winner ever. Nats third base coach Ricky Gutierrez is going to be pitching to him in the Home Run Derby. Ronald Acuna Jr. and Cal Raleigh, the other participants announced so far for the Home Run Derby, coming up on July 14th tonight. Rubber match Nats and Tigers at 6:45. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals on the season. He's 6-3 with a 4.73 ERA. Dietrich Enns making his second start of the year for the Tigers. Also, the Nationals reinstated left-handed pitcher Andrew Chafin from the 15-day injured list and option right-handed pitcher Ryan Ludus to AAA Rochester. Tomorrow, the 4th of July game, while the Clarys are grilling ribeyes, the Nationals will take on the Red Sox at 11:05. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka takes on Lucas Giolito. In hockey, Nikolai Ehlers is linked to the Capitals. He's going to be signing with Carolina 6 years, $8.5 million AAV. Also in the NFL, Steelers have signed general manager Omar Khan to a 3-year contract extension. He's now signed through the 2028 season. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Couple of good things about where Ryan's Cookout is. Great Falls, Bethesda. Yeah, it's a nice cookout. I hope I get invited to the big steak cookout.
You roll in, everybody just gets handed a steak.
Grant and Danny on the Fan stretch run, taking you up to 6:15, about 10 minutes from right now. Sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We will get you the lead off before we get out of here, but right now, it is time for a little 4th of July fun. This or that 4th of July edition. Darius will give us some this or that choices, and we'll have to make some tough decisions.
All right, 4th of July edition of this or that. Let's start at the top. Suntan spray or suntan lotion?
Spray every time. I hate the lotion. I hate any lotion on my palms at any time. It's the grossest. But specifically, like rubbing in sunscreen, which smells in the heat. You're outside. It's warm. I hate it. I am a spray guy 100% if I use it, which is a terrible thing to say. But I rarely do, and I just stay inside, which makes it work. But give me the spray, 100%.
Spray. It lasts a quarter of the time as long. I mean, it just goes so much faster. It's freezing cold when you put it on at first, especially on your back, and the kids complain about it. It couldn't be easier. I know it's a pain in the butt, so you got to do the thing it's a pain in the butt to protect yourself when you're going outside. The spray makes it easier.
Who are these people, by the way, that are good at rubbing in sunscreen? Like, I always look like just globs of white, like the guy on Salute Your Shorts who's
with
got
the big,
the white nose. Like, I don't know how anyone does it. It's pretty amazing. New invention, by the way. You guys, maybe it's not new, but it's new to me. You guys seen like the lipstick
the
one? The stick that you just rub on your face?
Yes. For head and face, it's
awesome.
It's a game changer. That one's awesome.
How about pool or beach?
Easy for me. It's beach. Grant's going to say pool, but the answer is beach. Nothing better on this planet. Toes in the water, ass in the sand.
4th of July, pull over beach every single time. Beaches have sand, which makes it not that fun. Pools are very comfortable. They keep you out of the heat. It's refreshing. Pool, man. Pull over beach. Let's do this.
How about method of relaxation? Hammock or recliner?
I'm going to go recliner. If you get a nice, comfortable seat, you kind of prop yourself up in the shade. The only reason I hesitated there is hammocks are always going to be in the shade.
Yeah.
Because they're under a tree. So that is a lock. But laying back with your head possibly below your feet at some point, like depending on how you're positioned on this hammock, how new is the hammock? Is it like creaky and kind of gross to lay on? Are there bugs around? I'm going to go with a nice reclined or nice, like a rocking chair is the best. If you could find something comfortable like that. It's got to be in the shade, but I'll go chair.
So here's what I think of when I think of like relaxing chair outside. It's like, are you using that one? Are you done with that one? Is someone else using this one? Did you reserve this one with the towel? I think of the like chaos of that. I don't want that. The hammock is isolated. The hammock is, you're not talking to dad. Your dad's feet is up. Your dad is relaxing. It's the hammock, always in the shade and that gentle sway. Sorry about that nap you're about
So
to
like
take.
my parents have a hammock that I push the kids on every time we go,
Mhm.
and it's like a main event for them. I haven't laid on that hammock in years and don't think I will at any point. You would just search out and go find a hammock and lay down.
Oh, it's the best.
Yeah.
Just the greatest.
I always worry about a hammock collapsing, but maybe that's just me. Grilling or crab picking?
Well, we know where Danny's going here. Mr. Crab over here.
Big crab guy.
Yeah.
Southern Maryland Blue.
This all depends. To me, there's more cooking out than there is crab picking for me. Just in general in my life, crab picking feels more special.
That's 4th of July.
Right.
Would you rather grill or crab?
And that's kind of my point. I think it's crab pick for me. It's the one time a year where it's like, yep, we're all doing this. We're going all in. We're spending all the money to get the crabs and all the good stuff. We're going to do that.
Grilling, man. Standing over hot coals with the red meat just boiling in front of you.
All those steaks.
All the steaks
Yeah.
that you're going to shell out to people one at a time, 14 ounces of ribeye at a time to make everybody happy. Burgers and dogs on a grill, man. That's America.
Speaking of, let's choose between burgers and dogs. Burgers or dogs?
Give me the burger. There's too much I can do in terms of taste because I'm going to have multiple burgers. I mean, what are we talking about here? But like this one can be a little bit savory. This one can have some bacon on it. This one can have more cheese. This one could be spicy with jalapenos. I can top this one with a fried egg. There's just more you can do. I just think the burger is better than the hot dog.
I'll say burgers as well. I don't even know that it's that close. I will have a hot dog at a cookout as a secondary item if I'm like able to eat everything I want to. But I will never bypass a burger to eat a hot dog. Does that make sense? I only took hot dogs at number 2 overall because burgers were gone. Burgers would have been the choice. But you could do really well. If burgers aren't an option, you get over to the food, set up the table. No more burgers and there's still dogs. You get yourself a great plate.
I like the idea that the dog is the secondary meat there.
Yeah. Like
that's something.
you said you would do multiple burgers. I would never eat 2 burgers at a cookout. I would eat 1 burger, 1 dog if I'm getting after it.
Mhm.
And then the sides and whatever else there is. And hopefully tomorrow that will not be happening thanks to the good people over at CoPair.
Nice, of course.
CoPair Weight Loss. Check
Yes,
them
of
out.
course. Moderation.
They'll help you make good decisions.
Quality decisions.
On the 4th of July.
All
Cheers.
time, really. Yeah.
Let's finish out the food theme with ice cream or popsicles.
Speaking of healthy food,
of course,
items
Right.
and options.
In a non-CoPair world.
Thank you. In
Uh,
a world.
ice cream over popsicles. Now, 4th of July makes it a little more entertaining because the bomb pop is fire. That red, white, and blue. You know what? No, I'm not going to change my mind. This is at a cookout or this is just general? This was general, right?
I would say in general. Yeah.
So I'm getting a scooped piece of, scooped ice cream cup from an ice cream place. I got to go with that over a bomb pop. But at my house, like going into the freezer, digging out ice cream, or just unfurling a bomb pop, I would actually go pop. But let's go ice cream.
Ice cream
over
for me.
popsicle.
Ice cream for me. Again, there's too much versatility there. With the popsicle, it's just you take the whatever you call it, not plastic, but the paper, the covering, whatever off of it, and then it's just this freezer burn thing that's going to melt in 7 seconds. Ice cream is just the beginning. You can make whatever the hell you want with that. You can have all sorts of delicious treats with the ice cream. Too versatile, too quality, too good.
How about some 4th of July activities? Kickball or wiffle ball?
Wiffle ball. Nothing like taking your trash talking son deep. When he starts chirping you about how you're not good, not athletic anymore, why don't you put one right there, son? Don't crink your neck when you turn and watch this bolt I hit over the fence into the neighbor's yard. You go fetch it while around these bases. The best.
I love wiffle ball. It's so fun. It's rare that you ever have enough people around to have a good competitive or just entertaining game where you're actually playing wiffle ball. So on a day like the 4th of July at a cookout when there's a bunch of people around, and we used to do this back when we had a ton of people show up at a nice 4th of July party, we would go play a really legitimate wiffle ball game. And it's one of my favorite memories of the summer. So definitely wiffle ball.
You guys sleep on kickball. Go see fireworks or do sparklers and fireworks at home.
Okay, so like going to a fireworks show or doing some version of it yourself on the cheap.
Sure.
Home. Absolutely. Maybe if my kids were older, they wouldn't think sparklers and a home show are cool. I could go stop by one of these like 18-wheeler beds in the back of a parking lot at a strip mall, spend $100, get 3 things to light that are on the ground that go boop, 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 and have some sparklers, and we're in the house 15 minutes later. No traffic, no driving, no crazy people, no maniacs to deal with in the world out there. So yeah, that over a fireworks show.
Going to the fireworks show every time. Just a lot less fire department getting called because your neighbor didn't really know what he was doing from those fireworks from West Virginia. So yeah, give me the fireworks show.
That'll do it. There you go. Your This or That 4th of July edition. It is time for the leadoff, brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. The Nats are home tonight for a series finale rubber match with the Tigers.
Behind Jake Irvin, leading off, pink shortstop seat. Jake Abrams batting second in left field. That's James Wood. Batting third at second base, Ahmed Rosario. Batting fourth at first, Nathaniel Lowe. Batting fifth in right field, that's Alex Call. Batting sixth or DH, Paul DeYoung. Batting seventh at third base, Brady House. Batting eighth, doing the catching, Riley Adams. And batting ninth, Spider-Man, Jacob Young.
What a catch.
What a catch, dude.
He made last night. He'll still be getting love from fans at the ballpark.
Should be, man.
Today, because that's been everywhere. Twice I turned on ESPN today, Get Up, and then some other terrible
MLB Network
show.
had it all over the place, yeah.
They were showing
Somehow
the
it
clip.
wasn't the number one play on SportsCenter last night.
What
it was number
was?
2. I don't even remember, but it wasn't as good as Jacob Young's catch. It was number 2, though. It was ridiculous.
I'm going to have to look up the top 10. I bet you I have a guess as to what it was. If it's what I think it probably was.
What do you think it was?
It shouldn't have been that.
What do you think it was? Just say it.
Oh, look-see daisy. We're out of time.
Okay.
For Danny, Darius, Ryan, Toby, I'm Grant saying so long. Thanks for hanging with us on The Fan. We're back Monday at 2 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.